setting goals, mindset, all of that stuff is just what gets me fired up and I think makes a big difference. So I'm super excited to do this today. You've got your binder, which has copies of the PowerPoints. You know, the universe always works out in so many amazing ways. This is fuzzy and we cannot get it focused for the life of us, but it seems to fit for today because we're talking about goals and business planning, and I think most of us don't have a whole lot of focus in that area of our lives.
Very good job.
So there you go. But you have the clear copies in your binder that you can take notes on and all of that kind of stuff. We also have, so I'm recording this. You guys will all get copies of the recording as well. And if you did our buyer class, we're getting those out as well. I have to admit, you know, to get the recording out, I needed to listen to the recording before sending it out just to see if there was anything that needed to be edited. And have you ever listened to your voice? Like, even if you call your voicemail, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, who is that person?
You have a great voice.
Oh, thank you. But it still sounds weird when I listen to it because it does not sound like the voice that's in my head.
Right. Yeah.
So it took me a little bit to get over that. Now that I'm over it, I'm getting through everything. So we'll have the recordings out pretty soon. But you will get the recordings of this as well. But with that, when you open the front, there's this disclaimer, or just, you know, it's a disclaimer, and just you're signing, acknowledging that your voice is being recorded, that other people are going to hear it. You know, because it'll also be a product that's on our website. If you want, we can edit your name out or anything like that. If you say anything incriminating, we'll be certain to edit that out before it's published to the world.
There you go.
So perfect. Let's get going. And if you were here, we have the name of the workshop. If you were here for the buyer workshop, if you could just add the buyer workshop to that as well, and then we won't have to send you another deal. Thank you. All right. Yeah.
So just purpose for the buyer workshop.
Yeah. Perfect. Just drop them all and then from the bottom. Just don't say your name before you say it, and then nobody will know who said it. All right, so it's time to celebrate. I don't know about you guys, but it's October. We've had an amazing year, right? It's, you know, you may or may not be where you want to be for the year, but there's been some great things about this year. The market's back. You know, confidence in the market is back with consumers. I think that's great, right? Which means there's a lot of opportunities to capitalize on it in your business. And we've had great weather. It's, you know, it's good. There's always things to celebrate in life. And I think it's a great time to celebrate the year, the market, the fact that you're here, that you're working on your business. That's a really big thing that will make all the difference in the world. Phenomenal time of year. I don't know about you guys. I have to admit, I kind of screw off during the summer. You know, it actually works for me that it rains up until the 4th of July, because as soon as the sun comes, I want to go play. So getting a little extra work in June actually helps me out. But once the sun comes, I don't want to do anything. But then, you know, the kids go back to school. You know, I get back into work mode, and there's some phenomenal opportunities that happen in the fourth quarter in terms of not only doing business, but getting your business going for the following year. Lots of different things, and it's a lot of things you're doing already, so it's now you capitalize it. And I see a lot of people check out for the fourth quarter. They think, oh, there's not a lot of real estate to be done, or yeah, exactly, not a lot of real estate to be done, or everybody's into holiday mode. But it's a phenomenal time to connect with people. The fourth quarter and first quarter are always my busiest times in real estate. I do a ton of business in the fourth quarter. I don't know if it's just because I show up and nobody else is there, but there's definitely a lot of business to be done. But I also think it's about putting some thought into, okay, how do you want to finish this year, but what do you want next year to look like? You know, most people get through the holidays and right about January 15th decide, hey, I should do a business plan. And that's too late. You know, by the time you make the plan, hey, how are you? By the time you make the plan and start to implement it and get results, you're into March. By the time you get anywhere, you've lost the first 6 weeks of the year and not done anything with it. So now's a really good time to do that. I had another thought. It's gone. It'll come back. And then, you know, systems. You know, you can't be successful without systems, but I have to admit I'm pretty system adverse because I think a lot of systems are too cumbersome and I think they don't really have any value, right? Some of it's just filling out paperwork to say you did, right? Oh, I know what I was going to say. The other reason I wanted to do this class is I approach business planning and goal setting from a very different perspective. You know, the traditional one, and I laughed because I got this from my broker about a week and a half ago. It's your business plan for next year, right? And the first page is I'm supposed to do a budget. I'm supposed to sit down and figure out what all my expenses are and figure out what I need to make for the year. I don't know. And I started laughing because I'm looking at that, and at the bottom line, I just wanted to write, I need to make a boatload of money. And then on the next page, you're supposed to decide, well, what's your average price point, and how many listings do you think you're going to do, and how many buyers, and what's your split, and how many interviews do you have to do to get the client, to get them closed, and I'm like, well, they tell you usually need more than you think. So I'm like, okay, well, I need a boatload times 2 on that page. But I think, you know, most business plans, and in theory, that's good, right? Like I realize I'm supposed to know those numbers, but I also realize my personality is I'm never going to know those numbers, right? And all I'm going to do is stress myself out or make a bunch of stuff up, in which case it's irrelevant, right? And I think a lot of agents go through that, or you figure all that stuff out and then you throw it in the drawer and you never do anything about it. You never look at it until next year when you're supposed to do it and you're thinking, oh, I wonder what I wrote last year. I should see. So I'm a big planner. I'm a big systems person, but I definitely come at it from a very different avenue than a lot of other people so that I feel like it's beneficial at the end of the day. We're going to talk about a lot of that today. All right, my story. Stephanie, you weren't here in the beginning, but I cannot get this darn thing focused for the life of me. But I figured it fit for today because we're talking about focus when it comes to, so, you know, the fact that it's unfocused, it'll come into play. So most of you guys know me and you know my story, but this is Gary and I and our 2 little boys, Alex and Ryan, at the Trellis restaurant at the Heathman, downtown Kirkland. You guys ever eaten there? It's great. We love it. It's fantastic. It's the guy has his own farm, so it's all farm to table dining. And, you know, admittedly with a 5 and an 8-year-old, we're in like the Mexican Thai food pizza stage of life when it comes to eating out, right? It's the flavors work. It comes pretty fast. If it all blows up with the kids, we can be in and out in 20 minutes if we need to, you know, from the time we eat to the time we're ready to go. But the Trellis is that one kind of nicer restaurant where we seem to be able to take the kids and they like going there. And, you know, they work with our pace. Gary and I are usually on our entrees and Alex and Ryan are, you know, eating cookies, you know, because they keep them busy and everything. But it works. But, you know, I've got my 2 kids, 5 and 8, and my husband, and real estate's been really, really good to me. I've been at this for 16 years. But, you know, there's definitely been some struggles along the way in terms of having a life and figuring out, okay, how am I going to do this, right? How am I going to be a mom? How am I going to walk my kids to school and volunteer in their class and be at their sporting events and still do the level of business that I want to do? And I've spent a lot of time in the last few years taking different classes and trying different things in my business to figure it out. And I'm happy to say I have it. I can't tell you it's perfect. I can't tell you it always works out exactly the way I want to, but I've definitely figured out enough things that I've started to have success with it. And through doing that, I've started to get a lot of calls from agents across the country and even different trainers, because most trainers are great, but they don't sell real estate anymore. And I find that a lot of times there's that disconnect when you take a class and you think, okay, this is great, but then there's the real world application of it, right? And sometimes people struggle with that when they go to a class. It's like, okay, and sometimes the trainers can't answer that question, right? Because they, in all honesty, haven't sold in a long time. So that's how I started getting those phone calls, and it just has morphed into me teaching classes. And as much as I love real estate and as great as real estate has been to me, this is the part that fires me up beyond belief. You know, talking about different things, strategizing about how can you take what you've already been doing and make it better. And we're going to talk about that a lot today. I see, in all honesty, a lot of agents doing the right thing, but there's little different tweaks you can make to get better results and do different things. And we'll be talking about that a lot. How are those little shifts so you're not even having to implement something new? Because that's the other fear, right? You go to these classes and now you're like, Well, that's a great idea, but who has time for that? I can't shut my whole business down to reinvent the wheel and come up with all new things, and you don't need to do that. We've got one more gal coming, but I'm going to close this. Don't keep them all out there. Okay, so that is my story. So my mission is to help agents simplify their business, boost their income, and love their life. I see a lot of agents just making it too complicated. In fact, I taught at the perfect examples, the company I work for, Windermere, had a technology summit last week, and I taught 2 classes. I taught one on blogging and one on email marketing. And those are the perfect examples of, we just make it too complicated, right? People aren't doing blogging or email marketing because there's too many steps. You know, I was thinking about it this morning. Do you realize that the whole social media industry did not exist 10 years ago? You know, I know there was MySpace and stuff like that, we'll say 10 years ago, but really to the extent that it is now, it's an entire industry of advertising, but it's an entire multi-billion-dollar industry of training. Training people how to post on Facebook and how to do a blog post and all of that kind of stuff. Hi, how are you? No, you're fine. Come on in. Because they're making it so complicated. And that happens to me too. I remember in the beginning, and I do a lot on Facebook, and I get a lot of business from Facebook. Tons of great stuff happens for me. But in the beginning, there were all these classes, and they tell you exactly how you're supposed to do it, right? And they made it too complicated. You're supposed to post 1.5 times a day, and you're supposed to, a third of it's supposed to be business, and then you're supposed to do that, and there's supposed to be all these matrices about how often should you post on others people's things, and it's too complicated, right? And there's too many different things to think about, and after a while, I'm not myself, right? I'm not showing up as me. I'm either not doing it because I'm so freaked out now that I'm going to do it wrong, or when I do it, I'm not, like I said, I'm not being genuine. I'm trying to fulfill, okay, well, I said I was supposed to say it this way, and then it comes out as some really ridiculous, lame thing that doesn't get me anything, right? So I went back and simplified it and said, well, okay, what if I just post what I want to post and show up as me? It works great. I don't know if I'm meeting the matrices of how I'm supposed to do things or all of those classes. I had to just let all that go, right? And I think sometimes we try to make it, it's almost like we're looking for too much information. We need less information instead of more, because when you get more information, now it's just going to confuse you, right? And put you into inaction because you're too worried about, oh my God, I'm not doing all these different pieces. Just do the pieces you can, right? Currently you're doing nothing. If it's, you know, blogging or whatever, if you're doing nothing, doing something is going to get you a whole lot further than doing nothing, even if you didn't do it technically right. So simplifying your business, boosting your income. Who doesn't want to do that? And love your life. Anyone can make success difficult. The hard part is making it simple. That's actually a Richard Branson quote. And I just love that, because I think there's a lot of, and I think that happens too with a lot of different things. You go to classes, and I think sometimes they just make it too darn difficult. They're giving you too much information. There's too many steps that if you did them, I'm not saying the steps aren't relevant. I'm just saying they're not as important as they make them out to be, you know. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what clout is, but at the same time, that's one of those things, if I get into that, I'm going to freak myself out. I'm not going to do anything else. All I know is I post stuff on Facebook that feels right, and I get phenomenal results from it. The stuff that's come from that works for me, and I didn't follow anybody else's formula. So could I use the formula and make it better? Maybe, but there's also a good chance I'm going to shut myself down, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What is it? It's like, it's like your social media score or something.
It's your social media scorecard thing. So you go to KLOUT. We can talk about it later, but
I don't know.
You can, yeah, you log in with Facebook, and it'll go through all your posts and how influential you've been, and it'll rate you.
And see, that's the stuff that freaks me out. Yeah. Do you have a good clout score?
Well, I do, but not because
Yeah.
It's because I have a stupid number of friends on Facebook.
Yeah. But then, are you going to get a client based on your clout score?
I would say not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's cool. And some people are just super into that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you're super into social media and that's like your thing, do it. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying if that's not your thing, don't kill yourself trying to figure all that stuff out, right? You know, like even for social media, there's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's Pinterest, I do Facebook. That's it. Because that's the one I rock at, right? And I'm not saying Twitter and Pinterest are bad or anything like that, but I'd rather rock at one thing than kind of half-ass a bunch of stuff, right? Yeah. And get no results on anything. So it's about picking your battles. Or just deciding what works for you, right? Other people love Twitter. They think it's the coolest thing ever. Do it, you know? But also go where your clients are. If your clients aren't on Twitter, it doesn't make any sense to do it. Same with Pinterest, right? If your clients aren't on Pinterest, don't do it. So 5 key factors for success. 1, focus on small, sustainable actions. I'm going to borrow your book.
Oh, sure.
Has anybody heard of or read this book, The Kaizen Way? Yeah, you could probably get it at Buffini Mastermind.
Is that where I was like, where did I do
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Because Mary Lee came back after Buffini Mastermind and was like, hey, you got to check out this book. It's awesome. Has anybody else heard of it or read it? So it's about this guy, or actually it's about back in one of the wars. I don't know if it was like World War II or something like that. But Japan was really struggling, and the United States needed Japan as like an ally in Asia, and so they were struggling with industry and all that kind of stuff. So they sent a whole team over there. The Americans sent a team over, and it's all about the Kaizen way, which is small steps moving you forward, like infinitesimally. It's a hard word to say. Small steps, you know. And just focusing on those. There's, you know, the little steps, and then there's reinvention. And whenever we struggle, I know I go through this too, right? When something's not right, whether it's my business, or I feel like my diet's off, or I want to lose weight, or whatever, I feel like I got to do it all at one time, right? It's like, okay, I need to lose a couple pounds, so I'm going to eat lettuce for 4 days straight. Which, first of all, I can't do. And even if I did, I'm going to follow it up with like a giant bag of Halloween candy, so it doesn't matter. But, you know, but we all feel like that's what we have to do, right? It's got to be big to get big results. But big results aren't sustainable, and they're overwhelming, and we're probably not going to do them fully anyway. Whereas if you take these tiny steps, they make all the difference. And it made a huge difference in Japan. And then this guy has taken it even to his medical practice. Like he talked about this gal that came in, you know, single mom, 2 kids, working 2 jobs, and she's, you know, overweight, high blood pressure, just lots of medical issues coming, right? And obviously she needs to eat better and work out, but, you know, he can also tell that if he tells this woman who's completely frazzled and brain fried, hey, you need to go to the gym for an hour a day, she's probably going to punch him in the face because she has no time and she's already worn out. So what he said was, hey, you watch 30 minutes of TV a night. That's your, like, sanity piece. Could you get up during the commercials and walk in place for 1 minute? She's like, I'll try it. And she did. And that minute became 2 minutes, and it became 3 minutes. But even in just doing that 1 minute, what it did is it changed her outlook on herself. It gave her confidence. It made her feel like she was doing something, even though marching in place for a minute in front of the TV is not going to, you know, you're not dropping 50 pounds doing that. But it gave her the confidence that she could do something. And so not only did she start adding those minutes up, but she started getting results, and then she started, you know, working out more, eating better, all of that stuff. So it's about taking those tiny little steps. And I think that so perfectly applies to our business, right? Because we feel like, oh my God, I have to call my clients. I'm supposed to be doing forward calls, you know, those just check-in calls with my clients, and I'm supposed to be doing 10 a day. I'm not doing any. And you're just like, what? Never mind, I'll try it next month. Or I need to do an email marketing program, and oh my God, I have to figure out what I'm going to send, and am I going to send the right thing? And as a result, you don't do anything, right? So it's an easy read. I think it's a fantastic book, and I just think that principle of small, sustainable actions is so perfect in all areas of our life, right? Because, and if you've been to one of my classes before, you've probably heard me talk about this, but success, making any change, even if it's a change for the better, means getting outside of your current comfort zone, which, you know, and you might not like where you're at. It might not be all that comfortable in your comfort zone, but it is your comfort zone, and that's what you're used to. And so making a change, you're hardwired to fight it. It's that whole fight or flight response that we've had for thousands of years, right? And so you can try and make these big changes and get into a new comfort zone. But again, you're going to fight it. Even if you get there, it's going to be so much harder than if you just make those tiny little steps. And all of a sudden, before you know it, you've expanded your comfort zone and gotten closer to success, and you haven't fought it along the way. So that'll be a big theme for today. Invest in yourself. By taking classes, by going to the gym and working out, but doing different things for yourself. It's important not only for you, but for your clients. But there's something about when you invest in yourself, you show the universe that you're for real, right? Okay, I am worthy of my goal. I am going to do this. And it's okay. And I've got a fun story at the end of this little section here about how sometimes it all comes together. You work on your self-confidence and your mindset. And that might sound silly, but we all have our own things, right? Our own things that block us from success, that show up in lots of different ways. And your mindset, I believe that if your mindset isn't there, you can do all the right actions and you're not going to get the results that you really, really want. And it plays out in lots of different ways that we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But truly that sense that you know you can do it. Learn to trust that it will all work out. I'm a big universe kind of person. And learn to trust that it will all work out. You'll be amazed sometimes at the way things come together. And get clear on what you want. It's interesting. I think a lot of us, and I know I fall into this too, can fall into the trap of not really being clear on what your goals are. And I was working on a puzzle. We have a puzzle right now that we're doing on our dining room table the other night, and it was so clear when I was working on that puzzle. Do you ever do puzzles, and when you're just looking at the pieces, you can't figure out anything? None of them fit together. But if you get that one piece, and you can see what's supposed to go next to it, all of a sudden it's like in the next 10 seconds you find that piece and it fits together perfectly, right? Mm-hmm. Because you're clear on what you're looking for. You're like, I'm looking for the piece that matches this one. And it goes together and you can find it. But if you're just looking at all of the pieces spread out and you're like, let's find something and see how they fit together, you can't do it, right? None of them match, none of them anything. But if you get really clear and you put it together, it's amazing how much faster that puzzle goes together. So in everything in your life, and we'll talk about it a little bit today, but kind of just be thinking about it for the next couple days. What is it that you want? You want more time off. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean you want Fridays off? You want to take Friday off all day? Does that mean you want your weekend nights off? Does it mean you want time to take a 10-day vacation and go somewhere? Like, what does that mean to you? And you want to do more business. Okay, well, what does that mean? More business is that you want to sell one more house? Do you want to make one more, like one more dollar? What does that mean to you when you say you want to do more business? And I don't break it down too far into I want, a certain number of listings and a certain number of buyers, but if you want to do more business, how many houses do you want to sell next year? What exactly does that mean to you? And what does that money look like to you? The clearer you can get on that, the easier it'll be to reach that goal. And I think a lot of times, like I said, we don't realize that we're being unclear. You just think, well, I want to have more time off, or I want to make more money. Okay, but how much more? Or do you want to increase your price point? Because there's lots of different ways to make more money, right? One is sell more property, and two is sell more expensive properties. So you might not be doing that many more transactions, but you're doing things that pay more. So get really clear on that. So mindset is as important as the actions. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about mindset in this first session. So this is a little bit of my woo-woo side, indulge me here, but I think it's highly, highly relevant in the sense that, we all started perfect and whole. When you're little babies and you're born, there's nothing wrong with you, right? In terms of you don't have any issues, you don't have any flaws, you're fine. You're perfect and whole the way you are. But then somewhere along the way, fear and doubt gets in. And it affects you in ways you don't even realize. And it could be something somebody said to you. It could be something you read along the way. Sometimes we don't even remember, right? But so maybe it was a conversation you had at the dinner table one time, or something, like I said, something somebody said, or a movie you watched, or something got in and took hold. There was something wrong with you, or that you couldn't achieve your goal in one way or another. You know, I have to admit, I know for me, I had a lovely boyfriend in college who, when he broke up with me, told me that I couldn't do better than him, but he could do better than me. And I didn't have what it took to achieve my goals.
Oh.
Yes.
Have you ever looked him up to see what he's doing now?
Oh, yeah, I'm kicking his ass. For the record.
Yeah.
I'm not editing that out either. But you know what? I believed him. At that time, I believed him. Because I thought he knew better than me. I thought he was right. It took me a long time to get over that. But I worked on it. I knew that it wasn't right, and I knew it was causing me issues, and I worked on it. But we all have something like that that's happened, right? And, you know, whatever, he was young. Maybe he meant it, maybe he didn't, right? You know, sometimes the things that happen or things people say to us, they don't even realize what they're saying. It's not that anybody was trying to be mean to you or trying to keep you down. Sometimes that's just happened to be what you let in today, right? If somebody said that to me today, I'd be like, whatever, back at you, you know? Like it wouldn't even faze me. But he caught me on the right day in the right situation, and it got in. We all have that thing that gets in that's holding you back, and sometimes you don't put the two and two together, right? It took me a long time to realize that was an issue, right? So think about that stuff. And this is not about everybody's got their own take on things. I'm not a big fan of, now I have to spend years on the couch and we got to like work it out. I just need to know that that's where it came from. So now I can make an intelligent decision that I'm going to move forward and do something else, that I don't have to take that. That doesn't mean just because he said it doesn't mean it was right, you know? So I'm going to make conscious decisions to move forward on other things. And I think, you know, there's a lot of negativity, you know, even if you don't have stuff like that, there's just a lot of negativity out there, right? You read a newspaper, you go on the internet, you watch a movie. There's so much violence and negativity out there that it gets in ways you don't even realize. You can have conversations. For me now, it starts with, you know, for me, when I'm at the office, I'm usually in my little office and, you know, we've got our computers and stuff. I don't really go out and interact with that many people. I just come in, I do my thing, and I leave. But every now and then I'll be like getting some water, you know, in the resource room, and some agent will come in and they'll kind of start venting about whatever's going on, you know, in their market, or God, it's not coming together, and I'm writing all these offers. And I think I'm being nice, and I'll try to commiserate with them, like, oh, yeah, whatever. You know, thinking, well, if that's your truth, then that's good. My truth happens to be a different one, but if that's yours. But it'll get in, and then all of a sudden, a couple of months later, I realize I'm still whining about the market kind of thing, right? And so there's so many negative things that get in. Mindset is not a one-shot deal, right? It's not like, oh, I said some affirmations, or I thought a good thought today, I'm handled for the rest of my life. It's one of those, you have to constantly be counterbalancing the other things that are coming into your life and having reminders that there's lots of good things that happen as well. I actually went for a walk. My business coach, I have a business coach that I work with, and we talk at 6 o'clock on Monday mornings. And she said, her advice was actually just go for a walk today and notice all of the magic that's in the world. And I did, and it was amazing. I went for a walk along Lake Washington Boulevard in Kirkland, and it's if you think about it, this is such a magical time of year. Just the trees and the colors and the textures and the shapes and stuff that are out there, to just go for an hour-long walk and actually like pay attention instead of kind of looking at the sidewalk to make sure I don't trip on the curb kind of thing, but to actually look around. There's lots of great things out there to support you. So anyway, little tangent, but I think relative. But anyway, so somehow we all have that fear, that thing that, you know, kind of causes an issue. So somehow that got in. And it affects us in ways we don't even realize. You know, a lot of times it starts as a physical reaction, right? You know, for me, I can get up here and I can teach this class and do things like that but my natural personality is I'm kind of an introvert. I'm kind of shy, right? You know, I can go into a cocktail party and decide, okay, I'm going to be social, but there's always that little bit of like my stomach kind of gets in knots ahead of time. I get a little nervous. It's funny, I'm actually going to New York next week for a conference. And I've gotten really comfortable in all of my stuff I do on the West Coast, but I'm going all by myself to New York. And I'm like, oh, little girl in the big city, what am I going to do? It's like on the one hand, I want to get out and explore. And on the other hand, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to sit in my hotel room and it'll be fine, I'm sure. But, you know, a lot of times it starts with that physical reaction, right? You know, that nervousness, that, oh, I don't want to go, and you get all stressed out. And then your actions start to change in ways, like I said, you're not even realizing it. It's like all of a sudden when you're nervous that maybe you're not really worthy of that success. Maybe you're not as great as you think you are, or you want to be, or you can't do it. You start, maybe you're not replying to emails as quickly as you normally would with your clients. You start to self-sabotage in different ways, you know, or you're not as forthcoming in your listing presentations as you might normally be. There's lots of little ways that you kind of stop showing up for yourself. Is this resonating with anybody? Is anybody feeling like, yeah, I've got different things in my life? You don't have to disclose them, but is this, I mean, we all have these things, right? Then they show up in lots of different ways. And so your job is just to notice them. Again, it's not about beating yourself up. It's not about you're doing something wrong or that's right, that you can't do it. You know, oh, look, I can't do it because I can't figure out how to have this conversation with the seller. Or I can't, you know, I can't do it because I can't figure out how to get to the gym. It's just noticing that and realizing that maybe that came from somewhere else, right? So our results affect us in ways that we can't figure out why. I know for me, one of them is... you know, public speaking is supposed to be one of the biggest fears of all time, right? It's like up there in the top 5 or 10 or whatever. I happen to actually really like it. I love teaching these classes. But in the beginning, I was terrified. I mean, people would put me on stage and seriously, I could not tell you my name without stuttering. Like, I just couldn't do it. My mind would go blank. I'd completely freak out. And then I'd get off and just feel like a moron and feel like, see, I can't do it. Maybe I can't. I got to give it up. And then one day, I can't even say what sparked it, but I realized, it was like, hey, I don't even know if I'm really afraid of public speaking. I think I'm afraid of it because everybody told me to. And the thing, I know what it was that made me realize that. I was trying to figure out, how long do I have to suck at it before I can be good at it? And when I realized, like, maybe there was a predetermined amount of time that I had to be lousy before I could be good, I thought, well, that's stupid. Now I'm just following somebody else's predetermined deal, right? What if I decided I didn't have to be lousy at it and I just went and had fun and showed up as me, right? I realized that wasn't my fear. That was one I took on from somebody else because they said I was supposed to have it. And that relates back to me when I was a kid. You know, I was the one that I was kind of a geek, right? I always raised my hand in class and I felt like, and then I felt like a moron because everybody kind of made fun of me, right? So I was like, well, but I want to fit in, right? And to fit in, that means I have to be scared and nervous and bad at public speaking until I, you know, have paid my dues and decided that, okay, now I've been lousy for long enough that I can go do something else and show up a different way. And then I realized, well, nobody said I had to follow those rules. That's somebody else's rules, right? So think about it. And like I said, you can get as personal or as not as you want to, but what are some of the ways that you guys think you might not be showing up as fully as you could in your business right now?
Somebody else is going to be more than me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Anyone else?
No phone calls.
Your phone's not ringing?
No, I mean, I'm not calling.
Oh.
Yeah, finding excuses to call your past clients without seeming like you're pushing or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like being inauthentic.
Yeah.
Especially for ones that weren't your friends necessarily beforehand.
Like you always call the same ones.
Yeah. These are easy.
Yeah.
Easy ones.
Yeah.
I fall into that trap, I'll be totally honest. Anybody else? Things that you're not doing in your business or just anywhere. in your life because of something that got in that said, you know what, maybe you're not good enough to do that, or maybe you can't do that. No?
I haven't figured out how to get the workout routine in.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's always getting pushed, or getting out in my garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, God forbid somebody calls.
Yeah.
I can't. I have trouble saying no
Yeah.
to everything and everyone.
Absolutely. What?
We were going to have a competition on
Yeah.
saying no.
Oh.
Another thing for me is no marketing plan, just
Mm-hmm.
shooting from the hip. I've been doing it for years.
Yep. It's pretty common. Anybody else?
Having a great plan but not following through on it.
Yeah. Which I think a lot of us do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else? All right. Yeah, for me, the workout thing, it's tough, right? I have to admit, for me, working out, that's my mental sanity time. I always laugh, when I was younger, and I've always been someone who works out a fair amount, but when I was younger, it was all about like how my clothes would fit, right? That's really why I worked out. Now, how my clothes fit is a complete side bonus. Like, I'm saner when I work out. that is my mental sanity time. So I get up early and do it. I do it first thing before anything else can kind of get in the way. And I just do it because I know it's one of those things you just have to decide to do it, right? Which, I mean, right? Okay. I'm not telling you anything new. Yeah. But making a priority. I find that is also my, I think better when I work out. Like, I come up with all kinds of answers. Even that walk I did on Monday, there were some things I'm trying to figure out, okay, with all of my training, what's my next, how do I really want to, serve agents and take care of them? And I've been having a hard time figuring that out. And I went on a walk and I figured it out in like 20 minutes. Because it's like you get out, it's something about getting out of your normal space and moving around, kind of thing, too. But, yeah, I know it's a tricky one for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and having a marketing plan and a plan. We're going to talk about that today for sure. And yeah, someone else will know more than me, but they don't. They don't know any more than you do. Yeah. So, absolutely not calling. Okay, we'll talk about all of those today. It's good stuff. So again, the typical reaction is to fix it. And I just talked about that a little bit, in that I always find it interesting. Again, there's so many different industries out there on how you can fix all your stuff, right? Just like I talked about with the public speaking. I could decide I had to be lousy at it because that's what I'm supposed to do, and then figure out how long I'm supposed to be lousy at it. And I'm sure there's a course out there I can take and invest lots of money in to figure out how to be a better, it's all about fixing your issues, and we're trained to do that, right? That's what all of the advertising is about anymore. It's what's your issue, and we have the solution. And sometimes it's legitimate, right? Sometimes you have something that you need outside help on, but I think there's also a lot of things that you can almost stop looking for the fix and just decide to do it. I remember when I was having a hard time one time, when I was in college and stuff, and I was talking with my dad, and my dad is awesome. He always knows exactly what to say at the right time. It's like, Dad, I just feel like I used to be so good at this, and now I'm not anymore. Now I've lost it. And he said, you know what, Nicole? He said, you can never lose it. He said, you can bury it. He said, it might get lost for a while, but it's always there. You just got to go find it again, right? So it kind of goes back to that. We all started perfect and whole. Sometimes you might need some outside help, but it's there. It's not that you have to go recreate yourself and start something new. And for me, that's a freeing feeling, because it's realizing that I can move forward from where I'm at, right? I certainly can get help along the way. I have coaches and things that I work with. I'm a big fan of getting help for lots of different things, but it's not because I'm broken. It's because I just need help to get to that next step, and being accountable to somebody else helps me, and having somebody else's outside opinion helps me, but it's not because I can't do it or I'm not capable. So what if the fear was not real and we let it go? Just like the public speaking thing, right? What if that fear that you're not smart, not smart enough, or somebody knows more than you, or that fear that you can't make those phone calls and connect with your clients because you don't know what to say and you're going to sound like a cheese ball. What if that wasn't true and you just let it go? I can tell you I've had that fear too, right? In my business, I used to always be really good at staying in touch with my clients, but I did a lot of emailing versus phone calling. And then about 10 years ago, I went to a class and the guy said, you need to make phone calls. I was like, I don't want to make phone calls. I want to email. But I thought, well, this guy told me I was supposed to do it, so fine, I'll do it. I can tell you some of the best money I've made in real estate is doing things that I thought were stupid ideas so that I could say I did them and I could get onto them finally telling me the right ideas, right? Phone calls was one of them. And I thought, this isn't going to make a difference. I already do all this stuff. I'm just going to pick up the phone and call so I can prove you wrong. He was right, darn it. It made a huge difference in my business. But I had to let go of that fear of I wasn't going to say the right thing or it's going to be awkward. And I'll be honest, sometimes it is, But more, I would say 99.9% of the time, it's not. It's fine. So we'll talk about that a little bit more today. So let's say all of that was gone. All of that feeling of I can't do this, or I can't figure this out, or I'm working so hard, I never get time off, or I'm never going to actually be able to get to where I want to be. I'm just going to keep on this little hamster wheel of constantly moving around. What if that was gone? What if you actually had the confidence? What if you knew you could not fail with whatever it is you wanted to do, business or otherwise? How would you feel? How would you show up different?
Just go out there and get it.
Yeah, you'd stop wasting time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You just do it. Copy Nike.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, you stop wasting time. Absolutely. Anything else? How would you show up? How would it be different?
Like just bounce around all over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Empowered. The energy level would be great.
Yeah, because it's an energy suck to not feel confident about something, right? You can just feel yourself just like wah, wah, wah. Somebody said something over here.
Empowered.
Yeah. What else?
Confident.
Yeah. What else? How else would you show up?
Not so serious. Maybe more lighthearted.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we have a tendency to take our business way too seriously. It's important, but it's not as serious as some of us make it. Yeah.
Because I think authentic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's great.
I think the clients appreciate that because we do have all that good information,
Yeah.
energy. We've got the skills, and if we can just be authentic with and share that with people, with their goals in mind, it seems like they appreciate it.
Yeah, I think they really do for sure. I think they can definitely feel that. Perfect. So then the question is, how do you create more of this in your life? And I think sometimes you need to look outside of your business to begin with. Because if you're not feeling this in your business right now, for me to tell you, okay, well, you just need to decide to be more confident. You need to decide to be bouncier, right? Stop talking, Nicole. You're bugging me. But how do you translate it over, right? Like for me, sometimes I feel really good after a workout, right? If I've had a really good workout, that's when I feel more confident. And that's where I feel kind of more lighthearted because I've just cleared out all the cobwebs. I've gotten all the junk out of my head. So sometimes if I have to make a phone call that I don't want to, right, I'll go for a walk and I'll do something that makes me feel better about myself. So then when I come back and I do that phone call, I can transfer these feelings that I've gotten from working out into making those phone calls or into doing things like that. And I think that's So it's, finding whatever that is for you, whether it's, going for a walk or reading a great book or doing something, maybe working in your garden, right? Maybe if you can reframe it as that working in your garden is going to make you feel this way, which is going to make you show up different in your business, right? Which means you don't have to, and that's the thing for all of us to realize, you don't have time to work in your garden. I mean, really, you don't, right? You're too busy. You don't have time to work out. You're never going to have time for any of it. In all reality, you don't have time to be here today. But you decided it was important, and you made the choice to be here because you decided it was going to give you something that was greater than the potential frustration of having to take a day out of your business, right? Taking time to garden or work out for 30 minutes, you're never going to have time for it. It's all about the thing that I do on a constant basis is, I don't have time for anything. So, but what is the best thing I can be doing right now? And sometimes that's calling a client. Sometimes it's going to the gym. Sometimes it's volunteering in my son's classroom. But letting go of the feeling like you're going to have to find the time for it. You're not. You're just going to have to decide I'm doing it now. But then realize that, okay, but also by doing this, it's worth taking the time because it's going to give me this other stuff and I'm going to show up differently in my business and with my clients. And maybe it saves me time with my clients, or maybe it just makes me less cranky, and frustrated about the fact that, I'm out here doing this stuff at 6 o'clock at night when I'd be home snuggling with my boys, reading them stories, right? Because there are those times. I'm a big fan of not working nights and weekends, and I work far fewer than I used to, but sometimes you just got to do it, So, but if I know I took the time to do some of those things that were important to me during the day, I show up a lot nicer and more friendly and more authentic than when I haven't taken the time to either work out or go and volunteer in the kids' class or be at baseball practice. And now I'm cranky, right? I'm cranky that I didn't do any of that. And now the one chance I was going to have with my kids, I had to give it up to be with you. And that is, I'm not that nice usually when I show up.
Yeah.
So it's better for me, it's better for my clients if I take the time to do that.
Yeah.
So what would you do? And we talked about that a little bit just now. What are the different things you can do? And how can you make yourself feel more confident? And again, look for things outside of your business that you can then translate that experience over to start with, and then you're going to find confidence in little things like, hey, I picked up the phone and called one of my clients and they still knew who I was. Because that's always the fear, right? If you haven't talked to your clients in a while, live, like I'm going to call them and either the number is going to be disconnected because they've moved or they'll answer the phone and not know who I am. And then you call and you realize they do know who you are and they're excited to talk to you and they actually have all kinds of things to fill you in on about what they've done at their house or in the yard and things like that. And that will give you confidence, right? That'll allow you to stop doing some of those things. So know that you can do it, which sounds so simple, and I know that sounds trite, but it's true. You can do it. I came out, I graduated with a degree in nutrition and chemistry, right? So I'm like math geek to the nth degree. Like everybody was stressed out about biochemistry in school. I couldn't figure out, we've talked about this before. I couldn't figure out what the big deal was, right? Because that's how my brain works. I'm like, this is pretty easy. I'm not sure why everybody's, So when I got into real estate, it's all new, right? Communication, client service, running a business, marketing,
Yeah.
brand new to me. Not stuff I've ever heard of or spent any time on before. I had to learn all of it. I remember sitting there going, man, I'm smart. Why am I having a hard time figuring this stuff out, right? Because it's all new stuff and it's all stuff you have to figure out like now.
Yeah.
But I kept at it, right? The only difference between me and maybe somebody else who started at the same time and hasn't made it to the same place is I showed up every day. I treated this is my career. That's the tricky part, right? Real estate, you're your own boss. And most of us are lousy bosses in that we don't show up. We show up maybe when we have a client. Yeah.
Just being doing it, I've noticed in our office, I'm the only one that shows up in the morning.
Yeah.
No one there until 9, 10, 11 o'clock.
Exactly.
Straggle in.
Yeah, and then they can't figure out why their businesses aren't doing what they want to do.
Well, some of them do pretty good. Well, the one guy, I don't know who Buck Hoffman is.
Oh yeah, he does great business.
He's there every day.
Yeah.
He's there every day at 9 o'clock in the morning. He's still sitting there at 6 o'clock at night.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he's our number one agent.
Exactly. You know, if you show up.
He looks like. You know what he looks like?
Yeah, he's a different kind of guy.
He's a different kind of guy. He's a curmudgeon with a hat on.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah. He's got his own special little brand of whatever, but it works for him, right?
It works for him. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But he's there every freaking day.
And that's
Saturday. I don't know. He's alive. He's there on Saturdays too.
Is he? So, yeah.
Oh, he's happy as a hat. He loves it.
Yeah. He is.
Loves it. He's got a little gal as his assistant who works there with him. And he just. This is great. He loves it.
That's perfect.
He was a school teacher for 30 years. Now he's in real estate for 30 years.
Oh gosh, wow. There you go. Yeah.
I think it was from one of the. I think it was a webinar from Ninja Christie or something.
Oh yeah.
That you sent me, I thought.
Oh maybe.
Anyway, it was a long time ago. But the one thing that I took away from it was do that one thing, and I write it on my this blotter on my desk. Do that one thing, and it's do that one thing. That you don't want to do each morning, but will transform your business or transform your day.
Absolutely. And
just doing that one thing, once you do that, I do think you fill yourself with, the confidence and feeling empowered. And,
absolutely. And it's amazing how much more you can get done in a day when you do that one thing first.
There.
Yeah. Because if you wait till the afternoon, you'll spend so much time leading up to that, procrastinating on it, right? And it kind of sucks up all your brain space. You just do it first, and you're right. You feel confident. You're like, handled.
That was a piece of
cake.
Yeah. I didn't feel confident in opening houses to start with. So I've done 4 now.
Yeah.
The last one I did, I went to Buck. Buck, what am I doing wrong? Well, just go in there. I did this open house last weekend. Just go in and watch football. Just watch the football game. When they come in, ignore them.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's.
So just ignore them. Say hi, look around, come back and see who you go. I got 8 leads out of that. I got 8 email addresses out of that.
I love it.
He said, don't stand up because you're too imposing, you're too big.
You're a bigger guy.
Large person. You'll intimidate them. Look up at them when they come in, they'll give you anything you want.
Really?
And it did work. I just took names and addresses. Start emailing them Monday, and it worked out.
That's awesome.
I got to watch the game and say, hi, how's it going? Who's winning the game?
Cool.
Who's winning? I said, see, I'm actually going to win here. And he come by and says, well, then I say, I would just simple say, how's it going in your search? So, well, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what, give me your email address. So I got the email address and wrote down. By the way, in case I can't get you, can I have your phone number?
Look at you.
And then they put down their phone number. And what's your full name? I got it all. He says, it works like a charm.
Really?
That's what he told me to do.
Huh. All right.
His other deal, I'll tell you this is the funniest thing.
Okay. So now women, we're going to be out there watching football going, I hate this stupid game, but I hope somebody signs up.
When they come back and ask him for information, he says, congratulations.
Oh.
Here's $100,000. Gives him $100,000 payday power.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
And they start laughing,
and then that's his.
And I gave away $1 million last week.
That's funny.
And they just come. He's like curmudgeon. He's like a magnet.
Non-threatening.
He's very non-threatening.
Yeah,
non-threatening.
Pursuing.
Yeah, exactly.
And he works great for him. I can't believe it. He's like a magnet.
That's funny.
It's going to be our new business HR.
I know.
Well, no,
we're going to show up in Hawaiian shirts.
It's a little different it's probably a little different for a woman, but a guy.
Yeah.
A big guy. When you stand up and you look down at people, he kind of look at you like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So he says, stay below them. Let them be the dominant person. You be the lower person.
Huh.
So
there you go.
And it worked for me. I couldn't believe it. I was getting 0 when I was standing up talking to people.
Yeah.
Weeks before I would get 0. No one would give me
Isn't that funny?
I just sat down and they just came.
Small change makes a huge difference.
I know. I was just, whoa. Just surprised that I got it.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
There was 8 people came through and I got 7.
Good for you.
Nice.
Right on. That's congratulations. Right on.
You learn something every day.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, right? It's about showing up every single day and not being afraid to try something different and make tweaks. This is a great business. There's a lot to it. I mean, there's a lot to do, but it's not It's not rocket science. Like, let's be real, right? I mean, there's stuff you need to know for sure, but it's about knowing that you can do this, but you have to just commit to it and be willing to try different things.
I was amazed.
I love it. Thanks for sharing that story. That is great.
Yeah, that's good.
So what would you do if you knew you could not fail? You know, don't be afraid to dream. There's all kinds of stuff you can do, right? But what would you do? What would you do in your business? But then also, what would your life look like? What would, where would you go on vacation? What kind of car would you drive? I was having a conversation with somebody. So I like cars. I love them. I like nice cars. I know it's not supposed to matter, but I love them. And I want a Maserati. That is my next car I'm going to own, for sure. It's funny, I was walking the kids to school, and this one van gets up. It's like a minivan, and it's the cool ones. You know, you push the buttons on the doors, whoosh, and the kids pop out, and then it's all scientific. You know, and Ryan, our youngest, goes, because obviously we talk about the car thing a lot at home. Ryan, our youngest, goes, Mom, that is cool. Can we get one of those vans? And Alex goes, Mom's getting a Maserati. We can't get a van. I know, but I was talking to somebody about it, and he was like,
Those vans are not cool.
No.
He thought they were cool.
No van is cool.
But, you know, I was talking to somebody, he's like, well, you know, why does it matter? Why should you have to do that? He's like, can't you just be happy in a Honda? It's like, at the end of the day, yes. If I never got a Maserati, if I drove a Honda my whole life, I'd be totally fine with that. It's not about the fact that I'm not happy in one. It's about the fact that it's fun to dream. What would I do if I couldn't fail? I'd drive a Maserati, and I'd have fun.
My dad's girlfriend has that, a buffer toilet in the guest room. What would you do if you could?
Yeah.
And I have one very challenging little boy, and I always wanted to.
One's enough. You're good.
And every time I saw that, I'd say,
Oh,
bless her heart, the most amazing, wonderful little girl.
Yo, you do.
Yes, I just decided to listen to it, and she is. I love my son too, but he's challenging.
Yeah,
but she is just easy peasy, fun.
I love it.
Buggy.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know.
So I need to come up with another thing for going into her bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. What would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Do it. So what goals would you set? You know, no goal is too big. I remember there was a year in real estate that I wanted to double my business. And I was making good money already, right? So doubling it was a sizable jump. And I have a gratitude journal that I write in. Every night I write 5 things that I'm grateful for. And then the 6th thing was, for every night for that year, was I wrote, I'm grateful for making X amount of dollars. I did it. I doubled my business that year. And I think there were lots of different things that played into that, but I think even just that simple act of writing that one thing, like I'm grateful for something in the future, it just got it, like I owned it. You know how sometimes you set a goal and you just know, like you know you're going to do it. It kind of became that because I just, every day, I was like, well, I'm grateful for doing it, like I'd already accomplished it, kind of thing. So when you make a goal, 5 steps to making a goal foolproof. So write it down in the present tense, or even the past tense. Like I wrote, you know, I am grateful for having earned X amount, but not in the future. I'm grateful that I will earn, because that's always the future, right? It's the whole tomorrow's always a day away. So when you writing it down is a huge step. They've done Harvard studies, and I was going to look up the stats, and then I didn't, about the difference between just thinking a goal and writing down a goal. Exponential difference in terms of your chances of achieving it, like hundreds of percentages difference. So write it down.
Is that the ninja thing?
Mm-hmm.
25 times a day?
Yeah, I don't always do it 25 times a day, but even if you just do it once, right? You know, I have a vision board at home, and my goals are on my vision board as well. So it's whatever works for you, whether you write it every day, you put it on your vision board, yeah, whatever works. Feel it and visualize it. And that's, they talk about that in Ninja a lot too, right? You've got to take it and just like, so what would that feel like? You know, what would it feel like to drive a Maserati? You know? I think so. And then Alex, the youngest, then we've had the whole debate on, do I get the 2-door or the 4-door, right? Because if I get the 2-door, the kids are not allowed. He's like, Mom, will you please at least get a 4-door? Like, he's really into this conversation.
That is cute.
It is cute.
I want to go.
I know. I'm like, well, if you can figure out how to keep your feet off the back of my seats. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
You know.
That's irritating.
Yeah, well, they're still at that height, right? Alex is big enough, but Ryan, he's kind of that height that they end up.
My granddaughter pushes it.
Yeah. And so sometimes it's just a height thing, right? It's like that's where their feet end up. So, but visualize it. Look for opportunities.
Do you have a picture of Maserati on your board?
Oh, yeah. Big one. I get the brochure from the dealership and everything. Oh, yeah.
Show up.
I'm not messing around. I will have one. Probably not in the next couple of months, but yeah, no, I'll be driving one. There's no doubt about it. But look for opportunities. I think this is a huge thing when it comes to goal setting, right? In the sense that we're all taught to set goals, and you say, okay, I want a goal of a Maserati, right? And then all you do is wake up every day. There's no Maserati in my driveway. There's no Maserati. Nope, still no Maserati. And all you're doing is what you focus on expands, and you don't even realize it. But what you're doing is focusing on the fact that it's not there, which means it's never going to show up, right? And I heard someone say this once, and it just so resonated with me. It was one of those light bulb moments. And she said, when you set a goal and you ask the universe, and the universe could be God, whatever you want it to be, I just call it the universe. If you ask the universe for something, if you truly want it, they will give it to you. Guaranteed, without question, the universe will provide it for you. But what they do is they provide it in the form of opportunities. And that's the issue, right? They provide it in terms of opportunities, which means the universe will give me all the opportunities I could possibly want or need to go earn the money for that car, right? So my job is to look for those opportunities. The chances of somebody showing up and like dropping one off with a big red bow, possible, but not likely, right? So, but we're not usually looking for the opportunities. We're not trained to think that way. But it's pretty amazing when you do set a goal, you realize, and you start following up on things. I know when I do that, I start realizing like, hey, I could follow up with this client, like a client who maybe would have normally fallen through the cracks, right? It's like you follow up with people differently. You show up to an appointment differently, you know? Maybe this next client, maybe there's enough, commissions from this next client to go buy a Maserati, right? And maybe it's not that house, right? But maybe they're going to do multiple transactions, or maybe sometimes, you get that one client who just becomes that like out of this world referral source, or they've got some other connection. You kind of never know how all the pieces will fit together. But when you're looking for the opportunities, you'll find that you start seeing things you didn't see before. You were missing out on things. So look for those opportunities. And I also think that, again, that's more encouraging because now you're not focused on the fact that you haven't made that money yet, and now you're beating yourself up, right? You're focused on finding the opportunities, which finds more wins and makes you feel better throughout the day because you'll start realizing like, hey, there's really good stuff going on in my life. I now just have to figure out how to do something with that. So, and again, ask yourself, what action can I take today to move myself closer? That kind of goes in with this whole Kaizen idea, right? It's like when you want to do something, it's like, okay, can I show up today and make enough money to go buy this car? Like in the next 12 hours. Maybe not, right? But I could do something. What could I do today that's going to move me forward? Could I make that one extra phone call? Could I do that one extra piece of research for a client that would get them to say yes on something? What's that one thing that I could do to move myself forward? And then look for signs of success. There are signs all around you. And once you declare it, the universe will align itself in magical ways. So I have a fun story to share. So this is, I've been wanting to do, I've got some videos on my website, and I've been wanting to do like professional videos, right? Because I just think they look better, and it makes me, I've been wanting to do it. So there's this, but I've been, again, nervous, right? Like that's stepping into uncomfortable, right? I'm growing my business, I'm making it bigger, and I'm going to go do videos. I mean, that's just weird, right? But there's this guy, his name's Jimbo. Try selling that to your husband. I'm going to go to California to work with some guy, Jimbo, in his house to make videos.
Yeah, right.
Video.
Yeah. He's like, just stop talking. He's like, this is not going to end well. Just go do your thing, and we'll still talk about it. But anyway, so there was this guy, his name's Jimbo, he does live down in California. And I wanted to work with him because I just, again, videos is kind of an uncomfortable thing. I felt a connection, I felt comfortable with him, and I knew that he is also kind of in this industry of doing videos specifically for people who are coaches and trainers. So he would get the message that I was trying to deliver and could help me do that better. So, but I was nervous about doing this, but I thought, you know what, again, I'm going to step into it. I'm going to do it anyway. And it was amazing, again, how the universe lines up. So first of all, and I'm flying in and out of Orange County and stuff. So I fly into Orange County and they upgrade my rental car for me, which is kind of nice. I go do the videos and, you know, do all the stuff. And then I come back and I'm going to stay at the Island Hotel, which if you've ever been down to Newport Beach, if you guys are familiar with it, it's like the very swanky, you got to be pretty hip and happening, right, to live in Newport Beach. So I go stay at this Island Hotel, which is a really fancy hotel, and that was kind of my treat to myself for kind of getting outside of my comfort zone and doing this. But I booked the normal room, right? So I show up, though, and the gal says, hey, we upgraded you to a suite. Don't get lost. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird, but whatever. So I get up there. This is part of it's 1,500 square feet. I had a doorbell because the thing was so big.
Oh my God.
So yeah, you know, you show up, there's this big marble entry. This is the living room and dining room. There's like a 60-inch TV on the wall right here. Back here is a bar, like my own like entertaining bar. The mini bar is its own room because it's got like it's like a kitchen. And then back here is a family room because I need some private space. I can't have public space all the time. I've got 3 decks and then this big monster bedroom.
Wow.
Holy smokes. I looked it up.
You didn't show it to your husband, did you?
Yeah, I did. I sent him pictures. I was like, oh, wish you were here. Sorry. You know, I sat in the family room and then I went and sat in the living room.
Different perspective.
I know, exactly. I was like, oh, I'm going to sit over here now. I guess I can.
At least get some use out of the room.
Yeah, it was fun, right? I looked it up online. It's like $1,000 a night for the room. I was like, holy smokes. So, but I just thought that was a perfect way for the universe showed up for me, right? I stepped out of my comfort zone and the universe showed up. There's all kinds of fun things that sometimes happen in your life when you say yes, right? It's uncomfortable and it's nervous. I'm nervous and I don't even know if I can do this right, but I'm going to say yes. I'm going to move forward today because it's going to get me where I want to go. Not because now's the right time, not because I feel like I have all my ducks in a row, but I'm just going to move forward and trust that it's all going to come together, right? And when you do that, all kinds of things show up. Like you'll get that client who calls out of the blue that says, hey, I was looking at open houses over the weekend and I found this $1 million house. Can you come write it up for me? Yeah, I can do that. You know, that kind of stuff will start happening when you start moving forward. So, yeah, it was such a fun thing. I was like, oh, I've never been upgraded like that before. I was feeling all swanky. And then I went down to the bar to have a glass of wine and a salad because I got there kind of late. And Gary, my husband, sending me a text. He's like, you can't sit in the bar. I'm like, yes, people are going to hit on you. I was like, honey, this is Newport Beach. I'm like, the bartender's not even giving me the time of day, and I'm paying him. I'm like, trust me, you got nothing to worry about. So these next 2 sessions, kind of before and after lunch, we're going to get into the system part of it, which I know can be a drag sometimes, but it's the part that we need to do. And like I said, I come at it a little differently than a lot of other people. And it's, you know, just for housekeeping, it's about 10:40 right now. We'll go to just before noon. We have lunch being brought in, and like the email said that we sent out yesterday, when you registered, it said the class went from 9 to 5. We're actually going to end up at about 4:15, because when we were planning on it going till 5, we were planning an hour and a half for lunch. But now that we're having it brought in and we're more contained, we do lunch in a shorter time frame, and usually it's better to just get out a little earlier. You can either get home earlier or
Go shopping.
yeah, go to the pump house, go to Nordstrom's. Nobody will know because you're supposed to be in glass.
That's right. Yes, I like that.
I'm not telling. All right, so all success is system-based, which I think is is so true, but it's definitely something I think I see a lot of us. I have to admit I struggle with it too, right? It's like I know I'm supposed to do it, but you feel like there's always so many different aspects of your business, right? And it's I always fight the system because I think, well, but everybody's different, right? Everything, you can't say every transaction, it's always, there's a little nuance to it, but the reality is there's lots of elements of your business that you can systematize, which will save you time and make it easier to move forward and then have more time to do more business. But I do think a lot are too complicated with minimal benefit. Like I talked about, that thing that my broker sent out, and it's great, right? He's helping. There's some people, and some people function that way, right? They know those numbers. That's encouraging to them, and if that works well for you, then do that business plan. But I also know that for the vast majority of agents, we don't know those numbers. I mean, most, yeah.
After you, I do have something on the system part.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So one of the things, I don't know if anybody watched the Larry Kendall webinar just recently, but it talked about being that trusted advisor.
Oh, sure.
And one of the aspects that keeps resonating with me is that be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And that consistent shows stability and helps you be that trusted advisor. And that's where the power of systems also comes in, is that you can, because that's where when I get referrals, I'm not as consistent as I should be in how I deal with them.
Exactly.
But it's just that, thanking the person giving me the referral. But I think it shows that stability.
It does, and it does it in a way that, it's the whole, when you're meeting with a client, if you have to take out a billboard that says I'm trustworthy, that's cause for concern, right? Yeah. There's certain things you just can't, you can only demonstrate. You cannot do it any other way, right? And consistency is one of them. And that was the theme last week when I taught at that tech summit, which was you're better off if you do fewer things consistently than doing a big flurry of things and then completely, dropping off the face of the planet. Marketing is the perfect example, right? You're better off to send one thing once a month than send 3 things one month, nothing the next month, one thing the third month. Because it does it, and it's, what?
No, it's me.
Yeah, we've all been there, right? We've all had those times in our business when it's not systematized. But at the same time, if you do get it systematized, it translates into other things. You'll find when you sit down to have an appointment with a client, that conversation just goes better. And there's whole things that it's like you don't have to justify or convince to them that you're going to take care of them. They just know it. And they don't even sometimes really put it together, but they know that you're consistently in their mailbox. Mm-hmm. So, well, of course, you're going to do everything else consistently as well, right? And it just makes those conversations go so much better. And it puts you ahead of the game. But yeah, back to that, that traditional business plan, I don't do it because I don't see the benefit, right? In the sense that, quite honestly, it stresses me out. If I have to go track down some information that I either don't know or I'm going to have to make it up, right? I don't know how many postcards I have to mail to get a phone call, and how many of those phone calls do I have to do before I get an appointment, and how many appointments do I have to do before I get a client, and how many clients do I have to get before I get a transaction, and how many transactions do I have to get before it closes. That's what some of those business plans talk about, right? Yeah, I can't even remember where I started just now in that whole train of events, right? Let alone actually filling that out. And all of it just stresses me out. It stresses me out to a point of inaction. And I think that's a big thing for all of us to realize is if you're stressed out to the point of inaction, that is not the right plan for you. And it's not that there's anything wrong with you and there's anything wrong with the plan, but it's just not the right plan. And so you go get a different plan. And this plan may work for you down the road. There may be a time where you know those numbers and that's helpful for you. But if that's not helpful for today, then go do something else. It just showed up in our own personal lives, in that I want to do some different things with our money, right? I want to get a better handle on where it's coming, what's coming in and how we're spending it. So I feel like we're being more intentional. And so a couple weeks I thought, well, I just want to be more intentional with my spending, kind of the Kaizen thing, right? I'm not going to necessarily make any changes, but I just want to be more intentional. I want to think about my money before I spend it. And that would show up in ways like a lot of times I'll go run to the market and get soup for lunch because I love their soup. But the soup is usually $30 by the time I'm done because I get some other stuff. And, it's not the $3 soup. It's like $30 worth of stuff, right? That maybe I did or didn't need. There's a bunch of stuff in my pantry I'll probably throw out in a year and a half because now it's expired. so deciding, well, okay, I could go get my $30 soup, or in all honesty, my house is 2 blocks from the market. I'm already there. I could just swing by the house and eat something that's already there, right? Just little things like that. I can't say it's earth-shattering, but that made me feel empowered. Like I was making a decision that would positively impact my life. And then I had a conversation with a girlfriend who's a financial planner. She's like, well, here's what you do. You take 25% off the top, and then you have the rest of the money, and you divide it into 3 categories, like your living, fun, and saving and retirement. And you divide it into those buckets, and then you spend whatever's in the bucket. I'm like, oh, I kind of feel myself hyperventilating, right? And I'm like, now I'm going to have to decide, well, what goes in what bucket, right? Like, I consider certain things marketing expenses, but would they go in a different expense, like business development, and how do I figure out? And now I'm going to have to talk to my husband about this, and we're going to have to agree on what's supposed to go in what bucket. And I can just I started seizing up to the point that now I'm in inaction, right? Like I think our plan's good. It makes a lot of sense, but it might not be the right plan for me today, because now I went from, just feeling good about the fact that I made a decent decision that's going to move me forward in my life to, holy crap, I don't know how to figure all this out, and I'm going to get the money in the bucket, and there's not going to be enough there, and what do I do then? Or what if there's enough money there today, but I don't have a closing next month, and I can't oh my God, right? And I'm back to inaction. So her plan may be awesome. I think her plan is awesome, but it might not be the plan for me today. So it's about giving myself permission to realize it's not the right plan for me today. I need to just go back to conscious spending. That's what's moving me forward. The plan, I'd like to get to the point that maybe that's the next progression. I get really good at the conscious spending. I start to feel good about the money that's there, and then I want to start dividing it up in different ways. But so it's about finding that system that works for me. That one was too complicated for me right now. But then not beating yourself up. Then it was like, well, do I beat myself up that I can't figure this out? And again, now I've got to talk to my husband about it, and we're going to get mad at each other. This is going to be, whatever. Let's just go talk about how we can consciously spend our money. Let's start there, So there's different things in your business and other areas of your life, I think, that you can apply that to. And again, it goes against our nature. If you're in real estate, for the most part, your personality type is more sales. It's more interacting with people. There are some real estate agents that are super numbery, detail-oriented, but for the most part, we're usually not, right? So now, not only do you not know the numbers, you feel bad about it, but you're trying to do something that's going against your nature. So how can we get you to do some system things that will help you, but again, you're not bumping up against that comfort zone so much that now you're just going to rebel and not do anything. So today's focus is simplifying to get results. And I think, like I said, anytime you want to make changes, go for the smallest, simplest change you can make. I usually get soup 5 days a week. If I didn't spend $30 on soup 5 days a week, that's $150 I now have something to do with. Probably not going to change my life anytime soon, right? But again, it's making me, now that's translating to other things, right? When I want to go shopping for shoes on the weekend, it might change, maybe how many pairs of shoes I buy or which shoes it does have an exponential ripple effect. An imperfect action beats perfect planning every time. Every now and then when we talk about doing different things in your business, whether it's a marketing plan or something. Marketing's the classic one because people say, well, it's not perfect, right? I don't want to mail this piece until it's perfect. Usually what that is I always say perfect is fear and fancy clothes. It's like the Prada of, getting stuff done. It's fear and fancy clothes. If you're not doing something because it's not perfect, it's usually not because you want it to be perfect. It's because you're afraid. You're afraid it's not going to work or you're going to not do the right thing, right? But imperfect action, you can't get results unless you take action. And I can tell you, again, back to mailings, I've mailed once a month for 16 years. Something has been wrong with every single mailing I've ever done. And I prove that. I try to get it right, but inevitably something comes back and I think, oh, I could have cropped that picture better, or maybe used a little bit different one, or I could have phrased it a little differently. But whatever, I still send it out and I get lots of business from it. The perfect example is I just sent out a postcard we did with my favorite pumpkin patches on the back. And when I was doing the postcard, I was looking at kind of the stock postcards, and there was one with a pumpkin on the front. And I thought, that's really cool. But you know, this would be a lot better if I had a picture of my kids in a pumpkin patch, and I put that on the front. But I didn't have that picture. So I thought, well, how do I do this? Do I wait till the weekend to go take a picture that I'm either going to forget or I'm not going to like it? And you know, now this postcard's going to go out in November and it's going to be irrelevant. Or do I just send the one with the postcard or the pumpkin on it, right? And that's what I did. I sent the one with the pumpkin on it. It's not perfect. I already know how he could have made it better. But I also know making it better probably would have, in all honesty, meant that the postcard did not go out, you know. So it's about taking that action and just doing those little things and knowing there's always something more you could do. There's always more you could do with your marketing. There's more, you could have called more clients. You could have previewed more properties. The fact that you did something means you're further ahead now than you were before. And that's all that matters, is that at the end of the day, you can honestly feel like I moved forward on something in my life. It doesn't really matter how far. You move forward a little bit every day, it will have an exponential effect in your life. Again, consistency beats quantity, in the sense that people, they notice the consistency more than they notice the quantity. And that's that part that instills in your clients that you're going to get it done for them. So we've got the ACT system that creates sales and clients that pay and pay and pay. Who doesn't like that? And it's kind of, because it's the three core things that you do in your business, right? First, you have to attract them. You can't do anything in your business if you don't have clients, right? So you got to figure out how to attract clients. And then you have to communicate with them. And then you need to track what you're doing. And when you do that, it becomes kind of a cyclical thing. You end up with sales. So, an attraction's the first phase, and that's actually one that I see real estate agents struggle with a lot. I see a lot of actually really good agents who struggle with bringing clients in because they feel like, you know, you're supposed to do all these things that are against your nature, right? When people usually start talking about, okay, well, how are you going to bring clients in? Well, you need to go to a networking meeting, right? You got to network and you got to do all this stuff and all kinds of things that are really against most people's natures, right? Like, I don't know about you guys. I like going to things and interacting with people, but if I feel like the whole purpose is to network, that's when I go back to what I talked about in that first session, right? I kind of get that nervous feeling in my tummy, and it feels weird. And quite honestly, I don't think anybody really likes doing those. I don't think anybody's really, you know, the whole idea of I'm just going to show up and we're going to talk and I'm going to give you my card and you're going to randomly send me business. It doesn't work, right? So, but you do have to be able to attract clients in a way that's genuine for you, and then it's something you have to do on a consistent basis. You do need a system for that. So we're going to talk about that today. You do also need to be able to communicate with your clients, to get them connected with you, to show why you're different, to show them why they should be working with you. And you need to track what you do, without question. And that's something that, you know, there's only a couple systems that I use in my business, but the main ones are all about tracking actions. And I track actions, I don't track sales. Because again, if you track sales, you're going to fail more often than not, right? In the sense that every day you're going to ask yourself, well, did I sell a house? Well, 50 transactions a year is that's a good year for a lot of agents, right? Mm-hmm. There's 365 days a year. That means there's 315 days you're going to have to say no to that question and still have a really solid year. So I think you're setting yourself up for failure. So I track the actions. You know, there are certain actions that will get you the sales. So let's track those. Because it keeps you on the right path, but it also instills that sense of confidence along the way. And I think that's, you know, this whole business, it's an emotional roller coaster, right? You have your own personal emotional roller coaster of you know, 1 week I'm going to sell 3 houses, and then for the next couple weeks, nobody's going to return my phone calls. You know, the week that you sold 3 houses, you're on top of the world. You're like, I got this. It's not that big of a deal. Why does everybody make real estate so hard? And then all of a sudden, nothing's coming together, and you're like, oh, did I offend everybody? Why is real estate so hard? Why can't I pull this all together? You know, so you've got to do things that build confidence for you along the way, because we have our own emotional roller coasters. And, you know, the market has changed in the sense that it's gotten a lot better, right? We've had some tough years, and the market's gotten better this year. But I don't know about for you guys, at the end of the year, even if my number is good, I still find that the way that money shows up is different. In the sense that sometimes it's chunks, right? I'll have like a big chunk, and it might be a little dry, and then I get another big chunk. So it's become a cash management business as well, right? Even if the lump sum you get is decent, you never know sometimes when you get that chunk how long it has to last until you get your next one. So you've got to build some buffers in along the way so that you feel better about that. So it's tracking those things to get you there faster. And I also see a lot of agents, we leave so much money on the table in terms of lost business. So we're going to talk about that too. Sometimes it's not a question of going to get more business. It's a question of doing more to capitalize on the business you already have. Which can help with time. And if you do those 3 things, if you're attracting clients, you're communicating with them correctly, and you're tracking what you're doing, all of that leads to sales. Everything else is just kind of, it's either irrelevant or it's not necessary, or it's just kind of like icing on the cake, right? It's all about focusing on those core actions. And real estate agents, we are prime targets, right? People love to come to our office meetings. They sell us all kinds of stuff, right? Whether it's fancy marketing plans or, it's a simple business that gets really overcomplicated. There's really a couple core actions and things that you need to do in your business. If you do them consistently, you'll get the results that you want. Everything else is gravy. If you want to do it great, again, I'm not saying it doesn't work, but I'm saying we add too many things to our business, and as a result, we're not getting the results, right? We're kind of half-assing everything. It's that shiny penny syndrome of, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get some stuff over here, and then I'm going to do that, but you never see any one thing through long enough. Like I talked about at the beginning, I do Facebook. I get tons of phenomenal things in my life through Facebook. I don't really do Twitter, and I don't do Pinterest at all. And it's not that those don't work, but I would rather spend all my energy in something that I know works really well for me than kind of have that shiny penny of, I'm going to do a little, spread it too thin and not get anything out of it. So, okay, attracting. We're going to start with that. The focus on this phase is all about connecting. It's just about connecting with people, real estate or otherwise. And I know I made the mistake when I first got into business that, I was always looking for that real estate connection, right? It's just about being connected to people, It's not about focusing on, do they need a real estate thing right now, or do I think they're going to turn into a client? Some of my best clients I've never done a transaction with, but they refer the heck out of me, right? Mm-hmm. So, we discount people based on that. Even agents, I have to admit too, in the beginning everybody said, oh, you need to network with other agents. I'm like, why would I do that? Not that they were competition, but I couldn't quite figure out why, right? But there's lots of reasons you network with agents. A, for business. I have a lot of Seattle agents who refer business to me because they don't like coming to the east side, and I referred them because I don't always want to go to Seattle. But also for camaraderie. Again, this can be a tricky business. We got to stick together. It's about knowing that when you're self-employed, we have different concerns that, you might have great friends who are in corporate America, right? And they're still great friends, but it means that they have no idea what you go through on a daily basis with your business and the emotional ups and downs and trying to figure out, okay, I only have so much time and so much energy in the day, and I'm supposed to have a marketing plan, I'm supposed to have a communication plan, and I'm supposed to do all these things, and then holy smokes, I actually have to figure out there's no time left to go meet with a client. Well, I don't get paid if I don't meet with clients, right? They don't get that, but we get it, and there's that camaraderie of coming together. And anytime you're stuck in something, sometimes it's hard to see what the solution is because it's your issue, right? Mm-hmm. But for somebody else, it's easy because they're on the outside. And so they can give that to you and kind of bolster you up and get you through. I always say I would never wish something bad on somebody else, but sometimes it's nice to know that other people struggle too, because when you're struggling, you feel like you're the only one, right? Mm-hmm. It's all your problem. You're the one that can't figure it out. and it feels, you tend to withdraw, and it starts to get lonely. And so when I talk to other people and I know that they struggle, that just encourages me, because then it's not there's something wrong with me. It's just that's just part of it, right? We're all going to have our own ups and downs, and it's just about building in those curves and those things that bolster you back up so that you can get back on the horse faster. We all fall off the horse. Nobody's immune to that. The only difference between being successful and not is how fast you get back on it. Okay? So anyway, the focus on this phase is connection. Key elements in the connection phase: knowing the market. Your conversations will change when you know the market. Being in flow and providing value are the three main things that you want to focus on when you're connecting with people. So knowing the market, it builds confidence. You know, one of the things that we talked about before, how would you show up if you knew you couldn't fail? And if you kind of let go of all that stuff, is having confidence. The easiest thing you can do to have confidence is to get out and preview property. And it's been one of my soapboxes. I think I talk about it in every class, but I think it's one that you cannot talk about enough. It's the easy, you can study charts and graphs and all of that stuff. Nothing beats knowing the inventory, right? When you can be at a party with somebody and somebody says, hey, what do you think about this area? Oh yeah, it's just, and I'm looking for a house for about $750 in Kirkland. Oh, I was just in a house earlier this week. It's about $685 and it was really cute. Kind of some quirks to it, but it's a great house. That's a much different, that's just a natural flow conversation, right? That's not even really a sales conversation, but it's going to connect you to that person versus, saying the person says, hey, I'm looking for a house at $750. Well, if you give me your name and number, I'll be happy to do a search and follow up with you, right? Mm-hmm. That becomes kind of that awkward. You don't want to say it, and then even when you do, it feels weird, right? Because now you cross this line. Whereas if you can just say, hey, yeah, I was just in a house that is totally like what you're looking for. Now it's that pursuer distancer thing, right? Now they have a reason to pursue you because you have the knowledge that they want. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And it's, there's nothing that just beats being able to sit down when you're with a seller, right? I have to admit, I don't usually price on the first appointment, unless it's just, if it's in a neighborhood that I work a lot, that it's easy for me to figure it out, then I'll tell them, but I will still preview before I go to that initial listing appointment, which is something I did not do in the beginning of my business. And I started doing a couple years ago, and I found it made a huge difference. Because they know what's on the market, right? And I've certainly been caught where I sat down at an initial listing appointment and they're talking about the house down the street and I didn't even know it was on the market, right? And now I kind of look like I don't know what I'm doing, because quite honestly I didn't. But now I'll show up about 5 minutes before a listing appointment and I'll preview 4 or 5 different things in the area, and that's really made a big difference on those conversations. And it instills confidence in your clients in a way that, like I said, you just can't any other way. And I think also because it's more relevant to them. To sit down with a new buyer or a seller and talk about how unemployment is up or new building starts or, whatever, and the percentage of increase in one area, like that matters, but it's not in a context that means anything to them. Right now it's just numbers and stats, and really what they're trying to figure out is, okay, well, but how does all of that affect this house that I want to sell or this house that I want to buy? If you can have conversations about, oh yeah, well, this house in your neighborhood sold for this, it was on the market for that long, I was in it, these were the pros, these are the cons, that matters to them. You've taken kind of that whole funnel approach, right? You've taken all that bigger information and you've brought it down to something that means something to them. And I think, and then you can maybe say the reason that sold so quickly is because of all of these other things, but that's something that means more to them than any stat you could ever come up with. And I'm not I'm a numbers person, but I have to admit the stats overwhelm me sometimes too, right? To take those statistics and articulate them to a client can be tricky. So if you just focus on the previewing, you're fine. So being in flow in this great picture. Exactly, yeah. And that's the thing, we try to overcomplicate it, right? You feel like you need to spend hours like pulling all these statistics and figuring it out. And you can, or you could take that same hour and go preview 10 houses, and I guarantee you have more relevant information than the hour you would have spent evaluating statistics. And the reality is, statistics you can manipulate to say anything you want, right? And that's the other thing, right? If you sit down, do you have a question, or you just?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
How are you going to preview 10 houses in an hour?
It's super easy. Just pick a neighborhood, bang them out.
You're not going to actually go in the house.
Oh yeah, no, I can go in and out. I can be in and out of 10 houses in an hour.
Really?
Yeah.
Even when someone's living there?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, for that you've got to pick a fairly condensed area.
Yeah.
But you can pick a neighborhood, you know, Education Hill or some other neighborhood. You can easily be in it. I mean, because I just buzz through them. I don't like sit down and try to get the vibe of the house. I'm just, usually what I'm looking for is something unique or compelling about that house. That one kind of standout thing that when I'm talking to somebody else, I'm going to say, yeah, and you know, the part that wasn't in the picture, or is this, or, you know, it was really dark in there, or it's, yeah, it smells. Yeah, that one thing that isn't in the picture that's just that one memorable thing about the house, right? Because every house has something, right? Whether it's the paint's, you know, great or weird, or it's really well decorated, or this part of the house was a weird layout or too small, or it smelled, or it had great, you know, positive things too, right? It had great light, had the coolest kitchen I've ever seen, amazing master bath. There's something so that's what I'm looking for. So that's why I
take notes as you go through the house.
Yes, yeah, I will. So that's how I can get through 10, because if you're trying, it's about shrinking it down, right? If I'm trying to take in the whole house, it's too much information for me, right? And I do go through the whole house, but what I'm trying to walk away with is that one thing that if I'm having a conversation with a new client, that I can say, but did you know, you know, they had this weird house next door, they had the awesome kitchen, or, you know, I think what really sold this house was the great big basement or the master suite. That's what I'm trying to come out of the house with. And usually as soon as I have that, then I'm on to the next house, kind of thing. But yeah, absolutely. But yeah, and yes, statistics you can manipulate to anything, and that's why I don't always go through them with clients, because I can bring my statistics that say the market's going to be up 20% in a year. I guarantee you can go find in any market, right? You can find statistics that say it'll be up 20% a year. You can go find statistics that say it'll be down 30%, you know? So I'll bring mine, they're going to have theirs, and then we're going to have to butt heads on who has the best sources for statistics, where there's no debating the house down the street sold for X amount, right? And it was on the market for Y amount of time. There's no debating that. And then we can talk about how it relates to their house. So, being in flow, real estate is a contact sport. Jennifer finds all these pictures. She finds the best pictures. Yeah. I love this one, the football.
They're a little sketchy sometimes.
Yeah. That's all right. Keeps it fun. So this is where you kind of get to customize your business, right? You need to be in flow and in contact with clients on a regular basis, whether it's personally or you're networking, or, you know, you're doing real estate activities or personal activities. You need to be doing something. And it's that one thing that usually kind of gets swept under the rug when we're busy, because you're like, oh my God, I don't have time to do this, and oh my God, what if it worked and I actually got more clients out of it, right? I'm so busy. But doing this on a regular basis, this is what keeps you busy all the time, right? It helps to smooth out some of those peaks and valleys, because usually what happens is we get busy, so we work all our clients, and then we get to closing, and we're really caught up in that doing part of it. We get to closing, that's done, and then we have no more new clients.
Yeah.
And that is, I have found also something that has changed with the market, is that the lead times with clients tend to be longer. You know, 10 years ago when the market was super hot and heavy, I could like meet a client today and be paid like 45 days from now, right? They were under contract, we were going, we're moving on. Now it just feels like it takes longer, whether it's a seller or a buyer. The turn time isn't as fast. So you need to have something going that's always bringing in new clients, nurturing relationships to keep your business going and try and level out some of those peaks and valleys. But this is where you get to customize it, right? Because there's no one way to stay in flow with your clients. There's nothing that says you have to do one specific thing and this is what's going to work. So you get to find what you want to do and go do more of it. You know, and this is where maybe you get to join a gardening club or something like that, right? Because it's something you wanted to do anyway, and now you get to interact with more people, and then that's when you get the fun clients, because they're more like you anyway. You know, or you do things with 4-H in the school and that tie it all together. And there's different reasons why you would do different things. You know, here's some of these are examples of things you could do. Open houses. Open houses are great, right? That's a real estate activity that can be super successful for you. And of all of these, some of them have longer lead times, right? Open houses, you're more likely to meet people ready to do real estate. They're in that mode. So if you're looking for clients sooner versus later, open houses can be a great way to do that.
On open houses, does price point make a big deal on open houses?
Oh, in terms of which ones you should do?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Some people will tell you if you do higher price point homes, they're more likely to come with agents. I think, quite honestly, it's whatever story you tell yourself is what the reality is. I mean, and I know that is kind of back to my fruity nature, but it's the what you focus on expands. I do whatever one you are most comfortable with.
I'm going to try a house at $775 this weekend. So
I think that's probably great.
See what happens.
Yeah. I do whatever. Yeah.
I think another thing about open houses and flow is if you do it in kind of your stomping grounds,
right?
You know people, they see your signs, and it's just that much more mind share awareness.
Exactly. I think location is more important almost than the price point. If you can, you know, if you go with intention when you're doing open houses and do them repeatedly in the same location or area, so then you're kind of getting that repetition with people. They're going to see your signs on a regular basis. Maybe they get your mailings, your open house invitations, that type of thing. Then you're going to get more bang for your buck over time than if you do, you know, one in Bellevue and then the next weekend you're in Woodinville and the weekend after that you're down in Issaquah. I think you're just diluting your efforts. So stay consistent with the area, I think, is more important for sure.
Making the effort to put out that really annoying sign on the busy street.
Yeah, what is it about? I hate putting out my open house signs. I don't know what it is. I feel like a dork. I'm just such a dork. I do.
Don't mind me. Get that feeling in your stomach?
Yes, I do.
Run me over.
Yes, and you know you've got the flashers going, and you're parked in some weird way. It is. I do. I feel like a dork. I would, if I could pay somebody to put out open house signs, I'd probably do more of them.
There's agents that do that.
That pay people to put out their signs.
I used to have my son do it for me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's away at college now. Yeah.
So you have to put out your own signs.
See, I think you can pay people to do just about anything. I mean,
you can.
I have for people that do.
Oh yeah.
I've got a kid that does all my flyers, puts up my solds and all that. He's learning to drive, so his parents like it because he can get on the freeway sometimes. And
oh, good.
Yeah. So you can.
You can pay people for just about anything.
Wow.
Anything. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That'll pay people to do open houses.
I've heard they do.
Every now and then. That's usually when they're in a bind or something and they have to get out of them. But yeah, open houses are great. I think they're especially great at all levels of your business, but in the beginning too, because you're getting comfortable talking about real estate. And it's a confined area where you can really practice on people about having real estate conversations, right? You know, and if you turn them into a client, awesome. But even if you didn't, you got some practice. I think it's worth it for that. But I think open houses can be fantastic. But if you're going to make them, and I have to admit, I don't do open houses in my business right now. Jennifer does some for us, and she's had great success with them. But either decide you're going to do them or not. But if it is one of your methods of being in flow, then make it count, right? I would probably do at least 2 a month. I don't think you have to do one every weekend, but try to do 2 a month and do them in a specific area. And I think you're really going to get some success. And you do a lot of open houses.
I do. I make a commitment to my sellers that I'll hold them open every other weekend till it sells.
That's great.
And probably 60% of buyer business for me came from open houses this year.
Good for you.
Because buyers are out there and they don't have representation.
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And the chances of them buying that house, but you want a client, and I'm very face to face, and I think that's what they're looking for after they've spent hours and days on the internet looking for a house, and then they're they need someone they can connect with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then I have my assistant come, and that's when we work together.
Oh,
so
great!
I can sort of supervise him. Yeah, because I can't always I'm a moving target in the office. And I'm like, oh, Andrew, you can't come today because I got to do an inspection or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's going nuts, you know? Like, when can I come? So he comes to my open houses now.
That's a good idea.
Definitely work side by side on marketing issues and
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that's a really good idea. Very cool. Yeah. So yeah, open houses I think are a very successful tool in your business for sure. So if that's what you want, if that's one of your methods of being in flow, you know, decide that that's what you're going to do. Calls and note cards. You know, calls, we talked about them. We'll keep talking about them. We got to do them. You got to call those clients, right? You don't want to call them, but it's amazing. It was one of the ways I doubled my business that year that I wanted to double my business. I started picking up the phone instead of making, you know, sending emails. And it's amazing what they'll tell you when you make those phone calls. And we've got an action sheet that will kind of bring it all together. Note cards. Who sends note cards on a regular basis?
Yeah.
So that's part of your gift today. So there you go. You got some you can send out. And I'll tell you what. So you guys got my email this week. The whole what's one thing you can do to get 5 clients in the next 30 days. Yeah. It's tied into note cards. And I did this 2 years ago, Thanksgiving. I'll do it again this year too. But I always send a Thanksgiving mailer. I send out holiday cards and I send them to my clients, you know, with a picture, but I always send a Thanksgiving mailer and I've gotten great results from that. And I think it's a nice thing to do because nobody's sent anything for the holidays yet, right? You're that first one in the door. And usually I send a postcard or a little letter, but 2 years ago I hand wrote notes to everybody in my, everybody got a handwritten note for me. And it was, you know, they were little 1/4-page cards. They weren't the fold-over ones. And it was just something simple like, hey, it's Thanksgiving. It's a time for gratitude. I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your support in my business, or thank you for the referral you sent me this year. I want to let you know how much I appreciate you. I wish you all the best during this holiday season and in the coming year. So it was a variation of that I wrote for everybody and sent that out. You know, with a real stamp, nice little envelope, all of that kind of stuff. By the end of the year, I had 8 new clients from doing that, 2 of which were closed by the end of the year. So, what?
She's about to cry.
Oh.
It makes me very happy.
Yeah. And it's fun, right? And if you're going to do it, I would encourage you to get some cards by the end of the week. You know, to give yourself some time to write them all out, right? You know, I always have my brilliant ideas on, and don't give myself enough time. So, you know, I'm up late at night, hand cramp, writing them all out. Papyrus, I know you can order note cards from. Merchantsdesign.com is another one. That's actually who I got my little Thanksgiving note cards from. Compendium. Yeah. There's lots of Merchants Design.
Tuesday morning sells a lot of.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. I get all kinds of fun stuff at Tuesday morning.
I've never been in there.
You've never been there?
I walk by it all the time.
Do you know what it is?
No.
It's like a wholesaler discount place. And it's one of those, you kind of have to go because you never know what they're going to have. But right now is an awesome time to go because you can get like Christmas gift bags for like 50 cents or $1.
It's
Tuesday mornings?
There's one in Brooklyn and one in South Center.
Yeah.
One on Kirkland on
85th. Yeah, kind of by Costco.
By Costco.
You know, go ahead.
The ones, like, isn't there one just north of Main Street on like 104th?
In Bellevue?
Yeah.
Maybe. You'd have to look it up. But it's great. I actually get tons of table linens and stuff there, especially for like entertaining and platters and stuff. Because I love to entertain and have different platters, but those tablecloths are expensive. If you go to a normal store, they're ridiculously expensive.
Linens.
Yeah, so linens and stuff like that. Tuesday morning's awesome for that kind of stuff. And it's one of those random stores you just have to go. Sometimes they have great stuff. Sometimes it's, but yeah, platters, linens.
Changes all the time.
Staging
Yeah.
stuff.
Staging. Yeah, they always have knick-knacky.
Bed sets, like get those bed sets. I've gotten bed sets for $30, $35.
Bed sets, like
They're
the
just like
fake ficus tree kind of stuff, all of that. Yeah, perfect. So note cards, I cannot, it's amazing how many things have happened from note cards even. You know, whether it's clients or just fun things coming together. And even my husband, you know, he sends note cards too. He's a manufacturer's rep. So sales, relationships, all of that kind of stuff. And he sends note cards, and he sends them to the people he works with. And, admittedly, sometimes they're like, dude, nice card. These guys send in a note card and everything. But I can tell you, he sells consumer electronics. So like Bluetooth headsets, earbuds, iPod docks, all of that kind of stuff. And he sells to Costco and Amazon. Those are his two big things, until one of his buddies from, I don't know if he was at Costco or Amazon, we'll say it was at Amazon, left and went to the Microsoft stores and called him up and said, hey, Gary, I'm now the buyer for all the Microsoft stores. We need to do some business together. Come show me what you got, right? So now he's got a couple different products in the Microsoft stores from building relationships and sending note cards and doing some of those things.
You don't even need to work, do you?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to get a Maserati.
Yeah.
He doesn't make Maserati money.
That's me.
Yeah. He does well, but not Maserati well. But I've gotten great clients out of that and repeat business. One of my clients, I do a lot of business in a building called the Portsmouth Condominiums. It's downtown Kirkland. And I was doing an open house there one day, and when I left, I ran into this guy, Rob, in the hallway, and we were talking about the fact that, I don't know, he's been playing softball with these group of guys, and he's been doing it for like 20 years, right? He had just gotten back from a softball game, and he said, I got to be honest, we're 20 years into this thing. We're really more about the beer than the softball. We're not that great at softball anymore. And so I wrote him a note card afterwards and said, hey, Rob, it was great running into you. Hope you have a great softball season, or at the very least you don't run out of beer. Yeah, and it was great. He actually sent me an email afterwards and said, hey, that was nice. He said, I own my own company, and I realize the level of professionalism it takes to follow up with a note card, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And then about a year and a half later, I get a call from him. He wants to buy a second home up north, and it turns out it's a listed property. He knows the owners. He's actually negotiated all the terms with the owners. He just needs an agent to write the contract for him. Hey, Nicole, I'm buying this house. These are the terms. Can you come write this contract? Yes, I can.
Awesome. So do you add them to your communication list?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. So you send him the note, and then he goes on the
exactly.
Mail. Yeah.
Yeah. And
so, yeah. Okay. So when you say clients, it's not necessarily people that you've done business with.
Right, exactly.
That's where I get.
Yeah, and like who goes on the list and who doesn't.
Yeah, because we're very social and very active, but I don't want to put all my friends on
and
my
sometimes
list.
You can't, right? Because then that's going to make it weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
so that's been the hard thing.
Oh, go ahead.
But I think that also goes back to our mindset about our fear of, they don't want me to bug, them and be the sales. I think if you do it with intention of helping them and keeping them informed, and it's not, I don't know that I've ever had anybody say, I met you at the grocery store, could you stop mailing me that crap?
Yeah. People love it, actually. Usually they often come up, they're like, oh, I love getting your mailings. Yeah. And I keep them light and I keep them fun, right? Like my whole purpose with my mailings is that somebody goes, hey, Nicole sent me something. She's still doing business. Isn't that neat? And then they probably throw it away and move on. Facebook, so a couple things. One, Facebook, that's where Facebook really, I think, is awesome for that, because there's certain people you're not going to want to put on your list. It's going to feel weird, right? Yeah. But you can get connected with them on Facebook. And I mix in business with my personal on Facebook. I'll do things like, hey, I'm holding this open house today, or, we had a listing in Kirkland where all of the agents had to call me to schedule an appointment to get in, right? And so we put the house on the market, and seriously, in like 2 hours, I'd had 25 phone calls from agents, right? So I posted the picture on Facebook of the front of the house and was like, oh my God, the market's rocking and rolling. I don't care what the papers say. I've had 25 calls in 2 hours on this house. The market is hot. Just something like if I was having a conversation with somebody, right? It's not, hey, I've just listed this house. We'll be reviewing offers in the next 48 hours. If you'd like to schedule a showing, please, contact me or copy and paste this on your wall kind of thing, right? Yeah. Nobody's going to do that. Yeah. But I did it that way. Just posted the picture, and whole like 30 comments of, hey, I love that house. I'm looking for a house. Hey, I'll move from DC if you can get me that house. You know, just funny stuff. Or, oh, it's good to know that the market's going. And, you know, and then I had another one where we had gotten multiple offers like over the weekend and stuff. And, you know, I post usually as something I'm grateful for every day. So on that one, I posted a picture of the house and just said, you know, I'm grateful for a busy real estate market and sellers who do the work. We got these people multiple offers in 48 hours and it felt really good. Right. And then, so that kind of stuff. And that's great ways you can kind of mix in that stuff. And I've gotten a lot of business from doing that, and people who will then send me, I've got a Facebook conversation, you know, on my little message thing going with a client right now who sent me a Facebook message. Hey, can you check out this house? I think I want to buy it. And, you know, that kind of stuff. Were you going to say something, Stephanie?
No, it was, but then I remember. So you just have your personal page and your gratitude page.
Yeah, exactly. I do not have a business page. And in all honesty, now that I've got the gratitude page, I probably could have just done it on my personal deal. I don't know that I needed to start a whole separate page. I went to a class and they said you should do it. And I was like, okay. But for me, my life is better when I combine it all. And then I can mix in the business and the personal. Everybody gets the same thing. I'll be honest, I don't have any privacy settings on my Facebook, you know, because you can alter who gets to see what. I put it all out there. And I know the stuff that comes back is great, right? You know, and because it's too much stress to figure out who gets what and who's going to like your business page anyway. I mean, your friends are going to do it because they're your friends, but I don't go to Facebook to like check people's business pages. Yeah. You know, if I'm with the news, I'm going to go get that somewhere else. Yeah. So, but yeah, and then, you know, the email marketing campaigns too are good. If you want to add people, and we're going to talk about that today too. But note cards, lunches, and lunches to me is a generic category. I always call it lunch. I have to admit I don't do a lot of lunches with clients because it's too hard to fit it in a day, quite honestly. It's like you've got so much to do and you're trying to fit it all in to take 2 hours out for a lunch. It's like, you know, you're just getting up to full speed in the day and you got to like slam on the brakes and go sit down at this lunch and act like I'm totally focused on this person. Right. When really in my head I'm like, can we get our food any faster? Because I got stuff to do. I know. Bye-bye. Later. If you like doing lunch, do it. But, for me, it's more of a generic category. It might be meeting somebody for meeting people for happy hour, or we do a lot of dinner parties at our house, or going for a walk with somebody. It's whatever you like to do. And these gals up here are from Monroe, and so I'm just going to share a little story about that. So I go out once a month, and we do a coaching session at their office. There's a group of 5 agents, and we talk about it. And so one of their assignments was, okay, so you've got to do this, right? You've got to go do this lunches thing. And the other thing reason we don't do it, I think, is because that's like one-on-one with this person. I've got to be entertaining for at least 45 minutes. I don't know if I can do that, right? That's a lot of pressure to carry a whole conversation. So the other reason I don't tend to like lunches is it's one-on-one. If I do something, I want to leverage my time. I want to get multiple people together in one space. And so that was their assignment. It was like, okay, so how are you going to take this lunch thing and make it your own and figure out how to leverage it? Interestingly enough, they all did wine tastings. But it was great, right? You know, you do this wine tasting that kind of qualifies as your lunch. And, you know, they got to invite a number of different people. They all came to one thing. It's 2 hours. You don't have to carry the conversation. You know, it's a reason to call your clients because we're always looking for reasons to call. And then it's, you know, you get everybody together and you have a really fun time. And it's in a, you know, kind of an outside venue. And it just, you guys had some really good results from it, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, you've got to do something, but find what works for you. Find what is it that you're either already doing that you can invite some clients to? Oh, perfect. We'll be back in just a little bit. What is it that you're already doing that you can invite clients to do with you? There's a lot of holiday stuff coming up, right? Tree lightings, you know, the boats and stuff like that. What are some of the things you were already going to do that you could now invite some clients to? Or what are some of the things that you want to do? What are those things that you really like to be doing in your life that you're not doing because you don't have enough time, right? And then figure out how to invite some clients to go do that. You know, it motivates you to go do some fun things. So decide what that looks like for you. What is it that you like to do or would like to do that you can implement in your life? And then invite 1 or 2 clients to do that with you. You kind of get that whole bang for your buck thing out of it. And I think that's when it gets fun, because you show up, one of the things somebody said is authentic, right? You show up as authentic. When it's a lunch, like an actual lunch, you're not really authentic. You're there because you took a class and somebody said you need to take somebody to lunch. Not because you really, and it's not that you don't like the client, right? But you're just not feeling it. You're doing something, you're going against your grain. So what do you like to do? We like to entertain at our house. We like to have dinner parties. So we invite clients and friends and things like that over. And that's also another fun way to do it. Our kids are 5 and 8. They're kindergarten and 3rd grade. So there's this whole host of families and parents and stuff now that we can get to know. But again, I'm not going to just throw them on my mailing list and be like, hey, if you know somebody who wants to buy and sell a house, send them my way, right? So we do dinner parties and people come over and we get to know people that way, and that starts fostering that bond kind of thing. So decide what that is for you that you like doing, and start doing some of that. Networking groups, if you like that, awesome. Social groups, people are involved in different things. We're big supporters of the Boys and Girls Club. We're really involved in different things like that. And that's brought some great business and connections and things like that over the years. Social media, like I said, I love it. I can't say enough positive things about social media, but at the same time, don't overthink it. Just show up as you, do your thing. Don't worry about if you got the right amount of business posts to personal posts, and just do it, right? Do it as if you were having a conversation with a friend. If it's not how you would say to a friend, don't post it. If that's how you would have it, say it in just a normal conversation with your girlfriend, then post it. You're fine. And then pick one activity a week. I have to admit, the calls and the note cards you kind of have to be doing all the time. So if you say I'm going to do calls for a week, you got to do something else. But each week decide, okay, what's my flow activity that I'm going to do this week? And then look for ways to provide value. Always look for opportunities to help your clients. And again, this may not be real estate, right? It's just having, you guys all heard of that book, The Go-Giver, or read it? Right. Yeah, great book, and it's all about that. It's just always being in service. And sometimes it's the things you don't do for them, or the things that you do for them that have nothing to do with real estate, that have the biggest impact, right? I had that, a client of mine actually on Monday called me. She's applying for a new job. And she put me down as a personal reference. And because the job that she's interviewing with, the guy that interviewed her, we actually know, like kind of the whole 6 degrees of separation. I've got a personal connection also with the guy that she's interviewing with. So she called me, she's like, hey, I gave this guy your name and number, he's probably gonna call you. And he did. So I gave her a glowing reference, and because I do legitimately think she's gonna be awesome for this job. And then sent her a note afterwards and was like, hey, he did call, we talked. He seemed really impressed with you. I think you're in great shape. I wish you all the best. Let's get caught up for coffee when things kind of slow down, and I hope it's all good for you. And she was so appreciative of that, right? Nothing to do with real estate whatsoever. But that probably means more to her than any real estate thing I could do for her, right? And she sends me tons of referrals, and when I was talking to her, she's like, hey, I know you met with these people. I think if you do this for them, they're really gonna love it. Lots of good stuff like that. So that's kind of the attraction stage, right? You got to figure out, how are you going to connect with people? What works for you? And do it with intention. So your action step for the first step of the ACT system is decide which ones are you going to use in your business, and it's pick at the most 3. Decide 3 things you're going to do. Don't give yourself too many choices, because then you're going to start overthinking it, right? But if you decide, okay, I'm going to do open houses twice a month, great. What are you going to do on those other 2 weeks? Are you going to have a dinner party? Are you going to invite clients to go for a walk with you? Are you going to join an organization or something that meets on a monthly, or does Rotary meet weekly or monthly?
Weekly.
Oh, wow. That's a big commitment. Good for you. All right. So decide what that is, and take a second and just kind of write down, what are the things that you'll do? What did you guys come up with? and stuff?
Open house.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, great.
I'm not quite in with the Facebook thing.
And that's fine.
I'm a very private person.
Yeah.
So it's very awkward for me.
Then don't do it. If it
But
doesn't feel right, then don't do it.
No, I am going to do it.
Okay.
I decided that I was listening to what you were saying, and I think I can post one personal thing a week and one business thing a week. I think that might work. My issue is I can get it out there, but then everything that comes in, I'm overwhelmed with
Totally, yeah.
having to respond.
And you don't have to respond to any of it. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. That's probably part of it.
I'm the same way. I haven't got a clue. I'm on Facebook because everybody asks me to join, but I've never posted one thing on there.
Yeah.
Now, that is kind of what I wrote down. Is you don't have to post. You can just go to your friends and comment on what they post, and actually that might be more powerful.
The commenting. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's huge.
Yeah.
I think that's
Acknowledging their
Yeah.
successes or their children's
It
successes.
is.
Or
liking a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, and I would, and like you were saying, don't think you have to have a formula like post one thing, a business thing,
Yeah.
and something. Do it when it feels right. And then if you can just check into people that you like and either comment or like, I agree. I think they, for whatever reason, appreciate feeling connected.
Take 10 minutes out of your day just to go through what everybody does.
Yeah.
Over a cup of coffee. So.
When you see them, they're like, oh, this just, happened or is going on, and you're like, I read about that, I know.
Or you can see them too.
Or,
exactly.
Right.
That's so great.
It's your reasons to call.
Yep.
Yeah. Facebook is all about reasons to call.
It also feels yucky to put something up there and not have anybody comment.
Oh, that happens all the time now. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
You can help out by commenting.
Exactly. I'll like your stuff.
Yeah,
I'll comment.
It's an easy way to start, though.
Do you check into Facebook more than once a day, Nicole?
I usually go out, so I spend about 15 minutes a day on Facebook. I'll go in first thing in the morning. I'll see who's having a birthday, and I'll either comment or I'll make a note and call them later in the day. I'll comment on a couple things. Yeah, that was the reason I originally got on Facebook, is to find out people's birthdays. Awesome. So I'll comment on birthdays. I'll comment on a couple things. I might during the day post something, and then usually at the end of the day I'll go in and post my gratitude thing for the day and what I'm grateful for. So that's it. I'm on Facebook maybe 15 minutes a day. I don't spend it unless I'm like bored, like my brain's fried in the middle of the day and I need, then I'll go on Facebook for a couple minutes. But usually it's about 15 minutes a day. It's over. There's a ton of stuff on there, and you have to realize that you're never going to be fully up on stuff, right? So don't worry about it. Don't feel like, but sometimes if I'm looking for a reason to call, I can go to Facebook, and there's usually something going on with a client that's a reason.
Racking your brain for 15 minutes of what to call.
Exactly. A reason to call, or like if a client calls me, maybe I haven't talked to them in a while, I'll go pull up their Facebook profile before I call them back to just see what's going on in their life and feel more relevant in the conversation.
Even before you write a personal note.
Yeah.
Check their Facebook.
Exactly. Yeah, I loved seeing all your pictures of your vacation. Looks like you guys had a blast. Let's catch up sometime soon. Lots of good, yeah. So Facebook is great for that. But then there's also lots of people who contact me via Facebook. Like they don't want to figure out where my email address is. Yeah. So it's a way for them to connect with me.
Also, too, I think skimming headlines or people's posts on Facebook puts you in the pulse of what's going on with pop culture.
Exactly.
And you kind of get what people are talking about, and
it is, yeah.
Especially if you're not a big, and not that you should get your news there, but like for the presidential debate, everybody's making the jokes about the women in the binders and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So you're just a little bit more aware of it.
Yeah. I have to admit, all my news does come from Facebook. I don't read the newspaper or watch the news because it gets me too freaked out. So yeah, every now and then I'll ask my husband about something. I'm like, I have to admit, all my intel comes from Facebook, so not totally sure about the source, but rumor has it something's going on in the world. What do I need to know about it? But yeah, so it's worth doing. Know that there'll always be somebody out there hipper than you are on Facebook, right? Everybody, it's like
Nicole.
No, I'm not. I remember when I first started, though, I was like, everybody's so witty and funny. I don't know how to be that witty.
I don't ever know what to say.
Yeah. So just start with commenting. Go in and like a couple things every day. Wish people happy birthday. Maybe make a phone call, write a personal note off of what you've seen. And then the more you do it, you'll make a comment. Or post it. Pictures are great.
Oh, yes.
Pictures, people love pictures, right? So, you know, it's like you'll get, but just start with the comments. Start with comments and maybe a couple phone calls or note cards. Then as you get more comfortable, maybe you can throw out a comment and see what happens.
Well, a couple years ago when I first got into Facebook, I had a client that I was working with.
Yeah.
And we had put an offer in on a house, and she was waiting to hear if it got accepted. And she got laid off. She lost her job.
Wow.
This was about 3 or 4 years ago. So, I was doing the Facebook thing, and so of course we, rescinded the offer. And then I was like, "Oh, Susan, good luck with your job search." She freaked out.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Why aren't you personally messaging me?" And I'm like, "I thought I was, So I just got completely shut down on it, and I never went back to it.
And don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just needs a little training probably.
we can have a training call on that.
Okay.
But yeah. And it's like I said, I don't have any privacy setting. I think you have to, my philosophy on everything in life is nothing's private anyway. If you think you have privacy, you're confused. So just don't, so just know there's no privacy. If you don't want people to know about it, just don't do it. So, okay. So that's the attract step. Did anybody else come up with other things they wanted to do in their business for that stage of the business?
I want to make phone calls. I know I keep struggling with that. So I'm going to just commit to those 2 a day.
Excellent. Or just one. Start with one. Don't even go 2. You're
Yeah,
overdoing it.
One a day. That's way
One.
better. Really up the hook.
Yeah, way too. Your goals are way too big. What's that commercial right now with the little? There's like the little sandwich or something, and you gotta like put on your little boy pants and think small so you can get the little office.
Hot chicken,
Yeah.
just
yeah.
fried chicken or
There's something. Yeah, it's a chicken something. So think small. What were you gonna say?
Mine was to find and I don't know if charity is the right word, but organization to volunteer with the family at and really
perfect.
Kind of get.
I think that's great.
Yeah. So like kind of equivalent to your boys and girls.
Exactly. Yeah, get the kids involved and stuff like that. Yeah. Alex is cute. We a couple times we made them. They have those. Have you guys heard of Moon Jar? They're the piggy banks, and they're kind of for kids. And it's 3 different piggy banks, and they're all put together. So one's the spend, save, and then give. So one year we had the boys take their give piggy banks and donate it to the Boys and Girls Club. So Alex this year voluntarily picked up his piggy bank. He's like, we need to go to the Boys and Girls Club. And I think it was like $20 or something, right? But he donated all the money in his give to the Boys and Girls Club all on his own. So it was really cute. They wrote him a letter, the letter that you get when you donate money. He got his own letter, and it's very, very sweet.
That's really cute.
Yeah.
What's that piggy bank called?
Moonjar, moonjar.com. And it's all about financial literacy for kids. And I think probably they have a couple different things. But the one that they have, it's a piggy bank, and they're metal, and they're like 3 triangles that fit together, and they have a rubber band around them. You got spend, save, and give. So when they get money, they can put some in each one. It's kind of neat. Yeah. Any questions on the attract part? And again, it's something we can really overcomplicate, right? You can come up with all kinds of systems, but the reality is if you just go with intention, get out there, it's a contact sport, right? If you get in front of people and you have a little bit of market knowledge behind you in the form of previewing, that's really what you need to do. There's all kinds of other stuff you can do. If you just master those and do them on a regular basis, you're going to be in great shape. So step 2 is communicate. And the focus on this phase is uniqueness. Because the public, or some of the public, they view us as a commodity, right? They think all real estate agents are the same. Why should I work with you versus someone else? So you have to be able to get across that you're different.
Valued.
What? Valued. Absolutely. So the essential elements of the communicate phase are having a communication plan. So marketing is a key time you want to communicate with your clients. Your initial client meetings, I think, is a phenomenal time to be communicating all kinds of really different and important things. And then the nuances of how and when. And that's a big one we're going to talk about today. As I'm doing more training, like I said in the beginning, I see a lot of agents doing the right things, but maybe not getting the best results. And so we've really been paying attention to not only what are we doing, but the how and the why and the when, and what are those nuances in those categories that make what we're doing give us different results than maybe somebody else who's doing it. So we're going to talk about that. Marketing plan elements. And marketing is definitely, it's a layered approach, right? There's no one way to market anymore. It used to be you just had a mailing program and you're done. That's it. You need different elements of it. You need mail. And I think I've been doing a lot with email marketing lately, but I still think nothing beats that thing that you get in the mail, right? And it's kind of back to that consistency. You know, you consistently send something on a regular basis, but when you consistently send a nice high quality piece of mail, I know when I sit down with at a listing appointment with a client who's been getting my mail on a regular basis, you know, when I get to the marketing part of the presentation, it's about 45 seconds long, because we don't need to talk about the quality of the flyers or all of the stuff. They say, oh, I've been getting your postcards for years. You do great marketing. And that's it. You know, it just saved me a ton of time, and I'm not having, again, I don't have to, that's one of those things, it's hard to convince people, right? I'm a good marketer when this is the first time and they've never seen any of your stuff. But if they've gotten my postcards for a number of years, we don't have to talk about it. They don't even care about how am I going to do it specific to their house. They're just like, oh, we trust you. We got your stuff. It's good quality. You're handled. Email marketing. Do you guys have a regular mailing program? Some people, yeah.
Email mailing.
Yeah, and then email. Do you guys use a regular email marketing program?
Okay. Irregular marketing.
Irregular. All right. So email, I think, you know, the mail does consistency, but it also shows quality, right? And it's different people like things in different ways. But I also think people need to see it in multiple ways too. Even for any one person, there's no one right way to communicate with them. So you've got your mail, the stuff that goes out in the mail, but then there's also email marketing, which I think is important because it's just that easy way to get in front of people on a regular. It's certainly more cost effective for us as agents, but it's that easy way to get in front of people on a regular basis as well. Mm-hmm.
Do you try to convert your email to a regular mail?
I don't, because I want them to be different. You can, most definitely, but I want them to be, I don't want them to be the same.
Can you send, I'm just asking, can you send the same piece you would have in a regular mail through your email?
Yeah, I mean, I can, yes.
Do you do that or no?
No, because I wanted to, if I'm going to send one thing in mail, I don't want to send the exact same thing out via email. I want it to be.
If it's to different people, would it make a difference?
No, I mean, that if it's to different people, then you're fine, but.
That's what I mean. I mean, so you have your email list and you have your mailing list. You could send the same information to both of them, right?
Yeah, you could, although I don't think there's any reason to have an email list and a mailing list. All of mine's together, unless for some reason, because it's my database, right? So I've got their addresses, they get mail, but then they also get email marketing from me. The only reason it would be different would be maybe if you had a farm, a neighborhood that you farmed on a regular basis, and those people you're probably not going to have email addresses for.
Right, that's what
I
plan on building a farm, right?
Right.
But then as I'm picking up clients at open houses, they're email clients.
Right, exactly.
So you have your farm you send your information to, then you have your email clients. Would you send the same piece to them? That's what I'm saying.
You could, yeah, you could, absolutely.
That's a good idea or not?
Yeah, it's whatever makes it easiest for you that you're going to do. Yeah.
For the same people.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you email once a month and mail once a month, or do you email every 2? How do you
we mail once a month and we email every 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've been doing it for a while, right? Start with email once a month, right? I think you need to do everything if you're going to do it once a month minimum. Everything else is gravy, right? Okay. But I do think less, like every other month, I almost think isn't worth it, right? Because I think then you're not in front of people enough to make it worthwhile. I think you're trying to always you're losing ground faster than you're gaining. I think once a month and more, you're going to gain. But start with once a month, and there's, again, you can overcomplicate it, right? There are so many formulas out there about how often do you have to mail, or how long should the mailing be, or all of this stuff. The right answer is whatever you can get out the door on a regular basis. That's once a month. Once a month is the right answer. If you can get it out twice a month, that's the right answer. It really doesn't matter. More sometimes is better, but something is better than nothing.
I was having a hard time doing my marketing pieces consistently because when you're doing the rest of the business to turn and be a marketer, I think is hard. And one of the things that helped me gain consistency is within our Ninja group. We hired one person and collaborated, and she's doing a postcard and a newsletter once a month for everybody. And she emails it to us. We say, yes, that looks great. You know, add these listings, you know, our personal listings. So she personalizes it. It goes out. We all pay her, and it's just, it's done. And it's made a huge difference.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great thing to outsource, for sure. Absolutely.
And she just works out of your office, or?
She's out of, so we have, I don't know, 4 maybe offices represented in our Ninja group. So she is an agent out of one of the offices.
Yeah.
Could you pass her name on to us?
What did she do for as far as a newsletter? What is?
Just a 2-sided. It's a fold over. It's a 1-page fold over address, 3 listings on the back. And this week it was the market's great. Here's some haunted houses, pumpkin patch. Here's a big pumpkin out there, and it goes. And then for the postcard this month, it was the heat map, the Windermere heat map kind of thing. And again,
and what does it cost you per item?
I don't know.
That's what
it goes.
What?
Not the financial person.
My husband always asks me that. What does it cost you to be in business? I don't know.
A lot of boatloads.
Yeah.
Boatload less too.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my answer. So social media, I think, can be part of your marketing. Again, don't overthink it. Just be part of it, right? Whether you're posting or commenting or whatever, just do something. And LinkedIn is great. I have to admit, I don't post anything on LinkedIn, but I do think it's worth just sit down, take half an hour one day, pull out your database, and go send invitations to everybody in LinkedIn to get connected, because LinkedIn is like the Facebook for professionals. If you've got like CEO or super corporate type people, they might not be on Facebook, but they are on LinkedIn. And again, it's not that you're going to post stuff and they're going to comment on your LinkedIn stream, although you can do that, but sometimes that's the easiest way for them to find you.
The other thing that's interesting on that is you can see who's been looking at your profile.
Yeah.
I think that's intriguing.
It is. I don't do much with it, but
and I don't either. But when
find out who your stalkers are.
Yeah. Like, interesting. I wonder why. And then you nonchalantly connect with them.
Yeah. Hey, I see you're stalking me
Yeah.
anyway.
Exactly.
Why do you buy a house?
I get recommendations on LinkedIn.
Yes. And that's another great thing to do with LinkedIn, for sure.
I've recently received a recommendation from another agent who then asked me to recommend her. Or was it recommend or?
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
Plus now they've got this new thing where you like
endorsements
endorse.
What is that?
You came up on my page. Do you want to endorse Nicole for sellers? It's like, I suppose, but I have no idea what this whole thing's all about.
Yeah, I keep getting email notifications that I've been endorsed by people. I'm like, thanks, but I don't understand what's going on. So I don't know.
Interesting. As it brings you business, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And exactly, we all do. And I have to admit, I do too. And my rule is anytime I can feel myself going into inaction, I know I'm overthinking whatever I'm doing, and I make a commitment right then and there to make a decision in the next 5 minutes on whatever it is. And I don't even care if it's the right decision. I'm going to make a decision, and I am moving on with my life, right? Because now.
What'd you say? Say it again. Inaction, overthinking?
Whenever I feel myself going into that inaction, like I'm overthinking something, I'm realizing like, hey, I've been trying to figure out this headline for the last 15 minutes. Yeah, inaction. No, it's okay. I'll decide, I'll stop and I go, okay, I have 5 minutes to make this decision and move on with my life. And I stop worrying about if it's the right one or not, but it's like, okay, I have allotted enough time and more than enough brain space to whatever this is. You cannot be in my brain anymore. So 5 minutes, figure it out, and let's move on.
Remove yourself.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about planning. We're coming up on noon, so we'll take a break. We'll do lunch, and then we'll come back and finish up this section. after lunch. But the key to marketing is, first of all, if you can outsource it, awesome. Brainstorm yearly and complete quarterly. So I will, and we will send this to you guys after the workshop. I was going to print it out and put it in your workbooks, and I have to admit I forgot. But I will once a year just sit down and brainstorm all the topics that I want to either blog about and send in my email newsletters or write postcards on. And I'll just come up with a big giant list, because it's hard. Even if you're only doing it once a month, 30 days comes a whole lot faster than you realize, right? You're like, oh, just send a postcard. You know? You're like, I can't be creative all that often. That's way too much. So I will come up with a list of different topics for, a solid year. And then go in once a quarter and do the postcards and set up my email marketing. Because even your postcards, you can either order them and have them all sent to you, or you can order them and leave them in your kind of cart. Yeah, cart pending orders. If because sometimes if it's a postcard, you want to go in and have the updated mailing list, right? Because that does change, but you can still get the postcard's the hard part, right? Yeah. That's the part where you have to be creative or think about what you're going to say. So if you brainstorm topics yearly, but then do it quarterly, that will make your life so much easier, because then it's just handled, right? And everything you can auto schedule, whether it's an email or a postcard that you want to go out, you can auto schedule that stuff, kind of set it and forget it. And you have to do it. Like, marketing's one of those things, when we get busy, we stop doing it because you forget. And again, 30 days comes faster, but when you stop doing the marketing, your business will slow down. It happens every time. So try that. Like I said, we will send out after this workshop the list of topics that I have for this year. You're welcome to use the topics, or if that kind of gets you going and stuff.
I know.
All right. So guys, ready for some lunch? After lunch, we're finishing up the communication step of the ACT system. So it's step 2. We're going to talk. I've actually got a guest speaker coming in at 1:30, so that'll be fun.
Nice.
Yeah, great gal. She's going to come in and talk to us about nutrition, which I think is great.
Wow.
After just feeding
everything. Great.
Yeah. We'll hide the Halloween candy right before she gets here. We'll stick it under the table so she doesn't know we've been eating it all day. But I always like to bring in guest speakers, and I like to do people who aren't in real estate, because it's a full thing, right? We're talking about how to create success within real estate, but it's a multifaceted deal. It's not just about the actions you take when you're in the office. You have to set yourself up in every way, which means you get a decent night's sleep, right? Or you work out so that you're mentally prepared. And for me, if I know what I eat really makes a huge difference in how I show up. And I think as agents, we're notoriously lousy for that, right? We eat on the fly. We don't take time for meals. I am certainly an offender in all of those categories. But I also know that when I eat right, I have more energy and I think more clearly, and which means I can show up and give better service to my clients. And I even noticed, we were talking about there's Halloween candy back there. And I gave up sugar a couple months ago, and it's made a big difference. Wow. Because for one, I think all of us are to an extent, but I've really been paying attention in the last couple of years to how what I eat really affects me. When I eat sugar, it makes me tired. It makes me really moody and cranky. Like, I'm a lot crankier when I eat sugar. And I noticed when I stopped doing it that, my moods got better. But it's interesting. So it's been 3-4 months since I've had any sugar. And about a month ago, I was at a client's house, and she had just made this, homemade dessert, right? She's like, hey, do you want some? And I felt bad saying, no, I don't eat sugar. So I went ahead and had a couple bites. And can I tell you, instantly, my brain fogged out. I could not focus or formulate a thought. It was the most bizarre thing ever. So I've just noticed that for me, and some people can eat it and they're fine. And it has
withdrawal?
No, fortunately, no. No, I didn't go through any withdrawal.
So what have you actually given up?
So it's all junk, like candy, pastries, all of that kind of stuff.
So refined sugar.
Refined sugar. Yeah, I mean, I still eat fruit. I still eat bread. I know has sugar in it. I've been known to have a glass or 2 of wine. I know there's sugar in that. But I figured if I had to trade one for the other, I would give up the Halloween candy for my glass of wine.
So you basically gave up the junk sugar.
I gave up the junk, yeah. Like all of that kind of like mainline stuff, you know, when you eat dessert and stuff like that, it's just that overload of sugar to your body.
What are you doing Halloween?
Nothing. Hand it all out.
How many kids are we going to have?
Hand it all out, or let them eat
It's out of
it.
your system. You don't crave it anymore.
Yeah, I don't crave it anymore, and I'm an all or nothing person. That's part of the reason I gave it up. Is I can't have, you know, there's people who can eat like 2 bites of chocolate and then put it away. I admire you. I think you're a freak, quite honestly, because I can't do it. I can have none and actually be fine with none, or I can have the entire bag. But the whole 1 or 2 pieces, I've just never mastered that.
That's one piece of chocolate on my way.
Yeah. So, exactly. But I can have none. I'm totally fine with none too. So that's the way I do it. So, okay, back to communication. So we've talked about, you know, having a layering effect to your communication. You need to do multiple things. It's no longer you send a postcard and you're done. You've got to, you have a mailing postcard and email and social media, and that sounds intimidating. But at the same time, if you do a yearly brainstorm of your topics, because it's hard to come up with topics, I have to admit when I do, typically I'll sit down once a month. I don't always get it done quarterly, but once a month, because I have various blog posts that I write for my different blogs and marketing pieces that I do. So I try to once a month sit down and do that. It's easier for me to be creative once a month or once a quarter than it is like every week, right? When I feel like I want a blog post to come out. And so if you can chunk it down into little things like that. And it's also figuring out your timing. Like I'm starting to travel a lot more now. I do a lot of my marketing when I'm on an airplane. Because it's a confined space, there's nothing else to do. I used to bring a book, and now I don't. I intentionally don't bring books anymore because now I've got nothing else to do but fire up my laptop. And I can kind of get in a zone, and I can start doing all my marketing because I don't have any distractions. So maybe that's how you can get a vacation out of it, right? Honey, I have to get on an airplane. I can't get my marketing done unless I fly somewhere once a quarter. And it has to be far away and really sunny when I get there.
Yes.
Try
and
it.
your suite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
My big fancy suite. Try it, see if it works. So anyway, and we will send out that list of topics that I've got for this year that you're welcome to use. And I just keep a file of different things. Whenever I see something, whether it's an email I get or something I read in a magazine article that I think would be good, I'll either, throw it in an email inbox or keep it in a file in my office. So when I'm ready to do a marketing piece, I've got kind of a stockpile of stuff that I can go from. And now we're going to talk about, other sources because, I write a lot of my own marketing pieces because I like that. Writing is something that I like to do, but it doesn't mean that you have to do it, right? I think a lot of people don't do the communicating because you feel like you need to create all of this stuff on your own. And if you do, great, but there's nothing that says you have to do it that way. So here's some other sources that are great. Newspapers are awesome. Like right now here in Seattle, we have that Seattle Restaurant Week that's in October. Awesome thing to, you can post it on Facebook. You could do a little blog post. You could even, if you did it today, because I think they've got 1 or 2 more weeks of it, you could send out a little postcard. Hey, it's Seattle Restaurant Week. Go to this link to see all the restaurants. It's a great way to try different things, right? Try that restaurant that's been on your list of places to go that you haven't been to yet. Stuff like that is awesome. Area magazines, here we've got like 425 magazine and Seattle there's a couple, Seattle Metropolitan magazine. There's lots of different fun things in there that you could pull out and turn into a postcard or a blog post or something like that. Keeping Current Matters. Do you know what that is and or subscribe to it? KeepingCurrentMatters.com. Awesome website. So I'm not a super stat person, but I do recognize the importance of them, right? And there's this guy, he's based out of the East Coast, Steve Harney, who runs Keeping Current Matters. He is the best, not only statistician, but storyteller that I have ever heard when it comes to, okay, here's what's going on in the market, but here's what that means. Here's what that means for you as an agent, and here's what it means for your client. You can go to keepingcurrentmatters.com and sign up for their blog. That's free. You get a daily email from him, and he's got great graphics that they do to go with them, little pictures and things like that. And we've taken some of those pictures and turned them into blog posts. And you have to give credit, right? Hey, here's a great graphic that we found from Keeping Current Matters that really illustrates where the housing market's at right now. Just thought it would be of interest to you, and we post that on our blog. So that's great. He also, you can sign up $19.95 a month. You can get a monthly email from him with a whole PowerPoint presentation on what's going on with the market, and then country as a whole. You get, and with that you get the webinar, you get the PowerPoint slides that you can download individually and turn those into postcards or blog posts or something like that. And then you get the transcript of what he's talking about. Best $20 a month you'll spend, especially if you feel like you're not a super stat person and you need a way to show that to clients. Great tool.
And you feel like captures our market?
You know, it talks about it as a whole. If you have specific questions for our market, you can call their offices, and they're super friendly, and they'll walk you through whatever you need to know to figure it out. But even sometimes just the whole, you know, as a whole, I think there's still relevant and useful information in there. So it's worth checking out for sure. Trulia.com I think is a good one. Inman.com. They also have really good information on their stuff.
Any guidelines or suggestions for when I'm doing an email blast, what you think about or what you try and include, or, you know, just suggestions?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it goes back to short and sweet is best, and whatever you're going to get out is really the right answer, right? The average blog post is supposed to be 200 to 300 words. You know, most people feel like you need to write this long thesis. Short and sweet is better. And it's that mixture of science and art. I know for ours, and if you want, well, regardless, we'll just send it out after this so you guys can see what my newsletter looks like. Mine has about 5 sections in it. And the first one is always a note from Nicole, which is just a personal note kind of thing. The second one is we put our listings in there. I think that can be a great tool, especially when you're sitting down with a seller. Hey, every 2 weeks we send out an email newsletter and your listing will be featured in that. You know, and then if you've got open houses, you can advertise that as well. But listings go in there. We put a client testimonial in there. And then we put our last 2 blog posts. And one of those blog posts is always a real estate one. Like I think the recent one we sent out was about, you know, hey, as a seller, you spend all this time, money, and energy to stage your house. Do you actually know how to show your house? Which means the blinds are up, you know, the music's on, the lights are on. And that came from, we had a seller who did all of this wonderful staging, and then the clients are getting there, and it's dark, right? All the blinds are down, the lights are off, and it's like, shoot. Yeah, you know, they spent all of this energy to get their house staged, and it looks beautiful, and it's not showing well. So it's like, hey, I forgot that this was a conversation I needed to have. So I turned that into just a little short blog post. And then the other one is, I have a section on my blog called 5-Star Living, because my husband's nickname for me is 5-Star, because, as you know, I want a Maserati. I happen to like nice things.
I love it.
And it all came from when the kids were little. People would say, hey, do you guys camp? And he's like, 5-Star does not camp. So it just kind of stuck.
That's your idea of camping, is a 5-star.
Yeah, no, 4, 3 if I'm like really, I don't know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But I like nice things. But it's 5-Star Living, and so it'll be like the recent one was Trellis Restaurant. It's just fun things, right? Like the spot, the Pro Sports Club, or you know, the store where I like to buy my clothes, and I even put my contractors in there and my physical therapist. It's just kind of a fun way, different things going on in the community, and a great way to highlight different vendors and stuff that I work with to keep it kind of local. So those are the sections of mine. I think, in all honesty, even if you just send out one thing on a regular basis, you don't have to have, one section's fine. And then you kind of want to alternate that mixture of, you know, science and art kind of thing. So maybe one, you know, if you send 1 month is kind of a real estate-y article, the next one might be, you know, your favorite pumpkin patches, and then the next one's a real estate article, and then the next one's a personal one, and mix them up that way. Yeah. Does that help?
Yeah.
There's, just for success of bloggers, there's a guy in Redmond, I don't know if you probably have heard of him. He started a local blog, just talking about Audis.
Oh, okay.
You heard about him?
Yeah, what's his name? I think I do know who you're talking about, but yeah.
You know, he's so successful now, Audi sends him a new car every year.
Yeah.
They fly him all the way to Germany to pick out his car.
Exactly.
And then ship it to him.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Free of charge, he's a new car every year.
Wow, nice.
He just started writing a blog about Audis.
Very cool.
So he goes to Germany, gets a choice of cars, and he can
Nice.
ship it to him.
Yeah, there's I'm feeling it. I think so.
Start doing a blog about your Maserati, you might get a free one.
I like it. All right, I'm doing it. I'll keep you posted. All right, so yeah, different sources. You do not have to create your own stuff. And then here's some of my favorite vendors for your different communication plans. CustomExpress.com. Do you guys all use that?
Yes.
Yeah. Hands down, the best service on the planet. You know, they're cost effective, great quality, awesome turnaround time. For all of my print mailing runs through Custom Express. And that could be, you know, an open house invitation. It could be like we just did that pumpkin patch one. That's all through Custom Express. Super easy thing to do. MailChimp.com is great for email newsletters. Do you do an email?
I do. Yeah, I love MailChimp.
Is that who you use? Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Super user friendly. You can go in and pick a template. That's another thing. When you do that, you're going to want to set a timer because you can be there for hours picking templates.
It's gotta be perfect. I'll be
it's not the right shade of blue. I want the leaf over here. It's in the wrong spot. You will not gain or lose clients based on the color you pick or the schematic, right? Give yourself 15 minutes on picking a template in 15 minutes, right?
So that's a template for the online newsletter.
Exactly. Yeah. That you're going to send out.
Other one called Contact.
There's eye contact. There's constant contact.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're all good. And in all honesty, none's really, just pick one and go with it.
Okay.
You know, they're all good. MailChimp is great. You can do up to 2,000 people and for free.
And how much is the service per month?
It's free. As long as you're sending to fewer than 2,000 people.
Really?
Wow.
And I think
branding on it.
Yeah, they have. They have a little bit of branding, but who cares? And I think there's a premium, and you can probably get more reports. Then you're never going to look at the reports. Just do the free one. No, that's silly. You can. It's cool. You can go in and you can see like who's opened it and all that kind of stuff. Just get the darn thing out the door.
Which one do you use?
So I use Infusionsoft, which is not the one you want to use.
Okay.
It's like MailChimp on steroids.
Okay.
But it's so like when you register for my class, you can go in and pay for it on my website.
Right. Oh,
if
yeah.
you get that's
we don't
why
need that.
No.
Okay.
Use MailChimp.
Okay.
It's awesome. Or Constant Contact or Eye Contact. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with any of them. It's just whatever one you're most comfortable with.
That one's the most user friendly.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly. So you just pick one and go with it. And that's, I think, the other reason people don't, whether it's picking a database or a mailing service, you can overthink it to the nth degree, right? There's like a billion different things. They all work. And the reality is there's so few functions that you're actually going to use, right? Like, database things is the perfect top producer, right? Top producer, there's like so many features. It's this big, intensive thing. 99.9% of them you're never going to use, right? And if you get there, great, but really you just need a place where you can pull names, addresses, emails, run some labels, and you're good, right? Outlook's awesome. I run everything through Gmail. Their contact manager actually now instead of Outlook. That's a phenomenal system. We really like that a lot. So MailChimp, Market Leader. Have you guys heard about that? Some offices are doing it. So MailChimp is, you're going to do an email marketing program and you're going to find your own stuff. You're going to pick your template, but then you're going to pick something to put in it, once a month or however often you're doing it. And that's great. And you can do it, like I said, you could do it quarterly. You could you could decide, tomorrow I'm going to schedule a marketing day. I'm going to come up with 3 things that I'm going to email out. I'm going to go set them all up in MailChimp. And then I'm going to, predetermine when they want to go out. So you're doing it once, but then it goes out. Back to MailChimp, the one thing I will say, anytime you're getting set up on anything, there's always that input process where you got to get everybody's emails in there. It's the setup process. Pay somebody to do that. Or have your weekend receptionist do it.
They won't take it right from Outlook or
they can.
CVS file or something?
Yeah, they can, but there's always some little tweak, right? It's one of those things that you think is going to take 30 minutes and 3 hours later you're swearing at the computer, like,
and
what the hell?
And then you've invested so much time in it, why would I pay somebody else since I've done all this work?
Exactly. Yes. So you export it to the CSV and then give it to your weekend receptionist and say, figure it out. Or pay your assistant or something like that. It will just save you frustration. And you'll get your first email newsletter out probably 3 months faster because you won't be screwing around. But so MailChimp is you're going to find your own content, you're going to pick a template, put it in there, and get it out. But if that's too much for you, you're like, I can't do it. I just want it done. Market Leader is a great system. It's geared towards real estate agents. You go in there and you can just pick. I want home maintenance tips for the next year. You upload your database into there. You pick home maintenance. They've got 12 email postcards that they're going to send out. It's a click of a button. It's done. It's more expensive. It's $149 a month. But for some people, if the whole idea of MailChimp, I've got to find, either write stuff or find stuff is too overwhelming and you just want something to do, Market Leader is a great system for that, right? So it's just levels of involvement. MailChimp is a little bit more involved. You've got to find your stuff. Market Leader is, I'm going to do one click and I'm done for the year.
So in MailChimp, they have the template. They don't have this information.
No, you've got to go find your information and put it in there.
MailChimp.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you violate any copyright things when you get stuff from outside, like the gentleman you just talked about?
So graphic
yeah, you have to give credit.
For turn
yeah, you need to show where you got that information from, which I always do. But when you're going to do it, you always want to put your own kind of 2 cents in there, right? Like we put in there, hey, this is one of the best graphs we've seen that illustrates this point. This is courtesy of, Steve Harney at keepingcreditmatters.com. Here's the information. So we always give credit. Absolutely. Did you have a question?
I use a company called happygrasshopper.com.
Oh, fun.
And they're fantastic. The thing I like about them is they will provide 4 options for content.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's real estate relevant, sometimes not. Fun stuff like the meteor shower that's coming up or something like that. And or you can put your own in there. You can put your own contact in. The template is awesome because it goes directly to your client and it says, hello Kim or hello James. Mine went out, it goes out every month. I had one go out yesterday, and just yesterday afternoon, within an hour of it going out, I had 6 responses from people. And one client was so cute because she's an older woman and I'm working with her and we're going to put, she's decluttering, it's going to take her till March to do that. So we're going to put her on the market in March. Cute. So we've already done her CMA and everything. And she fires back, Sue, I told you, because my whole thing was now the time to sell. Oh, so I told you I wasn't ready until March. And I'm like, oh, Mary, that's okay.
Just always best to her.
No, they do. Everybody thinks it's directly to them. It's happygrasshopper.com. Grasshopper. And it's called it's called e-nurturing. So you're nurturing your clients.
It's just about keeping that conversation going.
I have 100 people in there that are getting emails, and I think it's $8.99 a month. And then they give you X amount of days to approve your email, so you can take some time to do it or come up with your own content. The coolest thing is you can see who's opened it, who's looked at it. They send the bounce backs, and they send the people that have unsubscribed. And in the 2 years I've been doing it, I've only had 6 people unsubscribe.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's really cool.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Happygrasshopper.com.
Happy Grasshopper.
Yeah, check it out.
Add that to your little thing.
Yeah, we will for sure. It's going up there. And then Hootsuite. Hootsuite is if you really want to get into social media, you can pre-schedule things. And certain things you can't pre-schedule, right? Like I can't pre-schedule the fact that something's going to happen tomorrow and I'm going to want to do a Facebook post about it. But it's great. People love all those quotes and things like that you see on Facebook. If you want things to show up, but you don't have time to always be in there, you can go into Hootsuite and you can actually schedule when certain things will show up in your Facebook or Twitter timeline.
You see that with photos too? In Hootsuite?
I've never tried it. You try? I'm not sure. Could be good. Yeah, absolutely. So initial client meetings, again, this is part of the communication plan. Consult versus close. And we're just going to talk about this briefly because this is more of a business planning thing. We're talking more about the different systems. But with respect to communication and showing your uniqueness, I think it's a mindset difference that makes it's palpable to your client in the sense that we're all taught it's all about the close, right? If you show up and my intention is I'm going to close you, I'm going to get you to sign on the dotted line, right? Versus I'm here to consult. I'm the expert on the market. I know what's going on. Let's see where you're at. Let me help. I'm going to consult with you, about what your position is and where the market is and how that meets up. And then we'll see if we're the right fit. You're covering the same information, but it's a very different feeling when you're with your client. And I think they can tell that. And that makes a big difference. Also committed but not attached. I'm committed to giving you all the information you want, but I'm not attached to the outcome. I had a meeting with a seller 2 weeks ago, and quite honestly, he's $300,000 overpriced. And he's on the market with another agent, and I was brought in, I was referred to him, and it was a good conversation, but I was telling him, like, look, I can do it. I can sell your house. I mean, it's great that these people referred me to you and they told you I can get it done. I cannot get it done at this price. I can get it done at $300,000 less, but I was there as a consultant. And he was very strong-willed and set on his price. And quite honestly, he's not going to list with me because he's not going to do it at my price. In which case, I told him I didn't want it because you're going to be frustrated with me down the road. But we all left that conversation still feeling good about it. Versus if I was there to close him, it would have been a very adversarial, head-butting conversation. And he still would not have listed with me. And then I would have had a bad reputation, and it would have made it icky with the person I'm here as a consultant. You can list with me or not. You're going to be in this house for 10 years if that's the price you want. And I'm just telling you that, and you got a beautiful house. I wouldn't mind hanging out here for 10 years, but this is where you're going to be for 10 years if that's the price you want. And if you don't, if you decide you want to move sooner, this is the price it probably needs to be. And I'm just here as a consultant. List with me or don't. Reduce your price or don't. I'm just giving you the information. And he didn't like it, and he didn't do anything with it. But at the same time, we all walked away still feeling good about the conversation.
So you never listed the house?
It's actually on the market with a different agent at the higher price.
Higher price.
Yeah, and that's fine. She's not going to get paid on it unless he decides to drop his price. And I find when I do that, in all honesty, 99.9% of the time, people will actually go to my price. They won't like it, but they'll go to it. But again, it's because I'm not butting heads with them. They understand that I'm just there as a consultant. You're either going to do it or not, but this is what it's going to look like in this market.
Well, can I ask you a question? This may be kind of off what we're working with here, just from your comment about how you met with him as a consultant. Just recently, I have been contacted by people who currently have their home listed, and it's my understanding that the licensing laws don't allow us to talk to them if their home is currently listed. If they call you, you're fine. Okay, that's good because you can go meet with them all day long. Okay, yeah, good, absolutely. I like that. I misunderstood. Yeah. And it was nice, right? I told the guy, I'm like, you've got great agents. I can't even tell you that your agents are doing something wrong. I can tell you can get the job done, but I can also tell you I can't do it at this price. But yeah, if they call you, it's when you are actively pursuing other people that becomes an issue. Okay. Yeah, which is not something you would do. Okay. So, because at this point you're the expert, right? We're just having a conversation. I'm the expert on the real estate market. I can give you all the information you need. If that works for you, great. If not, no problem. So let's talk about the nuances of how and when. And I think this is a huge one. Like I said, we've really been paying attention to this in our business. It's the nuances of the difference between getting paid and getting referrals. And there was something that came up where we had a client and I went and showed her houses on Monday, and then we left and she didn't find anything, and then it was, okay, well, she had time on Thursday. So if there was time to go look at stuff on Thursday, or she had time, so if something new came on the market, it was like, okay, well, we'll contact you on Wednesday. And what I realized is there's like the average agent, the good agent, and the great agent with how you deal with that situation. And which is a situation we all deal with in our business, right? That's a pretty common scenario, right? Yeah. I've got time, let me know if something comes up. Yeah. The average agent will, if nothing comes up, will not call the client, ever. They'll just be like, well, nothing new came up, I don't need to call, right? Or they'll call Thursday morning. The good agent will call or email Wednesday night and say, hey, nothing came on the market, so we don't need to meet tomorrow. The great agent knows that that client's been sitting around all day Wednesday trying to figure out if she can make plans for Thursday, and will contact them by noon to say, hey, nothing's come up, I just want to let you know, go do whatever it is you need to do. I'll keep checking, but at this point we don't need to meet on Thursday. And so it's those little nuances of how you can serve your client that make all the difference, right? So the first two will get you paid on that client. The last one is the one that gets you, that's how you get referrals, right? Because you took care of that client in ways they didn't even know.
that made a difference to them, because now and it's kind of that consistency thing, right? If you contact them before noon, they know you're on it. If you do it at the end of the day, then they're kind of wondering, was that an afterthought? Do they really even have time to meet with me? And then they're starting to feel like, well, maybe there's something out there that they're missing, kind of thing, right? So it's just working through that and knowing that there's those little nuances of how you can do things. It's not about doing something different or even something more, but how can you take what you're already doing and do it a little bit better? Does that make sense? Does that help a little bit? And so looking for all those different opportunities and it's about, like I said, understanding what your client's going through. She's sitting there all day the day before going, can I make plans? Can I not? I have the stuff I need to get done. I'm not quite sure when I can do it or if I can do it at all. Whereas if we let her know by noon, then now she's free to go set up her day as necessary. And again, the trigger is, what thoughts and emotions are your clients having and feeling right now? And how can you make it easier for them? So action steps from this section, the communicate section of the ACT system, is determining which marketing avenues are right for you, right? Are you going to mail postcards? Are you going to do email things? Are you going to do social media? Decide what it is and make a commitment to do that, right? And then have somebody else set you up. It is so worth doing that. I remember there was one time I was switching my blog from one platform to another. Seriously, 6 weeks I have into this thing, like trying to switch it over. I can't freaking figure it out. I hired somebody, $50, hour and a half, handled. Ugh, feel like an idiot.
Oh no.
You know. And for all of us, we have weekend receptionists, usually who are bored to tears, and it's perfect stuff like that, or anything technology related. You can usually get a high schooler to do, you know, because they can do it on off hours, and yeah, they can do it in a fraction of, because they just know how to do that stuff, right? And it's not a question of can you figure it out. Yes, you can figure it out, but it's highest and best use of your time, and how many swear words will you be saying in the middle of it? For me, it usually ends up being a lot of swearing. So have someone, because once you get set up, the actual putting together the email newsletters and stuff and getting it out is easy. But most people lose steam because they're still trying to figure out how to upload all their things. And it's one of those, they always give good directions, and it always seems so easy. I guarantee you're going to get halfway through and something's going to be wrong, and then you're not sure how to fix it. You know, and people like MailChimp has awesome customer support. They make it easy. I mean, certainly if you needed to, you could probably figure it out. But I would highly encourage you to just have somebody else do it for you. Yeah, exactly. Because then you're still excited about it, like I said, to go, you know, actually get the stuff sent out. If you burn up all your motivation just trying to get your addresses uploaded, then you don't want to do it anymore. So schedule a planning day. I would encourage you to put that on your calendar. If you can get it done by the end of October, that would be great. You know, especially as you're going into the holidays. We've talked about a lot of things, you know, whether it's Thanksgiving note cards you're going to send out, or holiday, you know, Christmas pictures, or, you know, holiday pictures you're going to send out. Schedule that. Take a day, and I schedule a whole day knowing that it's not going to take you a whole day to do it, but something else always comes up on that day anyway. So if I've scheduled the whole day, then by the time other things start to eat into my day, there'll still be at least enough time left to get some stuff done, right? But, you know, complete 90 days worth of marketing on that day and just get it done, and then you don't have to think about it, and it's handled. You can pre-schedule all of it. And that's really the only way, I think, to make it happen on a regular basis. So we're going to blow through the break because that was our lunch break. Let me get our next one up here. How are you guys doing so far? Good. You getting some good stuff that'll, yeah, that you can use in your business? Mm-hmm. Perfect. Does anybody have questions on what we talked about so far, on what it looks like in real life, or how you implement it? Yeah.
I'm getting a listing. The situation that I need input.
Yeah.
My next door neighbor wants to list his house.
Oh, great.
Okay. He didn't ask me, but I saw an agent in his house.
Uh-huh.
So the guy didn't write it up at the time. The guy bought 2 houses before 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. So he wants to sell his house. So I walked over and I said, "You can list your house today?" He says, "No, but I got to do this, and this, and he'll come back." Mm-hmm. I said, "Well, would you be interested in listen to what I have to say, and our agency has to say when you're interested?" I said, "Sure." Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I've got a commitment for him to go give him a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I should take someone more experienced with me to do that, shouldn't I? Because I've never done it before by myself.
You don't have to. Whatever makes you feel most comfortable.
Well, I'm not the expert because he knows I'm brand new, so I'm kind of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
You could co-list with an
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. Okay.
What about the curmudgeon that everybody loves?
Luck, yeah.
When I started out, I did that.
I did too. I didn't have the confidence to go into the presentation.
And I think it helps you get up to speed that much faster. If it's someone that you like and respect
Well,
their style.
I don't have to pay. I don't have to give a co-listing because he's a mentor.
Yeah.
If I take my mentor with me, I have to pay 10% of the listing. That's all I got to pay.
I think that's great.
But is he the right
It's
one?
totally worth it.
He's it's not Aaron Schreiner's his brother, Chad.
Oh, sure.
Chad, you know Chad.
Yeah, not super well, but I mean, he's got to know what he's doing. Yeah.
Anyway, he's my mentor, so he said he would go with me.
Yeah.
For the first time. He's owned offices before, so
exactly.
He should be a person who
he knows what he's talking about.
He knows
for sure.
what he's talking about for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go. He says, "I'll do it for you. Just sit down and listen." That's a good idea, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's great.
He was your next door neighbor. I know your next neighbor, but I know what I'm doing. We'll go in there together and you just follow me.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Open house. That's really nice.
You're fortunate.
Yeah. That's perfect. All right. So to sum up, before we get to the track section, part 3 of the act, in section 5 of your thing, we've got a couple bonuses in there for you. One is the open house system. We were talking about open houses earlier. That is the system that we use for open houses for following up with people that's had a really good success rate. Because once you get that email address, it's hard. You can meet a lot of people at open houses, but a lot of them are not ready to sit down and have a buyer meeting right then and there. So it's what do you do? And that's the follow-up system that we use in terms of, every Friday we'll send them an email with, hey, here's the other open houses in the area that you might want to take a peek at. Let us know if you see anything that looks interesting. And then on Monday we'll follow up with, hey, did you find anything interesting? Let me know. And it's about engaging them in a conversation and giving them a reason to respond for something that's important to them and relevant. Because, if you just email them, hey, meet you at the open house, let's get together, sometimes that's tricky. How do you follow up with people after your open houses?
Various ways. If I can get their contact information, then I always send them a note card. And I send those on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I kill myself to get to the mail to make sure that it's in the mail.
Yeah, on Monday.
If I get their email, I'll follow up with an email. I usually can tell. I always ask them, what's the best way? How do you prefer to communicate? But I still try to send a note card. If it's a neighbor that came by, and they say, oh, I'm just a neighbor. Oh, great. Where do you live? I try to figure out what house they live in, and then I look them up on, Realist or whatever, and then I send them a note card.
I do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and just let them know if I can be helpful, whatever. So it's it just depends on the connection that you make.
Yeah.
But I liked what you said, and I never thought about this. When they come in and you ask them, so how's the search been going? That's a good little line that I've never used before. And I never ask them if they're working with anyone because they usually will tell you.
Yeah.
But that's, so much of my business came from that face-to-face.
Yeah.
They don't have that when they're on the computer all day and they're running around to open houses.
Nothing beats face-to-face connection.
I got that 8 people, I got 7. The one I didn't get said they had an agent.
Yeah.
In which case, fine. More power to you. But nothing beats face-to-face connection. You can Facebook, email, market all day long, and it helps, but nothing beats that connection. But anyway, so there's the open house system, and then the next page is the guaranteed success tracker. So it kind of helps to bring together some of the things we've talked about. And if you guys have taken one of my classes before, you've seen this. We've actually changed it a lot. Because I think what we had before was better than some of the other things out there, and then it was less overwhelming, but it was still too overwhelming, right? It was still 30 calls a week and 10 note cards and things like that. So now it's just one a day. Like you were talking about, you're going to make 2 phone calls a day. You're not making any right now, right? So
I like this better.
Yeah, just do one.
I do too.
Just do one phone call. And the way this is meant to be used is, can I borrow yours?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the way it's meant to be used is on Monday, you're going to list the 5 people that you want to call. And you're going to list the 5 people you want to write a note card to and the 5 properties you are going to preview. And then once you've done it, you put a little check in the box. And that's how you know you completed your stuff, right? So it keeps it all in one place. You know, you take, and again, it's easier to be creative one time on Monday and figure out who you're going to call and who you're going to write note cards to than every single day when it's 4:30 and you're on your way home and you're like, shoot, I got to make a phone call. Who should I call? And you can't figure it out, right?
Scroll.
Yeah, exactly. Like dialing for dollars.
Yeah.
Praying you get voicemail. But again, you know, before I had on here 30, and if you do 30, that's great. So the only caveat to though, if you're going to do the 5, it cannot be 5 people that you're currently like an active client, right? It has to be 5 kind of just random people. But honestly, if you just do 1 a day, you'll be blown away at the difference it makes in your business. So this kind of ties in some of the stuff that we've just been talking about. Phone calls for the attraction and the communicate, previewing for that knowing the market. We've got on here marketing completed. Not that you're going to do marketing every week, but just you kind of got to keep it top of mind every week. And then what's your one flow activity that you're going to do this week? Whether it's an open house or you're going to have dinner with some people or you're going to go for a walk or a hike with some clients, whatever that's going to be, you can put it on there, right? So you're tracking those right actions. So, and then the second half of the sheet we'll talk about later this afternoon. But hopefully that'll help and get you guys started with some stuff. So, okay, track. Yeah.
On your open house systems for tracking buyers, selling agent packet with home inspection.
So on our listings, we do pre-listing inspections, and then we put together a selling agent packet. But even if you don't have a selling agent packet, it's all the disclosures and the title and you know, the plat map, all of that kind of stuff. Okay. It's, you know, for us, it's a selling agent packet. If you want to write an offer on one of my listings, we send it to you, so you've got all the information you would need. You know, any work orders that have been done on the house prior to it being on the market. We email it, and we intentionally don't bring it to the listing for the open house because it's a reason to follow up. Hey, you know, hey, if you're interested in this house, I'd be happy to send you the selling agent packet. We did a pre-listing inspection. You can see what's going on with the house, and they're much more inclined to give you their contact information because you're giving them something of value. And we also don't bring it because it's a good sized chunk of paper, right? And if you get some of our open houses right now are really highly attended. So it's, do you print 1? Do you print 5? Now you just feel like you're killing tree after tree for, you know, what may not be as useful. So, but also intentionally, it's a good reason to follow up, right? For them to give you their information.
What free market report do you use? Or do you use
You could come up with anything. It could be recent solds in the neighborhood, you know, cost per square foot for the neighborhood. Could be anything. You can throw like a market trends graph on there.
Trend graphics.
Or yeah, trend graphics. Yeah, that's what I meant. I say it probably do. Yeah. Just something. It's all about having something to give them. That whole reciprocity thing. It doesn't almost really matter what it is or if it's even the information is that unique. But you took the time to put it together, maybe write a little cover letter about what it means relative to this house, and it's something that you can give them, and then a reason for them to give you something in return is really what it's all about. So tracking, this is kind of the whole system, you know, part of your business that nobody wants to do, but you need to do. So suck it up and do it. I'm not going to tell you that I can figure out how to make you like it at the end of the day. Oh, bless you. But I will tell you that you have to do it, so just do it. Know that you will make more money if you do it. And for me, anytime I can equate it to something relevant to me, oh yeah, I can make some more money if I do this, right? It's easier money because it's money that's already there. We're not capitalizing on it. So what are the things you need to track? You need to track your weekly actions, like in that success tracker. And your daily, and also your daily motivators. So the focus on this phase is forward motion. You know, that is the theme in our house. Our kids, you know, even now, but especially when they were little, like getting 2 kids to go in the same direction, that's hard, right? Yeah. So the theme in our house has always been forward motion, just forward motion at all times, right? We're in the store, I'm like, forward motion, because they're going this way and that way, and just like forward motion, people. But it's like that in your life, right? In your business, it's all about moving forward. And some days you're going to take like just an infinitesimal baby step forward, and sometimes you'll take a giant leap. But if you just do something to move you forward every day, you're going to get there, and you'll get there faster than you think. So back to tracking. What you track, you do. In the sense that it just keeps it top of mind. It's easy for us to get super busy in just the day-to-day details of our business, and you can have a really busy day, but not have moved yourself forward. You know, there are tasks and they need to be done, but it's kind of like getting things done on something you've already completed, right? It's a sale you've already made. There's also that whole act of having to move yourself forward. And what you track, you do, because then you get honest about what you're actually doing and not doing. And tracking also builds confidence with daily progress and wins. Like I said, if all you do is focus on, did I make a sale today? More often than not, that answer is going to be no. And you can have a really good year and have that answer be no most of the time, right? In which case, all you do is start getting depressed and beating yourself up about the fact that you didn't make a sale today. But if you're focusing on the actions, you know, calling clients, being face-to-face with people, knowing the market, that will produce the sales. That will create the opportunities for those sales. So if you focus on those actions, you're going to have daily wins that will build your confidence.
What were your best resources for this area for knowing the market?
The best resources, in all honesty, is previewing.
Previewing.
Yeah, hands down, the best thing you can do. I mean, there's trend graphics. Are you talking about that kind of stuff, like getting statistics on the market and stuff?
When you're in front of someone and you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So if you're going out and visiting these homes, you know what they're listing the price, you're listing it for. What's funny to me is when I walk into some of these broker opens,
right?
They always ask you, what do you think about the price?
Well, because they're trying to get market feedback to go back to their seller, because that price may or may not have been the price that they picked. That's the price the seller picked, right? And they're just trying to get feedback for their sellers so they can say, you know, X number of agents said we were at market. It just helps them with their dialogue with their seller. Yeah, absolutely.
When do your statistics results?
Yeah, that heat map, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
I like the heat map.
Although with sellers, okay, good, let's raise it.
Yeah, let's add 10%. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, I think previewing, those are the best stats you can ever have. Knowing what the house down the street sold for and having been in it, and being able to say it sold for this, the living room was small, the kitchen was awesome, you know, the backyard was perfectly landscaped. That beats any statistic graph that you could ever show a client.
Knowing
the market. Yeah, and because conversely, you can sit down with charts and graphs galore. When they say, my neighbor's house is on the market for, you know, X amount of dollars, what do you think about that? And you didn't even know it was on the market, let alone be able to have an opinion on that. Doesn't matter how good your stats are. They think you're irrelevant to what they're trying to accomplish. So, yeah.
Totally agree. I just had some success. I'm going to meet with someone in a couple of weeks, but soccer sideline, thing, talking about Anita, and I mentioned a few of the houses I've been in when I sold, and that is what got her attention versus just talking stats. And
yeah. Exactly, and it makes it's an easy conversation to have, right? It doesn't turn into some weird, like, salesy, I'm going to close you conversation at soccer. She's like, oh yeah, I was over there, I did some stuff, totally know what you're talking about. And then their ears perk up, and it's like, oh, we need to talk then, you know what you're talking about.
Exactly, and you can kind of pick up on the cues that she's very interested, so. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the converse is true, is when you don't preview and you don't know, it's kind of embarrassing.
It is, and I've been caught like that. I mean, the only reason I'm such a big advocate of previewing is, trust me, I've gone to plenty of appointments and not having done it, and thinking I'm going to try and bluff my way through, and it's a friggin' mess. You know? So I can tell you from experience, not doing it is an issue, right? And it's the easiest, like I said, I would rather see you spend an hour previewing 10 houses than an hour analyzing statistical maps. And because statistics can always be skewed, you can make statistics say whatever you want them to say. So you're going to show up with your statistics, they will have theirs, and now you're having to butt heads on who has the right ones or who has the better source of information. Whereas if you know the market, that's undeniable, right? The stats are the stats. Sales price is recorded. It's public record. We all know.
Well, have you used the CMA at all on the iPad at all?
I have not, no.
I was just using it because my name, put his house on there, and then put the address in and got and it put out and got the comps within so much radius, and having to pull up a comp exactly the same house.
Oh, good, yeah.
It was sold 2 months ago because I looked at it, exact square footage, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And I know I'm just looking at this house sold for $580, and I know, but I looked at what they did to it just by looking at the pictures. Had all brand new floors in it, and an atrium built in the back of the house, and all this done to it. They'd redone the entire kitchen. He hasn't done anything to his house.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you show this one, you'll say, well, they sold for $580. Well,
exactly. But I was in that one, and this is what it looked like compared to yours. Absolutely.
And you can show them on the CMA. It'll show them what the house looks like.
Exactly. Yeah.
Compared to his house.
Yeah. Right.
So even though I didn't go in the house, I got a picture of it inside.
Yeah, exactly. That's better than nothing, but still there's nothing that beats going in. Because usually what you find out is maybe it backs to a busy road, or there's some other compelling something.
Or I didn't take rooms and all those in the picture.
The stinky house.
Yeah,
there's always something that's not in, there's always something good, bad, or indifferent. There's always something that's not in the pictures.
So when you're pricing a house like that, say $580, and you see it, the floors have been done, everything's been done. Also, how do you deduct from price to get down to the price you want to be at?
That's a hard question to answer without having.
Well, CMA is hard.
Yeah, it's probably a good 10% in price. It just depends, right? Yeah, it's a tough question to answer without having seen the specific house, but there's definitely a price hit for sure. Yeah. So again, tracking things is not about beating yourself up for the things that you don't do. And I think that's a lot of the reason we don't track it, right? Because you have to get honest. You have to get honest about the things you're doing, but usually, at least in the beginning, it's also about getting honest about all the stuff you're not doing that you're supposed to be doing in your business. And that's why I redesigned that success tracker to give you more wins, right? If there's 30 blank lines on there at the beginning of the week and you've only filled up 10 of them, it's not only a matter of time before you stop filling it out, right? Because now you're noticing all the ones and you're beating yourself up for the 20 blank ones rather than celebrating the 10 lines that you did fill in. So just focus on one a day, one phone call a day, one note card a day, one preview a day. You could do all 3 of those in about 15 minutes, in all honesty. You can make a phone call, and it would have to be short, right? But you can make a 5-minute phone call, 5 minutes for a note, and if you worked a preview into something you were already doing, maybe you're on the way to an appointment or on your way home, you look at that house that you've been driving by on your way home, for the last 2 weeks, go in it, right? Just pop into it on your way home. You don't have to, make it a big ordeal or anything like that, but just figure out how you can work that stuff in to what you're already doing. And it's a hassle. I have to admit, soapbox, or, one of my big soapboxes is previewing. I don't like doing it. It's a hassle. It's one more thing I got to fit into my day. But I know it's, quite honestly for me, it's about, hey, I'm going to make more money. I'm going to serve my clients better, but I'm also going to make more money if I preview. Why not? It's free. So, so don't beat yourself up about the things you didn't do, but focus on what you are doing and keep it simple. Take small steps every day. I'd rather see you make one phone call a day every single day, Monday through Friday, for the next 6 months, than have you make 15 phone calls tomorrow because you get all fired up and then not make any more. Which is usually what happens, right? You go to a class, you're like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm going to do it. I said I need to make phone calls, I'm doing it. You might make some tomorrow because you're really feeling it. Tomorrow's Thursday. You're going to make a couple more the next day because it's Friday. Then Monday's going to come around and you're going to be like, what class? I didn't take a class last week. I don't know what they told me to do.
Lost the feeling.
Yeah, you're done, right? Which is not going to give you might get something out of those phone calls, but it's not going to give you near the results of just making, that consistent one a day, every day. So when you track things, it brings in 2 elements. One gets you paid today and the other gets you paid tomorrow. Getting paid today is easy in the sense that you've got that business going, right? But it's how are you going to create that business for tomorrow? Because I don't know about you, but I need money today. I need it next month. I need, I'm going to need money a couple months from now too. So how do I get paid today and tomorrow? And what can I do today to be making all that happen? So the funnel is a critical component of your business. And this is the one kind of labor-intensive tracking thing that I do. Once you get it set up, it's not so labor-intensive, but the initial setup can be. But it's worth it. Totally worth it. So make the time commitment to do it. And it lets you know who to focus on and what to do for them. So the number one benefit of having a funnel is it answers the I have nothing to do today question. And if you go to the... Because we have that, right? Sometimes it's like, okay, well, this is... Yeah. There's nothing on my schedule. I know I'm supposed to go to work. I'm supposed to treat this as a career. So I show up, but I've taken care of all my immediate clients today, so I have nothing to do. You're like, well, I guess I can go goof off. And maybe you can, but chances are there's more there to do than you realize. And if you go to section 5 in your notebook, that very last page is the funnel. Some of you have seen this before, some of you haven't. Do you use it, Sue?
I use it, but I do it...
Use as a whiteboard, I think you said,
right? I use
a
whiteboard. It's as big as the one that's...
behind the screen?
Yeah, and it's right next to my desk, so I'm constantly, okay, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I got my leads, what I'm working with, who's in contract, who's closing, and it's huge.
Yeah, but it keeps...
in my face.
Yes, so you can't forget about people.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is really important.
Yeah, and I'm very visual, so doing it on the computer, I'm in front of that computer so much that this is better for me.
Yeah, I think it's good whether you have a whiteboard or a printout that you use. I think it's important to get it off. There's a point at which the whole paperless thing is not helpful, right? Because now you're just losing stuff.
Well, if I know I'm going to be out of the office for a couple days, I take a photo of it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh. Because I keep track of all my leads. I code them like up call, sign call,
oh, good for you.
Face to face.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, I keep track of where that's coming from, and that's how I know where I need to focus.
Great.
And it's almost always being in the office, up calls, and then open houses.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good stuff. Cool. So yeah, when you fill out this funnel, we'll talk about how you fill it out and what you do with it. But it answers the I have nothing to do today question because you realize all of those people. It's easy to take care of those people that you have today, but there's all those people that you meet that are like, hey, I think I'm not ready to do something right now, but maybe a couple months from now, maybe March or something like that. It's what do you do with those people? Most people don't have a system to keep them in the loop and in the flow. And so usually what happens is you don't do anything because you don't have a way to track them. And you forget about them altogether. Hopefully they still call you 6 months from now, or you happen to notice somebody else's sign in their yard because you didn't stay in touch with them. Or you remember, and then you think, okay, well now it's been 6 months, and they said 6 months, and then you have to decide, do I make the phone call? Because now it's going to feel weird. Right now it feels like a sales phone call, like, hey, you said you wanted to sell in 6 months. It's been 6 months. Should we meet? That's weird. That's an awkward phone call to make. So that's where the funnel comes in. And it helps you to see that you do have money coming in. You just need to know how to get them through the funnel. This is a for-profit business, right? We are all in this to make money. Do not ever apologize for that. When your client's telling you, oh, you need to do it for less, you're making, no, this is a for-profit business. You go to work for profit, I go to work for profit too. And so I think when you fill those things in, there's a column in there for commission. Fill that in. That can be really encouraging because you can see, again, and especially if maybe you don't have a lot going on today, you can look at those kind of longer term people and realize, hey, there's a bunch of money in there. My guess is you could probably find 6 figures worth of business in your database to fill in that funnel that you're not paying attention to right now. And you realize that money's there. I still need to figure out how to get them through the funnel. I need to figure out how to get them through the process so that A, they can make their move, and B, I can get paid on it. But the money's there. And usually agents will say, oh, I have nothing going on. I have nothing coming in. It's there. You just need to figure out how to do it. It's also how a 6-month client becomes a 6-week client. In the sense that, a lot of times when people say, well, I don't want to do something for 6 months, sometimes that's legitimate, but usually what it means is, I'd really like to do real estate today, but I don't really have all my ducks in a row, and I'm not motivated to go figure it out right now. I think I'll be more motivated down the road. But if somebody can figure it out for me, I'll go ahead and do some real estate. And I had this happen with a client of mine earlier in the year. They have a condo that they rent out And it was one of those, we had tried to sell it. We tried to sell it when the market was really, especially for condos, not doing well. So he eventually decided, I'm just going to go ahead and rent the thing out. It was like, we were going to have to race everybody to zero on price. He wanted to sell it, but didn't need to sell it. So he rented it. And he's got a good tenant in there, and he's getting great rent. So now I know he wants to sell it, but he's not that motivated to put it on the market, right? Mm-hmm. Because he's got a good tenant in there. So all I did was I just kept tracking the sales. And there were a couple sales in the building of his same price point or same floor plan that came on and sold right away. So I sent that to him and said, hey, look, the prices still suck, but at least things are selling, right? Because at that time when we had it on the market, we had the prices are lousy, but also nothing's selling issue. So I said, the prices aren't any better, but at least things are selling. And we ended up putting the condo on the market and we sold it. So that's how you take a 6-month client and make him a 6-week client, because he's in my funnel, right? I see his name every week and decide, okay, well, are these people ready to do something yet? How can I help them? How can I provide them the information that's going to help them make a decision as to whether or not now is the right time to buy? If he hadn't been on my funnel, I probably wouldn't have put 2 and 2 together, right? To realize that, hey, there's stuff going on in the market that's relevant to him, whether he decides to sell or not. I'm providing a service and adding value by at least letting him know. And then it worked out that, he decided to sell, which is great. Funnel benefit number 4. No more clients falling through the cracks. Again, it's a big issue for all of us, right? It's like, what do you do with those people? Because you're so caught up in today's business. And those people that, and again, it's back to the whole, when you set a goal, the universe provides in the form of opportunities. But how do you track those opportunities? How many opportunities have you had that fell by the wayside because you didn't have a way to follow up with them? It happens to all of us. It's not about beating yourself up about it, but it's about recognizing that does happen. So let's put a system in place. If you could just figure out how to capture more of those opportunities, you could spend less time and energy trying to find brand new business, right? The business is actually there. You're just not doing the things you need to do to bring it to closing. So this is just kind of a summary of that funnel sheet. There's different columns. The first one is client. I just put their name in there. If they're buying and selling, I actually put them in there twice. Absolutely. The notes is, and also because you're going to take different actions, based on what they're looking to buy and what they're looking to sell. The notes is what's their goal? What are they trying to accomplish? Buyer or seller gives you an idea. You can track this at the end of the year and see, are you buyer heavy, seller heavy, that kind of thing. The source, where the client came from. I think that's always nice to know. Also at the end of the year, it's just a really easy way to track it all, and then you can just look at it at the end of the year and see, are you getting it from open houses, referrals? Do you maybe have one person who refers you a bunch of business? That's a nice thing to put in there. Again, price range and commission. I think you should put it in there. I think that's encouraging, right? To realize, hey, there's stuff there. I've got money coming in. And action since the last funnel. So what I will do is, you'll notice on that weekly success tracker that there's a spot at the very top and it says Monday morning meeting completed, where you can check it off. So what I'll do is every Monday, I'll sit down with my funnel and I'll just look at every single person in the various categories, and I'll ask myself, what can I do for this person this week to move them through the funnel? And it varies depending on the categories, and we'll talk about that, but that's what my Monday morning meeting is. And it's kind of that proactive, because there's 2 elements of your Monday meeting, right? There's, what do I need to get done this week for your clients that you already have in process? But you also need to be moving forward every week. So this is kind of your forward motion part of your meeting. What can I do for each one of these people? And it lets you know, when you're making those forward phone calls, those 1 phone call a day, sometimes those people filter to the top of the list, right? In terms of, okay, well, who are you going to call? What's the best chance for return on investment? You're going to call those people first. Does that make sense? Is the funnel making sense so far? Yeah, it does, without question. So the various categories in the funnel. The first is referral sources and movers and shakers, and this we added about 6 months ago. For the most part, it's about people who are in various stages of doing real estate, but there's also those other people. You know, we all have a couple people that we know who are either really connected in the community or who send us a lot of referrals and do a lot of different business, and they're those people you always want to make sure you're kind of hanging out with, right? They're in the in crowd, they know what's going on with the world. So put those people on that list, and you know, you might not do something for them every week, but what you're going to do is just keep them top of mind. Again, if you're doing a dinner party or a wine tasting or deciding who you're going to make a forward call to, you know, does everybody know what forward means? I keep talking about forward phone calls. It's just kind of that warm, fuzzy, touching base with somebody. Hey, I was thinking about you, you know, drove through your neighborhood the other day and was doing some previewing, just wanted to say hi, kind of phone call. So those people I think are great to have on that list. 60 plus days. So anybody that might want to do something, but you're not quite sure, and they might fall through the cracks. And what you're going to do, we're going to talk about it, but you know, you're going to go through your entire database, and it's just those people, and you can be really liberal with that category. You know, it could be they need a rental house, they just don't know it yet, kind of thing, right? You've got certain clients who you know have that kind of cash or might want to invest in something like that. So anybody, you want to make sure they don't fall through the cracks. They go in that 60 plus day category. 0 to 60 days is they're in the process, like they're getting ready to do something, right? Maybe they're staging their house, but you're not on the market yet. So they're doing that kind of thing, or it's a buyer and they're getting pre-approved. They go in that 0 to 60 day category. Active obviously makes sense. Currently listed sellers and or in the car buyers. So people they're doing it. We're going. Escrow is under contract, and then closed or for the last 12 months. I keep them in there too, because I think, again, when you're making those forward calls, those 5 calls a week, you want to follow up with those people, you know, on a regular basis. Hey, how's it going? You know, do you have any questions on the house? Are you all settled in? Those are people, especially in that first year following their closing, you want to be in contact with them a little bit more than some of your other people. Does that make sense? Who fits into what category? Perfect. So the formula, this is just, again, we'll email this out to you as well. It's an Excel spreadsheet, and that's if you ever need the formula gets goofed up or something like that, that's how the addition formula works, you know, to get the categories to add up, or the columns to add up. So your referral sources, you're going to contact monthly and face-to-face quarterly. 60 plus days, you're going to contact every 3 weeks. And I tend to alternate between forward, like kind of a warm, fuzzy interaction, and then a real estate one. Because especially if they're 6 months out, you can't call them every, couple of weeks ago. So you ready yet? You ready yet? So but great things to send them are just little market updates. Hey, hey, this house just listed down the street from you. This one in your neighborhood just closed. And it's not about, I usually don't add a close to the end of that email. Hey, the house just down the street for you, you just closed at this amount. Are you ready to put your house on the market yet? But it's just that little, hey, I know what's going on. I'm hip to what's going on in your neighborhood, right? It lets them know that you're thinking about them and you have relevant information that's relevant to them. You keep it very conversational. And then, you might do forward things as well. Hey, I was just thinking about you, wanted to wish you a great holidays, or how was your vacation, that type of stuff. So you're going to alternate those. And then the next one is 0 to 60 days. And those we usually contact every 1 to 2 weeks. Market updates are key, things that are going to move them forward and make them feel compelled to kind of move things along a little faster. And information specific to what they need to do in order to move forward, whether it's contractors for sellers or lenders for buyers, anything you can do to just give them a little nudge. Active is, those people you're doing market updates. If you've got a seller, we just send them market updates every week so they know what's going on. Consistent value-added communication is always important. And focus on answering questions and outlining next steps. That's a key thing that I think we miss out on. Again, it's the nuances of what we do. It's how do you go from the average agent to the good agent to the great agent. The average agent doesn't tell them anything. The good agent tells them a little bit, and then the great agent tells them here's where we're at in the process, here's the next step, these are the choices you get to make at this step, and then here are the potential outcomes. What are the ramifications of those choices? It's letting them know and being involved in the process so that they can make good and intelligent decisions. So with step 3, with your tracking, it's that weekly meeting, like we were talking about. You know, to just do a little bit of proactive forethought for everything. And it brings everything together and sets you up with a plan for the week. You know, if you don't have a plan, like I said, it's very easy to have a super busy week and get to the end of the week, feel like you didn't really get anywhere, right? Like you were busy, you did stuff, but you don't really have anything to show for it. It's that going with intention. Just like when you've got that puzzle and you're trying to find that one piece to fit up with one specific piece, it's really easy to find that answer. But if you're just staring at all of the pieces jumbled up on your table, you can't figure out anything, right? So, and it allows you to be offensive versus defensive. You know, you are intentionally moving forward rather than just waiting, you know, and hoping that something shows up, which I think is really important. Sunday night or Monday morning, and no more than 30 minutes. It doesn't have to turn into like a big ordeal to do your planning, but I think either Sunday night or very first thing to Monday morning, it's worth just taking a couple minutes to plan it out, know exactly what it is you want to accomplish this week. Review your funnel for each client and ask yourself, what can I do to move them forward? You know, the great question to ask yourself when you're doing your Monday meeting is, who can I write a contract with this week? Who's buying a house this week? They don't know it yet, but they're buying a house, you know? And it just gets you out of, I think it's easy to get caught up in the minutia of what we're doing each week, right? I'm showing houses, I'm prepping a listing, I'm marketing a property. We don't get paid unless we sell something. And we forget about, hey, I'm supposed to go sell something. You're doing all this other stuff. And it's just that little shift in focus and attention of, okay, so I'm going to do all this other stuff, but who's buying something? You know, what can I do for this one client that would, and it's not about closing them or being a hard sale or anything like that, but it's what can I do for this client so that they buy a house this week? Or what can we do for this seller to get this place sold, right? Could I do an extra marketing piece, or could I do what? There's always something that you can do. But like I said, it's more about just shifting into that mindset. So action steps for the tracking phase of the ACT system is, you know, so you've got this funnel, right? But now the question is, the first time you've done it, like I said, it's a little labor intensive to fill it out. But how do you know? You know, you're looking at your list of clients. How do you know? Should they be on your funnel or not? This is can be a little bit of an overwhelming task, but just chunk through it. And you need to call each client, right? And you're not going to call them and say, hey, I'm filling out a funnel and I need to know, these are my categories. Would you like to be active? Do you want to be in the 0 to 60 category, or should I put you down for 60 plus? You tell me where you want to be, right? It doesn't work that way.
That's where I want you to be.
Yeah, I would like you to be active. You're 60 plus. I really feel you. I'm feeling you in the active category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're getting an upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. It's free. But what you're going to do is you're going to just call and connect with your clients and listen. It's that whole listening for reasons of change, right? You're just calling to connect. I was thinking about you. It's been a while since we've chatted. I just wanted to say hello. I hope all is well with you and your family. Or the holidays are coming up. What do you have planned for the holidays? And you're just going to listen. You know, what do they come back with? Are they talking about, oh, the kids have moved and now the yard is too much? Or, you know, now we have a new job and we have a much longer commute. Or, you know, there's stuff in there that you can hear, right? And it's you got to read between the lines. But you'll start to get a feel for maybe they belong in your funnel and they don't know it yet, you know? And that's what that 60 plus category is about. It's the more the better, right? Just give it a shot. But, you know, call through each client and just get a feel for it. And especially if you haven't been calling your clients, now is a great time to do it. There's so many great things coming up. You know, between now and the end of this month, you could easily call all of your clients who you know have little kids and ask them what the kids are going to be for Halloween. You know, hey, hope you guys have fun. Good luck with the candy war. What are you guys doing, for Halloween? What are they doing for trick-or-treating? Have fun, right? Easy reason to call. And then Thanksgiving's coming up. All types of stuff that you can call people about. Complete your funnel. So once you've got it completed, we update it weekly. I don't always print it out weekly because once you get it filled out, it ends up, mine's usually like 5 or 6 pages, right? By the time I get everybody in there. So I might not print it out weekly. I probably print it out monthly. But I'll go in every week and write notes on it for different things. And then and the first time you do it, you'll fill it out. And then I guarantee if you print it out, you'll be driving around and think of, oh yeah, I need to put that person on there. Like you'll start thinking of all the people that have been falling through the cracks, right? And you'll start getting them on that funnel. So usually by the time I update mine's usually it's all dog-eared and it's got handwritten scribbles all over the place. But at least it's one place and I've got it all and I know where to go find that information. And then when I update it and I print out the new fancy one once a month, once every 6 weeks or something like that. But you do want to update it weekly in a sense that you really want to take even just 10 or 15 seconds for each person and ask yourself, okay, what can I do for this person? How can I help them in some way? Determine your 90-day goals. What is it that you want to accomplish in the next 90 days? And see, what you can do with your funnel to make that happen. And then implement the weekly success tracker. And that's another thing that I print out. I keep a paper copy with me. I don't do it on my computer. Just because there's something about, when I have 10 extra minutes before an appointment, I can pull that out and say, okay, well, who was that one name? Or who was that extra note card I wanted to write? A person, to somebody, and I can write it out and off it goes, kind of thing.
What was that last part you print out? This thing?
I print out the success tracker,
yeah.
Which is the one before, for the names, and then I print out the funnel. I keep both of them in my bag with me.
Yes.
Yeah. Because they're both really helpful. Again, you have a couple extra minutes before an appointment. Yep. You can just pull that out and say, okay, well, I can make this one phone call, kind of thing. Yeah.
And are you personally, like in your Sunday meeting, you're not handing this over to an assistant to say, can you update? This is
no, exactly. But then Jennifer and I will meet. So we've got the tracker, and then we also have a whiteboard, and we will go through every client together on Monday. And talk about, okay, what needs to be done for this client this week, who's doing what, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. So it's great for us too, because anytime you get more than one person, right, there's always more opportunities for things to fall through the cracks. So that's our opportunity to check in on everything and make sure that we're all on the same page with what's happening. Yeah, absolutely. Does anybody else have questions on the whole tracking part?
I think I'm overthinking this funnel thing. I don't really understand how to use it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because you gave this to us
right,
before.
Exactly.
And I filled it out once, and I was like, what am I doing? I just don't get it. I mean, I guess
yeah. No, that's okay.
I like
because you're not seeing the benefit, or how you fill it out, or what you're supposed to do once you get it.
Maybe I'm not seeing how I fill it out. Okay, so if I have this one person who say, I get this land listing guy, right?
Yeah.
And so he's in there, and I've contacted him this week, and now the ball's in his court, and he needs to do something for the listing. And so would I just kind of leave it there, or would I look at it and go, oh, he hasn't done anything, and maybe I should call him?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it's about.
I'm trying to figure out how I would use this.
Yeah, so in that instance, right, you did something, now the ball's in his court.
Right.
And in a perfect world, he gets back to you in the proper amount of time. But we all know our clients sometimes don't. So what it is you're going to look at his name next week and go, hey, he didn't get back to me. Okay. Do you need to call him back? Do you need to provide him more information? But it's going to keep it top of mind so that you don't get busy, and now it's all of a sudden been 3 weeks and he hasn't gotten back to you. And now,
So the person that's in the 60 plus days.
Right.
And I'm contacting him every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. So then the action since the last funnel report, if I do the report every week, then
then the answer might be nothing, right? Yeah. So and that's an okay answer. The I'm not doing anything for them this week is an okay answer. But the fact that he's on there and you're looking at that every week means a couple things. One, you're just going to be open to more ways that you can interact with them, right? It'll keep him top of mind. So you might see a listing in his neighborhood and think, hey, there's something new that just came on the market, or maybe something that just went pending or just went sold, and maybe all you do is just shoot off a quick email. Hey Bob, you know, I just noticed this new sale in your neighborhood, just thought you might want to know about it. It's always nice to know what the neighbors are up to, right? And you can keep that dialogue going so that you don't forget about them, because otherwise you completely forget about them.
Right.
You know, and then there's all these missed opportunities to interact with them. And then when they're ready to do something, like I said, hopefully they still call you, but maybe they don't. Maybe they go use another agent who now, because they've gotten in flow with that agent, type of thing. So sometimes the answer is you're not going to do anything with them this week. But it's about having one place where you keep all that information so you don't forget and they don't fall through the cracks. Does that help?
Well, it's probably would help.
Yeah.
And it seems to me it's kind of extracting the good stuff out of your database. Say you have 200 in your database.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, these are the top, whether they're 20 or 30 or however many, you're going to just focus on and send that good energy to.
Exactly.
And keep them going.
Yeah, it's almost like a different way of, you know, a lot of people talk about you have to qualify your database, right? The A, B, C's, D's. Mm-hmm. The A's are your top referrals, and the B's kind of refer, and the C's, and then the D's are, to me, that's too
much.
It's too much. It's too stressful. And quite honestly, how do you know, right? I mean, and then you have to have different marketing plans for each one. That is never going to happen for me. It's just not going to do it. But, you know, how do you know? I mean, we've all had that experience of a client who you've been mailing to and sometimes even calling, and they don't call you back. You don't hear boo from them, and then all of a sudden they call you and they're like, oh, you know, I've been getting your voicemails and I want to let you know how much that I appreciated that, right? I mean, I think when you get too into that whole categorizing thing, you're going to artificially delete people that you shouldn't be, quite honestly. So this is, in lieu of doing that, this is almost like another way of, like you said, qualifying the people that you know in your database of, I have all these people and I'm going to contact all of them, but these are the people who have the highest percentage rate of probably wanting to do some real estate in the next 6 to 12 months. So I'm going to take, all my extra energy, all my extra good juju, I'm going to put it on these people because I think it's got a better rate of return from these other people. That might be my database.
You just each week then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you'll fill it out once. Like I said, I might print it out every month, every 6 weeks, but every week I'm going to look at that list and look at everybody on the list and decide, is there something I can do for them this week? Is there some way that I can interact with them?
I know this is a dumb question, but you only space for 3 people each column.
Because we're going to send you the Excel one that you can then expand to what you want. Because otherwise it's like, how many do we put there? And then we've printed out a 18-page thing. What? Yeah.
That's a good way to think.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll send you the Excel one, and then you can make as many lines as you want.
Oh, I got your Excel one, and I use it.
Oh, good.
And it's great.
It is. It's awesome.
It's colorful.
I know. I like the color coding part.
And you can fill it in online, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we type it in.
Okay.
Yeah, we type it in and then print it out. You don't have to handwrite it in.
I'm terrible at handwriting, so I gotta have to be able to print it out.
Yeah. No, yeah, I do print it on the computer, like fill it in, but then I print it out, so I've got the hard copy with me. Yeah. Absolutely. Does that make sense? Does anybody else? Does that help, Marlene, with how you would use it?
I mean, I filled it out that first time.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I don't know how to use this. Okay. I'm just not doing it for me.
The other thing that is inspirational for me, make sure you fill out that commission column. I sort mine, I hate to say it, but by commission.
Certain people get more phone calls than others.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, it's also swimming in abundance, that whole ninja never really worked for me, but this is like reality. This is like, holy moly, look, if just these people that I'm thinking of did something, look how much, money I can make out of this page right here.
Yeah, I think it's really encouraging.
I do too.
Good.
Well, I think it goes along the lines, and this is how I try to live my life, is what you focus on expands.
Yeah. Right.
So if you're looking at it and you're focusing on it, it can only expand.
Exactly.
But if you're not, and you don't fill it out and you put it away, then it has no opportunity to grow and expand because you're not focusing on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or use the whiteboard, whatever works, right?
Right.
Yeah.
On the whiteboard.
Whiteboard or the printout, this is one method. There's tons of different ways to track it, but the point is track
know
it.
where you're going
Yeah.
if you have it.
Yeah.
And customize it for what works for you. If a column doesn't make sense,
Yeah, delete it. Yeah, there's nothing, there's nothing that says this is the only way to do it. This is what I've used, it works for me. Feel free to modify as necessary. But the things I would not take out, quite honestly, are the commission. Keep that in there.
Yeah, you got
We run for-profit businesses.
As a testament to Nicole, when I first started with Windermere and went through ProStart 3.5 years ago, my very first class I took after ProStart, you taught, and you taught the funnel system.
Yeah.
And I implemented it immediately, and it's part of my success.
Good, yeah.
It works.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Cool. Any other questions or comments on that?
I'll let you know how I do.
Try it and then call me, and I'll talk you through it.
See you next month.
Okay, exactly. We'll talk about it. All right. That's the end of this section. Let's take a 10-minute break. And that's the one thing I found. I know that my physical mailings get me clients, but they don't get the response from them like I do when I send out an email and somebody just has to hit reply. Right. So I think it's, in terms of starting conversations, I think email marketing is better for that. I still think there's value to print marketing, but I think from a conversation standpoint, email marketing is definitely a good thing to do.
when it looks like it's going only to them, they really
Yeah, and then when they scroll all the way down, it'll say something like refer Sue to someone or unsubscribe. I mean, it has all that in it.
Cool.
Or contact Sue immediately or something like that. So this month was, about business, and so next month will be something completely, some fun link or something.
Nice.
And do you do it once a month with your email?
Yeah, I can set I can set it up every 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Yeah, and they send you a little email, and then you log in, and it takes you to your site, and you can edit the contacts. You can look at the options to send emails out, because they preload them, and the ones that they use usually has a link to something of value or fun. Or one was a contest to win a home down in Vegas, and I sent that out to everybody, and everybody was like, "Wow, I hope I get it."
That's
just
awesome.
fun stuff to keep you top of mind. It's not about them emailing back saying I want to sell my house or I want to buy a house. It's all about you need to be in their mind, so if they know it's anyone else.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it. It's I'm emailing to them not necessarily to do business with them, but for me to be top of mind, so if it comes up in conversation.
Exactly. I think that's the perfect
that's how you have to
kind of mindset. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Bringing it all together. We've talked about some good stuff today. Do you guys feel like you've gotten some ideas that will help you, not only help you, but that you can implement and feel confident in using in your business? Awesome. Cool.
Yes.
Good. So the right plan for you, we've talked about lots of different things, and we've talked about various ways you can kind of customize your business plan, right? It's so you need to do things to attract clients in your business, whether that's open houses or dinners or networking or whatever. You get to customize it in the fact that you get to choose what you do, but you have to do something, right? You don't get to customize it and decide, well, I'm just going to cut that part of my business plan out. So you're going to customize it, but then the question is, well, which one is right for you? And then people start to ask, well, which one do you think is better connections, or which one do you think will work better or faster? It's the one that you'll do. The one that works for you is the one that you'll do, that you show up with, that you're happy to be there, right? If you're doing anything, lunches or networking groups because you think you have to, it's not going to work for you, right? So what works is what you're going to do. So the 3 essential systems we talked about today: the funnel, the success tracker, and that daily check-in. And the 2 sheets that we've got in the back of that section 5, the success tracker and the funnel, those are really the only 2 systems you need, right? You can have all kinds of systems. Those, if you just use those, they'll work in your business. Everything else is gravy. It's not that nothing else works, but those work.
What's the daily check-in?
Oh, the one in the middle. That one. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a to-do.
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. Right. So making it all work in real life. Number 1 is take care of yourself. Sarah had some great information today. Exercise and sleep. And sleep's hard, right? I have to admit, there's always more to do in a day. And there's times when I'm sitting on my computer at night and I'm like, I could work for another half hour or 45 minutes or an hour, and I'll decide, I have to put the computer away. The best thing I can do right now is just to go get some sleep, because I'm tired. I'm not even doing what I'm doing particularly well, and now I'm going to be tired tomorrow. Sometimes that's the best thing, right? And even exercise, to decide I don't have time to do it, but I know I will think better, and I will think more clearly, and I will show up in a better mood with my clients if I just take this 30 minutes at the beginning of my day and go do something for myself and for my body. And that's all the easy stuff to do. And for me, what usually happens is I do really a good job of everything, and then I'll get like super busy one week, and I'll decide, okay, well, just for this week, just this 1 week, I'll skip my workouts and I'll stay up a little later, and I'll work on my computer a little more,
To get ahead.
And that 1 week turns into usually 6 months, right? Or 2 months at the very least, or 3 months. And I haven't worked out for a couple months, and I'm staying up too late, and I'm on my computer all day, every day. And it just starts falling apart. And it's also that whole law of diminishing returns, essentially, right? It's like after a while, you're just putting more time and effort into something, but you're not getting any more back. Really, you just end up being a whole lot less efficient at what you're doing. If you actually work less, sometimes work expands to fill the available time, right? Yeah. Sometimes if you actually cut it back, as scary as that is, to work a little bit less, you'll find that you get better results. And I think that happens through a couple things. One, you'll just get faster at doing the things you're doing, but it also starts a weeding out process, because you realize if I don't have an infinite amount of time, it's the 80-20 rule, right? 80% of your results come from 20% of your actions. And you start to tune into that, and you realize there's a bunch of stuff on my list. If I never did it, doesn't really matter. My clients aren't going to know the difference. It's not going to make a difference in my business. I can just move on. And that might be something like, I want to clean up my database and categorize things. There's all kinds of different things you can do in your business, right? That if I did it, it'd be nice. If I don't do it, nobody's ever going to know. I could just let go of that and move on. Even like picking a template, right? I could find a template in 15 minutes for my email campaign that will work just fine. Or I can spend the next 3 hours of my life trying to find the right one, and do I print them all out and do multiple screens so I can compare the 3 together? You could, what? Yeah. Yeah.
Customer doesn't care, he wants the content.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what it's all. And it's just about the fact that they got something from you. Marketing it's just a reason to start a conversation. It's also about letting them know that you're in business, because if you're not sending things, they're assuming, quite honestly, that you're not in business anymore. So taking care of yourself. So 3 tips for when you are feeling overwhelmed. Mm-hmm. Because all that being said, we always have those days where it's like, I just don't know how this is going to happen. I got all this stuff to do. I got this amount of time to do it in. How am I going to do it? And I know for me, when that happens, it's like mentally I shut down, right? I get all this white noise in my head because there's all this stuff spinning around in there. And it's like I can't figure out the right decision or solution for anything because I'm so overwhelmed. So these are some of the things that I do when I get in that space. One is I take a 30-second timeout before reacting or calling anybody. And usually this has to do with like I'm trying to figure out my schedule, especially on the weekends or something like that. I've got some clients who want to meet. The kids have a baseball game. I'm trying to get some personal stuff in. And it's all like everybody wants to do everything all at the same time, right? And you're like, how in the hell am I going to do this, right? I can't say no to the client, but how do I not show up to the game? And hey, I was going to get some time in for myself, or maybe Gary and I were going to go have a date night, and now this whole thing got blown up. So usually what I'll do is I'll take a 30-second timeout before I react to anything and just think like, okay, there's got to be more than one solution here. How can I figure this out? And usually a couple things will happen. One, I'll figure out different time slots that I can fit things in with. I can also figure out different ways of doing things. For whatever reason, for me, the first solution I usually come up with for anything is always the most time-intensive one. You know, there might be an hour-long solution, but there might also be a 20-minute solution, right? And if I figure out, so it's just taking that 30 seconds to like, okay, let me get some space here and figure this out. Is there a different way I can do it that's faster? Maybe there's somebody else that can do it, right? You know, if you're going to start an email marketing campaign and you're going to get set up on MailChimp, maybe you can allot 3 hours of your own time, or you can call the weekend receptionist and say, hey, for a Starbucks card, can you handle this for me? You know, you may not need to be the one to do it. And sometimes I'll call, you know, for me, especially if it's weekend stuff, sometimes I'll call Gary, my husband, and say, hey, look, this is what I've got going on. You know, I need to meet some buyers. We have a baseball game. We've got some other stuff going on. I was thinking about doing it this time, but what do you think? And he'll come up with a solution too. He's like, oh, actually just do it at this time because it fits in with other stuff, right? It's like I take on the stress of I've got to figure it all out, and oh my God, what if I make the wrong decision, especially on the weekend, and how's that going to affect our family? Sometimes I'll just call Gary and say, this is what I need to figure out. What are your thoughts? And he'll have some solution or some answer for how I can do it. But even, like I said, just giving yourself a couple minutes or seconds to try and figure it out works better than feeling like, okay, I got to do it all right now. And don't be afraid to say no, right? We had a buyer, I think it was last week, that they wanted to look at a house at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. And Jennifer was all set to meet them, and then something came up and she couldn't be there. So it was, you know, hey, Nicole, can you go meet this client at 6 o'clock? And that was right in the middle of Alex's baseball game. And again, it's back to that whole, this is why I work out, so I show up and I'm happy. Like, I could have said yes. I'd have been cranky if I showed up at 6 o'clock. And I would have been, and if I had shown up at 6 o'clock, I would have shown up with a contract and been like, I'm missing the baseball game. You better sign this offer. You're buying this house. I don't care if you like it or not. You know? Yeah. But I said, no, you know what, I can't meet at 6 o'clock. I can meet at 4 o'clock because 4 o'clock gives me time to make it to the baseball game, right? And they did it. They were fine with it. They're like, okay. They show up, they look at the house. I'm in a good mood because it's all coming together. You can buy it or not. Let's chat about it. It's just a much better experience, right? And I think as agents, we're afraid to say no. You know, no, I can't meet at 6 o'clock. If you can't meet, you can't meet, right? And not being able to meet because it was his baseball game is an acceptable reason. And I didn't tell him I can't meet because it's my son's baseball game. They don't get a choice. They don't get to weigh in on whether or not that's an acceptable reason. And it's an acceptable one to me. And I also know the benefit for my client is, like I said, if I had showed up at 6, I would have been cranky. They're going to get better service at 4 than they would at 6.
I think they respect you for it too.
You know what they do, and it's funny when I do, because sometimes I will tell them, I'll just say, no, Alex has a baseball game, I have to be there another time. They're more respectful of my time almost than I am. They're like, no, oh God, we would never dream of that. You know, let's meet at 3 just to make sure you have enough time to get there. And you know, is that okay? And we promise we'll be quick. And yeah, they are much more respectful of it. I think clients, without question, will respect our boundaries. The issue is we never tell our clients what our boundaries are. Yeah. So they have nothing. They don't have anything to go off of. They don't know what to respect. We're our own worst enemies. And then we get angry with our clients because they're not, you know, doing things. And it's not their. It's in all honesty, it's our fault. It's not our client's fault. So take a 30-second time out. Take time to reboot. You know, that's that one thing. I know you're sitting here like, oh, Nicole, I'm overwhelmed. I don't have time to reboot. But you will, just like that walk I took yesterday. And for me, sometimes it's as simple as going for a walk and leaving my phone at home, which sounds crazy, I know. But, you know, as agents, we're so connected to our phones, right? And you even, like, I'll take it on a walk, and then in the middle of my walk, I freaking check my email. Well, now I'm not focused on enjoying nature and the magic of the season. I'm focused on this damn email that now I can't respond to because I have a touch screen and not a keypad. Can't take the darn thing out, and now I got to get back fast enough. You know, I'm gone for an hour tops. There is nothing in the world that is that critical in real estate that cannot wait an hour. I know there's times when we don't feel that way. We're like, oh my God, we got to be there. It can all wait an hour. So taking time to reboot, but it's also, I think, taking pleasure in smaller things. Because I know for me, when I'm overwhelmed, I start thinking, I need 6 weeks off. I'm so tired. I need to take a month off. Which is great. It's not happening.
You can't take an hour-long walk, are you?
Yeah, exactly. It's not happening. But maybe I don't need a month off. Maybe I just need an hour to be outside in some fresh air and a change of scenery, right? I know you were talking about, I think last week, you'd like to sit down with your husband and just read next to each other, right? Mm-hmm. It's just doing those things with intention and deciding, you know what, I am blocking out the rest of the world for the next hour. I'm going to sit down and read with my husband, or I'm going to read stories to my kids, or be at a baseball game, or go for a walk. And just those little things, whether it's 15 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour, can make such a big difference in just kind of rebooting your brain and making you feel not so stressed out. I know it feels weird because we're talking about the fact that you're probably feeling stressed on time, and I'm telling you to take time out to go for a walk or something like that. But you will be amazed at how it shifts your attitude and your perspective on things. And I know for me, sometimes it allows me to come up with solutions to things that, have been kind of weighing on my mind. So take time to do that. And take time to say thank you. Again, this is another kind of mindset and perspective shift that a girlfriend of mine shared with me a couple of years ago. And I know for me, when I get overwhelmed, I get kind of cranky, right? I'm just like, there's so much to do. Nobody understands. I've got all these things to do. And I get kind of cranky, and I get kind of arrogant almost too, right? Like, oh my God, there's just so much going on. And she said, say thank you. Like, really, thank you that I have all this business going on. Thank you that I have all these amazing things going on in my life, right? Like, I did the steps to get the business and it worked. Thank you. Now you still got to figure out how to fit all the time in and all of that kind of stuff, but I'm going to come at it with a much better attitude when I'm feeling grateful for the situation I am in versus feeling pissed off and cranky that nobody else gets it and I can't believe I have to figure this all out kind of thing. Which is a space that I know I go to. I'd be willing to bet there's other people there too, right? So it sounds so simple, but to just thank you, I'm grateful that I get to show up for this appointment and that I get paid for it, but I might be more grateful at 4 than at 6. So setting boundaries. Again, your clients have no issues with respecting your boundaries, but they have to know what they are. And that's the biggest issue usually. And when you set boundaries, it establishes respect. They can't respect you if you're always there at the drop of a hat, right? Because you've proven you have nothing else going on, right? You're almost there as a servant, right? Versus you have your boundaries, I have mine. And it all started for me because I used to be there all the time, right? I can't tell you how many things personally because my client wanted to meet, right? And so then I'm there all weekend long, working all day Saturday and all day Sunday because I thought that was good service to my clients. I'm cranky about it, but I'm there. And then all of a sudden they can't meet because they have a personal life. They're going to dinner. They're going to a concert. They're going to be out of town and they can't meet me. Hell, I just gave up my whole weekend for you and you can't meet me because it's not convenient. Like, what is that all about? And then I was mad. But then I realized, but that's not their fault, right? They get to have a personal life. There's nothing in the little fiduciary duty thing that says we're not allowed to have a life, right? We get to do all the stuff they get to do, but we're the ones that give it up and decide not to do it, or we'll skip it because now I have to go meet a client. Yeah.
I remember Mary Brown Hayes had a class, and we did a buyer packet, and then on the pages said, "This is my schedule."
Yes.
And you could say, Monday through Friday until 6 p.m., and then weekends by appointment only.
Right.
And if you need to reach me in my off hours, this is how you do it. But at least it tells them that, okay, I do.
It sets the expectation.
And I haven't used that for years.
Yeah. I think that's great. I have to admit, I don't do that, but I think it's about setting expectations, which I think is great. So yeah, absolutely. Setting boundaries allows you to reclaim your time. There's nothing that says you have to give up what's important to you in order to get there. And it's amazing, people, especially when they're looking to buy and sell real estate, right? If you have the answers, they will conform to your time frame because you're necessary, right? You're the one that has the offer for them to review if they're a seller. You're the one who can get them into the house if they're the buyer. They'll make it work. It's interesting. It's like as I set more boundaries in my time, I find that my clients don't really want to be doing business on nights or weekends either. They have stuff going on. They're much more excited about doing it during the week anyway. So it's us as agents, I think, who end up pushing it to nights and weekends because we feel like that's what's expected. Most of them would rather do it during the week. And most people can take time off, even if it's just a lunch hour or something, to go look at a house or do something like that. They're much happier to do that. And again, setting boundaries provides an attitude adjustment because now you're showing up as an equal, right? You're showing up as somebody who's valued and respected. And I think when you feel that way, you show up differently in your business. So here I kind of wanted to talk about some of the classic things, that people have boundary issues on and how does that show up. So the first is working on weekends, right? Does anybody feel like they're suffering from working too many weekends? Yeah. Yeah, and I have to admit, what?
I'm sick of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's getting old.
It does get old because you realize there's just stuff you want to do, right? And you need recharge time. You need time to just, quite honestly, sit around and do nothing. But one of the things that we were talking about last week is, for your clients to really understand, if you want to look on the weekends, that's fine. But you need to know that by the time you get to the weekend, you're really looking at the leftovers, right? Because most properties come on the market during the week. They don't come on the weekends. So it's either sold by the time it gets to the weekend, or if it's still on the market, it's kind of leftover, meaning it's been picked over. People have either decided not to buy it because they've been there during the week and you're not getting the leftovers, or there's just now more activity and your chances of having to compete and having more things going on that house are heightened. If you do it during the week, you have more opportunities to take your time to make the best decision. So really it's about us not wanting to work weekends, but it's also, I think it's for your client. It's better to go look at that house during the week. When you've got more time, you can make a decision, and you're kind of seeing things when they first come on the market. Same for sellers. There's no reason you can't go meet them during the week, right? There's no reason to list a property on the weekend or do any of that kind of stuff. If sometimes you get an out-of-town client, there's something you have to do there, that's fine. But for the most part, you can get out of working a lot of weekends just by helping your clients see that it's really not even in their best interest either.
Don't you think that there's a lot of, I know that when I'm working with a client that, we've scoured the market, it's 6 months, and everything that comes on, we have to go see instantaneously.
Right.
That a lot of the new stuff doesn't hit the market till the end of the week, that it's coming on Thursday and Friday. In my market anyways. And so, you gotta be out there.
So, and that might be the case in some things. And so maybe you try to leave your Friday open, right? Try to make sure you're not scheduling any appointments on Fridays that you don't have to. Because even if it comes on Friday, it's probably going to come on first thing Friday morning, right? I don't know about you guys, but for me, first of all, I try not to list on a Monday or a Friday. Because Monday, everybody's kind of getting everything figured out from the weekend before. Nobody's paying as much attention to new listings. And Friday, if it's too late in the day, then I'm worried that people haven't seen it and worked it into their weekend plans. So I try to list Tuesday through Thursday. If I have to list something Friday, I want it on the market like very first thing in the morning, like by 10. So maybe you can plan on leaving your Friday appointment free with other stuff so that you can be on the computer, like last thing on the day Thursday and then very first thing Friday morning. So if something has come up, you can buzz them out there, and just kind of set that up with your clients. Like, hey, you might want to just leave your Fridays a little bit more flexible in your schedule because sometimes things do come on towards the end of the week, but there's still an advantage to getting there Friday versus getting there, Saturday or Sunday if we can be that first one in the door kind of thing, and see if that works. Does that help a little bit?
I just find that I show more houses on the weekends than I do during the week.
Yeah.
It's just people have to work. It's getting dark.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock it's dark now.
It is
until the clocks change, and so if I'm showing properties, I'm showing them on Saturdays and Sundays.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you are, but start
not really that much.
But start looking for opportunities to how you can work that into your schedule during the week. So, and I'm not telling you're going to all of a sudden like next week be able to never work a weekend again, right? Sometimes it happens.
That's not the business we're in.
Yeah, no. but there are lots of things that we are conditioned to do as agents on the weekends that you can get done during the week. And start looking for those opportunities and trying to find ways you can set it up in your schedule and your client's schedule to get it done during the week. Because some of those you can shift, and it's about the benefit to them, right? you know.
Well, I try to always take at least one weekend day off.
Yeah.
Right? So I might have to show 3 buyers a house, but early morning, mid morning, late, late afternoon.
Exactly.
And you can get 3 buyers unless you're seeing
a bunch of houses.
Houses or something.
Yeah. But set it up even in that initial buyer's appointment of there's lots of benefits to seeing things during the week versus the weekends. And I really do believe that for buyers. There's huge benefits to seeing things during the week. And most buyers are more than happy to either meet on a lunch hour or take time off during the week. And especially now because you're usually just looking at 1 or 2 houses at a time.
Right.
Because our inventory is so low. It's not like they have to come up with 5 hours in the middle of a work day to go see 15 houses. There's not that much inventory out there. So for them to buzz out and see one thing, maybe they can do that during the week. So just start looking for opportunities for ways you can try and get some more of that stuff done during the week. They're there. You just have to start looking for them and see how that works. Anybody else questions on working weekends?
One thing I found is that if I do show them on a weekday
Mm-hmm.
and I've established that relationship with them,
Mm-hmm.
then I can tell them, and if you want to look at open houses on the weekends, that's great. Just let them know that you have an agent, and if you have a good relationship, that's not a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. That can help too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So working during the holidays, that's another great picture. Came up in. This came up in a coaching class I was doing last month or the month before. As we get into the holidays, there's lots of things you can do. You're already out doing different things and connecting with people during the holidays, right? And like I said, it's the perfect time. Do all those fun things that either you were going to do or are kind of, I don't know about you guys, but I always have that list of stuff I want to do during the holidays that I never get to, right? It's always on the list. Every year I'm like, this is the year, and then all of a sudden it's January 2nd, I didn't get it done. So take time now even and figure out, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to the Nutcracker? Do you want to do the Christmas ships? Or even just go downtown and look at all the lights and things like that. And then decide of those things, what would you want to invite clients to? Find opportunities to connect, and keep those things going. But then the question came up of, one gal said, well, she said, I don't really want to work in December because I'd rather enjoy the holidays. And one of the other agents in the group said, well, couldn't you just tell people that I'm taking the next 2 weeks off and basically call me in January? I said, well, you could. I don't know that I would do it that way. And like I said, I tend to do a lot of business. What?
Call me in January. Okay.
Well, and the only problem with that is, but I think you could do it in a different way because because what that is, I think the issue is that that's all about you, right? It's all about the fact that I don't want to work, so you need to wait. And I'm a big fan of taking the all about me part and flipping it to what's the benefit for your client. And certainly by about the first part of, certainly if it's a buyer, I'll look anytime, but if it's a listing, and even sometimes the buyers, you start getting into that middle of December and you want to shift into holiday mode a little bit more, what I will tell a seller is, we can stage your house right now, or we can do a pre-inspection. There's certain things we can do so you feel like you're being proactive. But if you're at the 15th of December, you might as well wait till the 5th or 7th of January to put your house on the market, because all of our pictures are going to have your holiday things in. And when you look at a listing online and you see those pictures at the end of January and it still has all the holiday decorations up. It's bad. But doesn't it feel like that listing's been on the market for 6 months? Yeah. And it's really only got like 30 or 45 days of market time, but it feels older than it is. So you're doing a disservice to your client by putting it on the market. Plus the showing activity is going to reduce dramatically unless they got to put it on the market, right? There's some compelling time frame. So what I will tell a seller is, we can do a couple things, pre-listing inspections. You can be working on that. But really you are going to get a better result if you wait until the first or middle of January to put it on the market. That's a much different conversation. Yeah.
Another good point too is who in the world wants to have to keep their house that clean during the holidays?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when everything's usually just a giant mess, right? So you got all kinds of stuff out. But I think that bonds you to your client more than saying, well, I don't really feel like working for the next 2 weeks. Could you call me later, right? And even for buyers, again, if it's a motivated buyer and they have to buy now, by all means, show them property. I actually tend to be pretty busy that week between Christmas and New Year's. That can be a great time to get things going. Yeah, but if they don't need to do something, then again, let them know, hey, people are pulling their house off the market for the holidays. We can go look now, but now is the great time to get pre-approved. Enjoy your holidays, and then let's start looking the middle of January. You'll just have a much better selection of inventory, right? So that's how you can take that conversation and shift it so that it's a benefit to your client, but you still get your boundaries and you still get the time that you want, and they feel taken care of in the meantime. Same thing, you know, for like holiday, like Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend. You know, I don't know about you guys, but it always seems to be a little bit of a crapshoot, right? It's either a really busy real estate weekend or there's nothing going on. So, you know, if it's like 2 weeks out from Labor Day weekend, I'll say let's list it. But if not, if it's the week of then Labor Day weekend's that weekend, I'll just tell them, I'm like, why don't we just wait till Tuesday and put it on the market? I'm like, it's such a hit or miss weekend for activity. And then the great part is I get to go enjoy my 3-day weekend.
Yeah. What about calling agents that call you back? I mean,
What do you mean?
So when you do have a new listing, I mean, if you're just getting tons of calls from people, you know, evenings and weekends, I know there are some people that have messages that say, I'll call you back, you know, Monday morning, or any thoughts on responding to, I mean, there are some agents that even when you call them at 7, you know, they call you at 7:30 at night, they expect an answer that night. And for me, it's like, there's no possible way you can be there for everybody.
They can expect all they want.
Yeah.
You know, first off, and especially like you with the properties that you list, you know, I know you're getting tons of phone calls on stuff. I would block half an hour on Saturday and half an hour on Sunday to return phone calls. Yeah. And whatever you get through, and everybody else can wait another 24 hours.
Good.
You know, and if you want,
the
you
trustee's not in until, I mean, it's not nothing's going
to happen anyway. And if you want, you can put that on your voicemail, but even if you didn't, I would just block your own personal, because you're right. I mean, as agents, we're the worst perpetrators, right? Your clients will respect it just fine. It's the other agents that are like, hello, it's 11:30 at night. Why are you not calling me back? You know?
Right. I was on my way to get something at the grocery store at 6:30 in the morning, and I had someone call me on my cell phone.
Oh my God.
I don't know. It's unbelievable
and
to me.
So they're psycho, but there's nothing that requires you to be psycho too. You know? And when we get multiple offers, yours may go in a different point in the pile because I think you're crazy. So yeah, agents are the worst boundary offenders out there. And so you have to set your own, and you're probably going to get a couple cranky phone calls in the meantime.
Yeah.
Who cares?
I don't take it personally.
Yeah, don't take it personally. You're the one with the listing, right? Yeah. If they want to sell it, they're going to have to figure it out.
To me.
Yeah.
You'd think that they would be that.
Yeah, I think as agents, we're trained to be so fear-driven, though. And it's I think the hard part is there's such a wide variety of professionalism in our industry. I have to admit, if it's an agent I know and they take a while to call me back, I'm like, whatever. I left Stephanie a message. She'll get it. When she gets it, she'll call me back. You know, but when I've got a buyer who's super hot on a property and I don't know the agent, if I don't hear back, I tend to not always think the best, right? I don't always give them the benefit of the doubt. So I have to admit I'm guilty of that too. But at least if I'm going to leave a second voicemail, it's usually a nice one. Like, hey, I know you're super busy.
Right.
You know, and there was one, I had a buyer, and I think I did call this agent like 8 times, right? So finally I left him a message like, so I'm stalking you. I'm totally sorry. I know you're busy. And so when he called me back, he's like, hey, I'm kind of flattered. Thanks for stalking me. I was like, anytime. You know, at least make it funny, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just set your own boundaries and they'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Or they won't.
As if they have a choice.
Yeah, exactly. Again, you have the listing. They've got the buyer. They'll figure it out. Working in the evenings. Again, this gets a little bit easier, and I would rather work an evening than a weekend, in all honesty. It's like if I have to pick one or the other, I'd rather work an evening. That being said, especially when it comes to buyers, I work much fewer weekend or evenings in the winter because I will not show a property when it's dark outside. Like I think Sandy said, you've got one that you're doing that's, you know, there's some extenuating circumstances, but it feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot because the only thing they're going to say is, no, what they're going to say is, I want to come back and see it during the daylight. I can't see the yard, or I can't see the neighborhood. Now you got to show the darn house twice, and as an agent, you know enough when you're in the house the first time that they're not going to buy it anyway. Yeah. But now you have to come back a second time. So I don't do it. But again, there's so much more that you can do during the day, right? And especially it's harnessing the power of technology as well. We recently had one where our clients needed to look at a house that they were going to buy, and it was a husband and wife, so the wife could meet at one time, so I met her there. Jennifer met the husband another time. You know, they were doing multiple offers later in the day, so we all conferenced about what they wanted to do in the offer. I put the offer together, sent it to them in DocuSign, went out to a listing appointment, and then when I got out of my listing appointment, went to a Starbucks, pulled up the DocuSign, and sent it off to. So you can harness, technology too sometimes and make that happen. But again, don't be afraid to say no. Can you meet at 6? No, I'm available at 4, or I'm available at 3. You know, they don't need to. Your appointment can, because the reality is what if you had another listing appointment at 6? You would have to say no, right? You would have to find another time. Your 6 o'clock appointment could be dinner with your family. Your 6 o'clock appointment could be watching TV or reading a book. They don't get to weigh in on whether or not that's it. If you just say no, they will find another time, you know.
Well, and we're, as professionals, we're really no different than a doctor or a hair.
Yeah.
You know, try to schedule a haircut or a hair color or whatever you do, you know.
Yeah. And what will you do to your schedule to get into your hair person? Right? You know, I'm in the process of that. I'm like moving stuff. I'm like, no, I have root issues. I will figure this out. Yeah. You know, I got gray coming out in places it's not supposed to be.
You have to think of it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, professionals have schedules too.
They do, and that's okay. And they're not going to go hire. We're all afraid they're going to hire somebody else if we say no.
Yeah, it took me a long time to get to that point.
Yeah. It is, and we've all been there. I've been there, right? Where you're scared, like you need that client, right? It's been slow. You need that client. You need that commission. You're like, but what if I say no and then they don't like me? It's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, exactly. I'm a big fan of making your clients jump through some hoops, right? You jump through a lot of hoops for your clients in terms of the different things you do. They need to jump through some for you too. And it's not about being difficult, it's about them showing that they're earnest and that they are legitimate. And I think there's some benefits to making them jump through some hoops up front to make sure they're legitimate. And I think schedule is a perfect way to do that. Can you meet me at 7:30 at night? No, I'm not available at 7:30 at night. I'm available at 4.
Yeah, and there's a way that you can, we had a gentleman come in and speak to us not too long ago, and there's a way you can phrase things so that it doesn't become about you,
right?
It's about them. And I was thinking about that appointment where they say, hey, can you show us the house at 6? And you say, I have an appointment at 6, will 4 work for you? Because then you're putting the power back into their court instead of saying, no, I'm not available at 6. Then they get, it creates a negative feeling like, shoot, you know, they're going to respond better if you give them an option. And I'm a huge fan of that. It's always no, but I can do this instead. Yeah. If you just say no, that feels like there's nowhere to take that conversation. Well, you don't even say no, he said. Don't say no.
Or just say, I'm not available.
I have an appointment, or I'm tied up. That's not work, you know, that doesn't work or whatever, but let them say, well, this, you know, and give them a time. Don't say what other time would work for you.
Yeah, because then they're going to pick 7.
They're in control.
Yeah, right.
So it took me quite some time to get
maybe
that.
Just 6 with 9 is fine.
Mindset.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'd meet anyone, anywhere, anyhow, any day, anytime.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't do that anymore. But
Good.
I had to learn those tools because I didn't know how to tell them no.
Right. Exactly. But you're right. If you just offer an alternative and you can't, I'm sorry, I'm not available, but I can do something else, or I've got an appointment.
Yeah.
It's perfect. And they don't have to know what the appointment is.
Nope.
Nobody, so accountability is essential for success. This is kind of that bringing it all together. You know, you've got all these great ideas. You've got all this stuff you want to do in your business. And the classic thing is, you know, you take a class and you're thinking, okay, this is good. I'm going to do this. But you're going to leave here and you're going to go back to your real world life, right? Which is probably already busy, right? You're going to have phone calls to return and emails to answer. And all of a sudden you're going to get back into your everyday life and realize, hey, I took this class a couple weeks ago and I didn't implement anything. Nothing changed from this. What am I going to do about it? And that's where accountability really comes in. And accountability can take a lot of different forms. It could be having a coach. It could be just somebody that you call and check in with on a regular basis. It could be other classes that you take. but they all move you forward. I know for me, you know, I have my coach that I talk to every Monday morning. I am so much further ahead in my business because I know that I have to report to her. Not only I have to report to her two things: one, what I've accomplished in the last week, and two, what I want to accomplish in this coming week, right? And there's that whole sense of, you know, I'm paying this person, I'm taking her time, and I really respect her. So I don't want to show up and say, I got nothing for you, right? It's like I move forward on things, quite honestly, just so I have something to report. But the benefit is I actually get somewhere in my business. And then accountability, it also helps you get out of your own way. Because I think it's really easy. Like I said, a lot of the best money I've made in real estate were doing things that my coach told me to do that I thought were stupid ideas. Picking up the phone and calling people, right? How can that make a difference over emailing somebody? I don't know what the difference is, but I know there's a huge difference, and it shows up in your business when you do it. And I think because a lot of times in the phone, there's just certain things people will bring up. You know, sometimes you don't want to, if you've got a big question, by the time you type it all out in the email and you proofread it and you make sure you, I'm like, holy crap, I could just pick up the phone and have a 30-second conversation rather than spending 20 minutes on this email, right? It's actually faster sometimes, I think, to just pick up the phone and call somebody. I know one of the other ones is I have a farm, a neighborhood that I farm, that I send things to on a regular basis. That was something my business coach told me to do 15 years ago. I thought it was a ridiculous idea. Why would I do a farm? That's crazy. I probably make 6 figures a year just from my farm, in terms of the commissions and stuff that I earn. So it helps you get out of your own way. And when you're in it, it's hard to see the solution, right? It's hard to see the next step because it's all so overwhelming. And you just get that extra perspective. So I think that's good. It pushes you outside of your comfort zone. There's lots of stuff I don't want to do, right? But I do it because somebody else told me to do it. And I'm like, fine, I'll try it. You know? But it makes it a little bit easier to have somebody else there with you along the way. It gets you back on track faster. We all fall off the horse, you know, in terms of, you know, you can be making all your phone calls, you could be doing your note cards, you can be previewing, you can be totally on top of your game. Something will happen that will knock you off your game. It happens. It happens. I mean, it's one of those things that's guaranteed to happen, right? And it doesn't have to be something major. Maybe you go on vacation and you think, well, I'm back from vacation and I'll take 1 extra week before I start making my phone calls again. And then all of a sudden it's 3 months later that you've been back from vacation and you're still not making your phone calls. You know, it doesn't have to be something bad that happens, but it's just we all fall off the wagon. Yeah.
Just one question: when you go on vacation, you take your work with you?
It depends on where I'm going on vacation and what I'm doing. Sometimes I'll still monitor my email and stuff a little bit, but I don't do that much of it.
If you have deals going on right now, does that make a difference?
It does make a difference, but you know, I've got Jennifer to help, and then there's also another agent who covers things. So I'll do a little bit. I can tell you in all honesty, I have spent more vacations than I care to admit, thinking I'll just handle my own business while I'm gone because it's not going to take that long. And that phone call that I make at 9 o'clock because I'm just going to take care of one quick thing is all of a sudden 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I'm still on the phone, right? My husband's pissed, my kids are cranky, and we just screwed an entire day of vacation, right? Like we're out of town, someplace fun, and I'm frickin' on the phone going, just a minute, shh, can't you be quiet? Can't you see him on the phone? They're like, lady, we were on vacation, you need to figure it out. So it's really better, it's better for you, it's actually better for your clients because again, I'm not showing up fully, right? I'm kind of annoyed that I'm having to deal with this. You know, why are you calling me back for the 3rd time? I thought we could handle this in 5 minutes. But for them, it's a legitimate concern, and they have every right to have the question that they need answered in the right way. So set it up with another agent. Do a compensation plan or don't. But check out. You know, when your clients go out of town for their work, you get out of office emails, right? I'm out of the office. And again, we think we're more important than we are. And it is important. We can go out of town. There's nothing that can't be figured out, right? Between an agent covering your business or your broker or something like that. And sometimes it's amazing, right? Have you ever been away from your phone for a period of time and you come back and there's a slew of voicemails and the first ones are all those 911 voicemails like, you gotta call me, something's wrong. But then if you listen through to the voicemails, by the time they get to the end, they figured it out. And you actually didn't have to do anything. Like that kind of stuff will happen, right, when you're on vacation. So sometimes, honestly, will I take some phone calls and do some stuff? Yes. But I'll also be honest, I think it's a bad idea because I think it has, and I can't tell you how many times, because my husband has done the same thing, right? It's like he gets on his email. I'm like, screw you, you're sending an email, I'm going to send one too, right? You know, and now we're just mad at each other and we're wasting the whole vacation, like checking in on that one little thing that screws the whole day. So I think you're better off to just set something up with another agent and have them cover your business. Shows the universe that you are willing to do what it takes. You know, again, it's back to that investing in yourself, whether it's a class, a coach, whatever it is you do. When you step up to the plate and do it, things start happening, right? Those extra phone calls start coming, and it's one of those, like, I can't tell you how or why it's all connected. I just know that it is. I know every time I step up to do something different, things happen, right? But I have to take the first step. You know, I think we're always waiting for, somebody needs to give me the sign that this is okay, that it's all going to work out. And it doesn't work that way. You have to take the first step for everything else to fall into place. And that first step is always that scary one. But at the same time, once you do it, it's amazing how well things come together. So again, accountability can take many forms: classes, formal mentoring, specific meetings, group gatherings, and there's different ways to do it. You could do, you know, sometimes you do one-on-one things, sometimes you do group. I think there's benefits to both, right? I like my one-on-one coach because it's specific and it's targeted to exactly where I'm at. And sometimes I need that, and it's that extra level of accountability. When I'm in a group session or setting, sometimes I'll kind of flake off a little bit because nobody's really like on me, like, hey, are you doing what you're supposed to do? I'm like, well, I'll just let them talk to that person over there, you know? Yeah, we all do it, right? That's human nature. So I think so you find wherever you're at, what's that right fit for you. I think one-on-one coaching can be really good if you want to make specific strides in where you're at. I also think the group thing can be good because just like here today, everybody's chimed in with different thoughts or insights or questions. I always learn things when I'm in a group, right, from everybody else in the room. A lot of times people have questions, I'm like, that was a good question, but I never would have thought about that. I never would have thought to ask that question, and yet they did, and I got an answer that really benefited me. So I think there's different reasons to do it. But no matter what it is, I think you need to go with intention and get clear on what you need and where you're trying to go. And sometimes, you know, my coaching that I get is more focused on my business. Sometimes it's more focused on personal things. So whatever it is you want to do in your life, figure out what that is and then figure out what you can do to get yourself there faster. It also helps for me when it comes to overwhelm. Like right now, I have a bunch of marketing pieces that I want to write for my website. It's really overwhelming to me to look at the list of all the stuff and think, oh crap, I got to come up, I've got to be like witty and funny for all these different things and, you know, make people be compelled to want to do this stuff. So what I did is there's a copyright gal who I want to work with, so I scheduled an appointment with her that we're meeting in a couple of weeks, which means I have to have my stuff to meet with her, right? So now I've got a deadline that I'm working on. I'm more focused and compelled to get it done versus, hey, I want to get this marketing stuff done someday, which will be probably in the next 5 years. Or I could get it done in the next 3 weeks because I'm meeting with this gal Pearl who's going to then critique it and help me tweak it and make it better so I can get it on my website, right? So doing little things like that sometimes can help you move forward on something because it's one of those things, I'm not doing it because A, I'm overwhelmed, and B, I don't have the time. Well, I'm always going to be overwhelmed and I'm never going to have the time, but I've decided it's important to me. So I figured out a way to make it happen no matter what, which for me in that case was scheduling an appointment to meet with this gal. So action steps. Decide what the best accountability fit is for you and schedule it. And apply Kaizen to all of this. What's the smallest action that you can take? And again, I think it's our nature is to think big, to assume we have to have some big, huge step or solution. But sometimes the smallest ones are the ones that work the best because they get results and they're the ones that will do. Again, it's whatever you will do is the best solution to your issue. Just like, you know, me with a conscious spending, right? I could figure out my categories and figure out how to divide up all my money, but I'm not going to do it. I know I'm supposed to do it. I know there's probably benefit to doing it. I'm not going to do it, or at least I'm not going to do it today. You know, but today I can just be thoughtful about what I want to spend my money on and go from there. So that for me is the right step today. There's probably a better one. There may be one that's more effective, but if I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to get any benefit from it. You know, so decide what that is, and then just take little things, and then reward yourself and be grateful for the little steps that you took. Right? It's not about beating yourself up for the stuff you haven't done. It's about giving yourself the pat on the back for the things that you have done. So, and that is it. Yay. That's our day. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So there we go. Does anybody have questions about anything that we've covered today?
We're excited.
Yeah, I'd love to know too. If you don't have questions, is there, you know, what's that one thing that stood out for you that you'd like to start doing in your business, or that you think will be the most helpful?
Monthly marketing plan, and we're going to hire somebody to help us.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Perfect. And again, a high school kid can be awesome for that. Yeah. Anybody else?
Good.
I'm gonna get over my Facebook fear.
Yeah, just do it.
Oh, yeah.
Just do it.
I'm gonna do the weekly tracker. I think I said that though this summer.
The last time? I'll follow up with you this time and see if you're doing it. We made it shorter. There's less to track now.
Yeah. I am going to update my funnel report and preview. We need to get back out preview more.
Yeah.
And then one thing that you said that was, I thought, very good, inaction equals overthinking. I think when you're stuck, it's like, hold on, let it go. You're probably overthinking it.
Yeah, exactly. And then just boil it down to the simplest element of what can I do to move forward with this. There's all those other elements that may or may not be helpful. It doesn't matter if they're helpful. Just do the ones you can.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the other ones.
Let it go.
Yeah. You can add them in later, and chances are if you never did them, nobody's ever going to know.
And you give yourself 5 minutes to
Yeah.
make that decision, because you probably narrow it down to pretty good decisions anyway.
Yeah.
Good choices.
Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. Good. Yeah, just pick something. You know, and I always laugh at myself when I get into that. I'm like, okay, I got it, 5 minutes. Let's stop screwing around here. Just laugh at yourself and go, okay, we're moving on.
Okay.
Good.
And if I need a snack and I really need something fast, pick a Laura bar instead of
Yeah, she was great, right? Isn't that amazing?
a Laura bar.
Laura, that's what you recommend. It's a little thing here.
Yeah.
Costco
has them.
too.
Yeah,
Costco has them?
Oh, that's good
Yeah.
to know.
they do. They have like a 3-pack of flavors that you can get.
Whole Foods wasn't the end all. Just thought it would be.
It's better, but it doesn't mean that everything's a slam dunk, right?
It was an aha moment that I've been lured by the packaging and the
Yeah,
nutritional facts and that.
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else have questions or things they want to implement as a result of today?
I was reviewing the stuff from our last session.
Oh, yeah.
Out of those, I think I had 12. I think I'd done 3 consistently.
That's all right. It's 3
But
months.
I thought so too. I thought, all right, what are my next 3?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, in all honesty, you have to keep coming to stuff like this, right? I have to admit, I go to things that I've probably heard the information before, but maybe I got off track, or I wasn't ready to implement that at that point, or maybe I hear it a little bit different. I'm just in a different place, so I hear it differently that next time around. So it's like you got to keep being around. And I know for some of it, for me anyway, it's overwhelming. The first time I hear something, I'm like, I kind of go through my own little stages of, first I think it's overwhelming, so then my result, my initial thought is, well, that's stupid, I don't have to do it anyway. I'm sure it doesn't work. And then I realize, okay, well, maybe it does work, but I don't know how to do it. And then the next time it's like, okay, well, I don't know how to do it, but maybe I'll try. It's like I go through my own little progression of kind of warming up to things, right? And I can't say that I've figured out how to change that, but I know now that that's my progression. So my goal is to just kind of then keep putting myself in those scenarios where I can keep having those conversations and learning, knowing that each time something's going to sink in and I'll get one step closer to getting benefits from it.